Dr. Fake Love by Tyler Walker.
They say an apple a day keeps the doctor away.
But that doesn't apply when your ex-husband just happens to be a doctor and works at the same hospital you do.
Talia just can't catch a break.
Then Liam offers Talia what he believes is a foolproof plan to get her ex off her back.
Fake marriage, of course.
But what happens when said fake marriage runs its course, but you're still feeling the side effects?
You'll have to tune in to find out.
And if you want to tune in for all the spicy scenes, hop on over to TylaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for a sweet discount.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to Miss Tyla's channel to be sure you keep up to date on all the new releases.
You're listening to Dr. Fake Love by Tyler Walker.
Chapter 1. Talia. My work phone vibrates obnoxiously on my cherrywood nightstand, waking me up from my much-needed sleep. My eyes squint at the bright screen that reads, 2:53 a.m. I groan unpleasantly, rolling over to my back. You've got to be kidding me. Dr. Johnson, I mumble, already knowing that my midwife in charge, Stacy, is on the other end of the call. Stacy responds with a cheeriness that is annoying at this time in the morning. We need you here. Mrs. Spellman is in labor. She has asked for you 40 times already. I sigh as I force myself to sit up in my king-sized bed. I'll be right there. As soon as I hang up with her, I call the first number in my recent calls log. Rosalind answers the phone as if the time of day doesn't matter. What's wrong, Talia? I slide off the bed lazily. Mom, I'm surprised you're even awake. She clears her throat. I have company over. You know how great of a hostess I am. I put her on speakerphone while I change into my scrubs. Look, Mom, I need to bring Raven over. One of my high-risk mothers just went into labor. Why can't babies come during normal hours? She jokes with her infamous cackle. Gran is always happy to see her grandbaby. I'll see you in a few then. I quickly slide my feet into my blue Crocs, then head out of my bedroom. Okay, Mom, see you soon. My medium-sized boxer, Maya, greets me as soon as I open my door. Hey, Maya, let's go get Raven. She energetically leads me down the hall, wagging her tail happily. I turn on the light as we enter Raven's room. She sleeps so peacefully on her stomach that it pains me to wake her up. I sit on the edge of her sports car bed, rubbing my hand gently against her back. Sweetie, we have to go to Gran's house. She turns on her side towards me, blinking her pretty hazel eyes open. Those are her father's eyes, the constant reminder of him. I start packing her backpack with her favorite wrestler, Roman Reigns, on it. Get up, sweetie. Mommy has to go deliver a baby. This news seems to jolt her out of her sleep state. Raven stands on her bed, jumping joyfully. Is it going to be a girl or a boy? I zip up her book bag, place it around her shoulders, then playfully tap her nose. Both. She gasps as I pick her up, sitting her on the edge of the bed. You're trying to trick me, Mommy. How is that even possible? I grab her sneakers and start putting them on her. Well, she's having twins. Twins! I want to be a twin, but only if it's a boy. I chuckle as I tie her shoelaces. You're enough of a boy already. She nods. You're right. Mommy, why do I have to go to Gran's? I'm a big girl, so I can just stay here while you're at the hospital. She gestures for Maya to come to her, then pets her lovingly. Besides, Maya would protect me. I stand up, grabbing her favorite teddy bear from off her bed. Well, the police wouldn't see it that way, so I have to take you to Gran's. Okay? I hand her the bear as if it's part of the compromise. Okay, just let me grab Roman. She picks up her Roman Reigns action figure off the nightstand, then walks out of her bedroom. Come on, Mommy. Those twins aren't going to deliver themselves. We arrived at my mom's house to see her waving happily on the porch. Raven and I hold hands until we get to her. Then Rosalind merrily lifts Raven into her arms. Hey, How's my favorite grandbaby? Raven giggles. I'm your only grandbaby. You're right, but you can still be my favorite. She notices something in Raven's hand. Did you bring Roman? Good. She lowers her to the ground. Go inside. My voice mumbles sarcastically. Where's your company? I sent his ass home. Good. I start walking towards my car. I don't need any weird men around my child. I take the familiar 10-minute drive to Hemes Regional Hospital, minus the traffic. I guess one good thing comes from 3 a.m. Once I arrive, I hurry upstairs using the elevator. Stacy is there to greet me as soon as the doors open with her clipboard in her hands. She walks quickly beside me, keeping up my pace. She's 8 centimeters dilated. Her contractions are every 80 seconds with a minute, and 15 seconds in between. How's her blood pressure? She reads the charts on her clipboard. Normal. No excess fluid either. Perfect. I slide the door open to Mrs. Spellman's room, then close it after we both enter. The attending nurse standing at her bedside smiles at me. Look, Dr. Johnson is here. Thank God. She breathes irregularly. I was beginning to think I would push out these babies without you. I giggle as I wash my hands at the sink across from her bed. I wouldn't want to miss seeing those 2 adorable faces coming out of your body. She attempts to laugh, resulting in a painful groan. Oops. I turn to face her as I put on my gloves. Wrong time to make you laugh. I look at the nurse on duty. Thanks, Becca. I'll call you if I need anything. The labor goes smoothly, and we welcome 2 perfectly healthy babies, Troy and Tristan, into this chaotic world. I have only been an independent practitioner for 2 years, but with all my residency training added in, I have delivered over 500 babies. Each time is still just as rewarding as the first time. The sun is still rising as I exit through the hospital doors, feeling accomplished. As I walk to my reserved parking spot, I see a familiar tall frame leaning against my black BMW. Damn, just when I was in a good mood, here he is to ruin it. Chapter 2. Talia. My ex-husband, Doug Greer, takes several steps towards me in the parking lot. You don't look too happy to see me. I remove my keys from my purse, avoiding his gaze. Don't you have some people to save or some nurses to screw? His deep voice chuckles heartily. That's all in the past, baby. Don't baby me. I quickly walk around him. What are you doing here? He speaks in a softer tone. I want to talk to you. I open my car door with the remote, then grab the handle. If it's not about Raven, we have nothing to talk about. He grabs the door as I open it, attempting to get my attention. Talia, I'm sorry. I've been an idiot. You and Raven are the best thing to ever happen to me. I'm still in love with you. Go away, Doug. We've been done since we signed the divorce papers a year ago. I sit in the seat, placing my purse on the passenger side. Actually, we've been done ever since I caught you and Nurse Gemma getting it on in room 832. He maneuvers around the car door, taking a knee beside me. I've apologized for that 100 times. I wasn't in my right mind after losing my mom. I finally look at him, exhaling deeply. When will you stop blaming your late mother for your mistakes? That's always been your problem, Doug. You don't take accountability. I've changed, baby. Just give me another chance. He attempts to hold my left hand, but I yank it out of his grasp. I turn my body to him, ready to be done with this conversation. You killed any love that I had for you. You betrayed me and made me a laughingstock at this hospital. I've had to work twice as hard to repair my tarnished reputation. I'm sorry for everything, Talia. His captivating hazel eyes show some sincerity, but they no longer have that effect on me. Get away from my car before I call security. I coldly look straight ahead, my arms crossed over my chest. A familiar black Lexus pulls into the parking spot behind us. Liam Anderson immediately jumps out, striking a defensive glare at Doug. Is there a problem? Doug rises off the ground to his 6'2" height. Isn't it Liam to the rescue? How convenient. Liam is a good friend of mine from high school. He never cared for Doug, particularly developing a hatred towards him after he cheated on me multiple times during our marriage. He is slightly taller than Doug by an inch or two, and definitely not intimidated by him. While they are both well-built men, Liam would win in a fair fight. I place emphasis on the word fair because my ex-husband likes to play dirty. He walks over dressed in his scrubs for his shift, his chestnut brown hair neatly combed back, and his intense green eyes not backing down. Back off, Doug. Don't talk to me like you know me. Doug attempts to intimidate him by taking a step forward. At this hospital, you're still just a small fry. That's enough. I release an aggravated sigh, raising myself to stand where my car door is ajar. Are you leaving or not? Doug glances at me. I'll see you later, baby. He brushes past Liam tauntingly. This fool had better watch his back. Liam moves closer to me, compassionately placing his hand on my left shoulder. Are you okay, Talia? I nod with a reassuring smile. I'm sorry you had to deal with that idiot right before your shift. He smiles charmingly. It's just another day at Hemis. Tell me about it. I glance at the hospital that has given me so many memories, both good and bad. What department are you in today? I'm in your neck of the woods. I'll be sure to check on Mrs. Spellman. Seeing as how you're here, she must have delivered. I am filled with excitement all over again. Yes, perfectly healthy babies. Troy and Tristan. His smile is still present on his face. That's great news. Well, I wouldn't expect anything less. You are the best at what you do for a reason. Thanks, Liam. I'll be sleeping in, but call me if I'm needed. I step on my tiptoes to wrap my arms around the top of his back. He reciprocates the embrace by placing his arms at my lower back. Get some rest. I will. I slowly pull away, sliding down into the driver's seat. Liam gently closes my door, then speaks through the closed window. Drive safely. I call my mom, asking her if she can watch Raven longer, in case I'm called into the hospital again. As usual, she doesn't mind carrying out her grand duties longer. My car ride home is filled with deep thoughts. Why the hell did I allow myself to get swept off my feet in the first place? Doug has always been the conceited, smooth talker that he is, but my naive 20-year-old self fell for his charm. We met during my residency at HIMSS, and after only a few short months of dating, he had me convinced that I was the only woman he wanted. We got married 6 months later, then Raven arrived shortly after. In hindsight, everything happened way too quickly. I blame myself. But it's also unfair because I didn't have much dating history before him. I was a young, inexperienced intern, and he succeeded in running his game on me. If I could do it all over again, I would for one reason and one reason only. Raven. She is the light of my life, and I am who I am because of her. She keeps me sane with her extraordinary wisdom for her age and the way she has taught me how to love unconditionally. That little girl is my world, and I would do anything for her.
Chapter 3, Liam. I look into the bassinet where the newborn twins are sleeping. Their arms search for each other as they are separated by a thin plastic barrier. I look over to the twins' father, who is slumped on the couch by the window, and their mom, who is getting well-needed rest. Bringing twins into the world close to 3 a.m. is exhausting, and something tells me they are going to need all the sleep they can get. Crazy, huh? A voice says behind me in a whisper. I turn around and I'm met with a short nurse with brown hair, fair skin, and glasses. She watches me expectantly. I clear my throat. Yeah, twins? She tosses her head back as she tries to silently laugh. No, silly. Crazy how fast things move in the maternity ward. Yep, pretty crazy. I turn my attention back to the twins, who are still squirming around in their bassinets. I'm Rebecca, but you can call me Becca. She reaches her gloved hand out. I take it, and our gloves make an awkward squeak as they clasp together. Liam, I dryly respond. Suddenly I notice I'm building this wall up. Being new here and all, who am I supposed to trust? Well, Becca chirps. I'll be around if you're looking for me. She turns on her heel, her ponytail just about whips my face. My nose twitches in anticipation. I turn back to the twins who are now fast asleep. I guess they drifted off sometime during that interaction. I slide a finger inside the bassinet and into the tiny palm of the baby. She begins to squeeze my finger tightly. I look at the names labeled on the bassinets. A baby girl named Tristan and her identical twin brother Troy. The corners of my mouth lift up, and I look at them with fascination. Time really does move fast in the maternity ward. I recall the small conversation I had with Talia. Her bright brown eyes and caramel skin are as glowing as I remember them to be, and her hugs still fill my chest with warmth. Doug, on the other hand, a prick to say the least, always has been. He would have definitely regretted making any kind of move on Talia. I'll just leave it at that. I flick my attention back to the medical chart for this new mother, and make my way to the room next door to meet with an expecting mother, ironically beside the room of the one who just gave birth to twins. I smile brightly. Everything looks like it's running smoothly, Mrs. Jones. Just press that button and page me if you need me. I tuck my clipboard under my arm as Mrs. Jones tries to fall asleep while she still can, and I walk to the door, disposing of my gloves on the way out. I can hear the twins fussing in the room next to this one, and see a nurse dive into the room to tend to them. Watching everyone running around is enough to make me a bit tired. Just a couple more hours and I'll be back home to get some sleep. I go and sit at the computers to look over some records of this new mother. She could be experiencing prodromal labor because she is only 32 weeks. This is making me a bit anxious. I run my fingers through my hair and sigh into my hands. I rub my eyes with my palms and stifle a yawn. I hear a light tap on my desk and I look up to find Becca pushing a coffee cup to me. It's the only way you'll survive here, she says with a laugh. I take the cup and bite back my tongue to avoid saying, it's the only way I'll ever be able to survive you. Instead, I give a slight nod and go back to reading the documents on my screen. My eyes strain with hopefully the look of concentration. I unlock the door to my apartment, and I twist the handle until I hear that notable click. I walk in, and I am immediately met with Penelope Garcia, my roommate of sorts, an orange tabby. She slips in between my legs and starts to discard her scent all over me. I bend down with a grimace, wiping all the cat hair off of me with a swipe of my hand. Work was fine. Thank you for asking, I say down to her button eyes. Oh, but you're never going to believe who I saw. I grab a can of cat food from my shelf. Talia. My hands mimic my head explosion, and I even add in the sound effects just to make sure Garcia truly understands the extent of this. I grab the cat food again and open it. The pungent smell of gourmet tuna turns and roils my stomach. I shake my head, suppressing a gag. I've worked with the goriest of gore in the hospital, but nothing compares to gourmet cat food. I don't know how you like this. I pinch the bridge of my nose and make my way to her food bowl. Garcia meows at me, likely to hurry me with her food, but I decide to continue making conversation anyway. Yeah, and, I pause. She looks really good. I nod to myself. Talia, I mean. Garcia meows again. No, actually, she's not with Doug anymore. He cheated on her like the prick that he is. But did I not tell you that was going to happen? An elongated meow. He was trying to ask for her back. Basically begging. He looked so pathetic you should have been there, Garcia. I laugh and bend down, patting her furry head. Garcia tries to jump to reach the food I'm still carrying, my nose having gone blind to the scent as I was whisked away in conversation. I dunk out the slimy contents into her bowl. I watch her eat, purring in delight. You're right, Garcia. I do miss her, and I would still do anything for Talia. God, I must sound insane.
Chapter 4. Talia. I can't remember the last time I felt this well-rested. My work phone didn't ring for the remainder of the day yesterday, allowing me to catch up on rest and get things done around the house. After getting dressed in my scrubs and blue Crocs, I peek my head into Raven's room. Are you all set, sweetie? She finishes tying her shoelaces on her own, then picks up her book bag. All set? I drop her off at her private school, unable to grasp that she will already be out of kindergarten in just a few months. It seems like I was just holding her infant self in my arms yesterday. I kneel down to give her a kiss. Have a good day, sweetie. You too, Mommy. I hope you deliver 300 babies. She smiles brightly. I giggle. That would be a crazy day. See you later, okay? Later, Mommy. I smile as her wrestling book bag bounces against her back while she runs up the stairs of Elian Academy. When I arrive at the hospital, I start making my rounds to all my patients. My last visit is to Mrs. Jones's room. She is a high-risk mother-to-be at only 32 weeks, so I want to give her as much attention as she requires. Stacy is already in the room with her, checking her blood pressure with a sphygmomanometer. It's a big improvement today, Mrs. Jones. She removes the cuff from her arm, rolls the machine to the corner of the room, then looks at me. She's all yours, Dr. Johnson. Thank you, Stacy. I watch her as she exits the room, then walks over to the hospital bed. How are we feeling this morning? She looks down at her belly as she rubs it. We are causing all kinds of problems as usual. I chuckle. Let's tell him to get it all out of his system now, so he will be Mommy's little angel once he arrives. Mrs. Jones looks up at me with a scoff. We can only pray. Yes, well, keep those prayers going, because we need all the help we can get. I reach over her to make her pillows more comfortable. How are your pain levels? It's about a 6. I feel like today will be a better day. Good. I smile warmly. Your blood pressure has gone down, so I'm pleased with that. Gestational hypertension is a big concern for us. I'll be hovering around. Press your call button if you need me. Thanks, Dr. Johnson. I circle the 4th floor one more time before making my way to my office. I collapse into my plush white office chair and swivel it towards my desk when my attention is drawn to a knock at my door. Doug stands in the doorway with an obnoxious smile on his face. I thought I might find you here. I roll my eyes, turning my chair to my left to gaze out the large window. The emergency room is on the 1st floor. How do you manage to get lost on the 4th floor? He lets himself in, sitting in one of the 2 black leather armchairs in front of my desk. My chance to speak with you got cut short yesterday. I hold my position, avoiding his gaze. As I told you in the parking lot, we have nothing to talk about. Talia, baby, please just give me another chance. I'll make up for the years of mistakes. I stand up abruptly, crashing my office chair into the bookshelf behind me. Without speaking, I walk out of my office, and he expectantly follows beside me. He does a brisk jog to keep up with my fast strides through the twisty corridors. When are you going to give me an answer, Talia? I'm walking you out of my ward. I stop at the large, circular front desk with my right side facing him. I finally turn to him after he stands beside me silently for half a minute. Goodbye, Dr. Greer. He sighs heavily, seeing himself to the elevator. I turn to my 4 nurses seated behind the curved desk. Dr. Greer is not allowed on this floor. Threatened to call security if he returns. The remainder of my morning breezes by. Then I find myself in my office again, looking through new patient files. There is a knock on the door, and my heart sinks, hoping it's not Doug again. Liam's bright face immediately lifts my mood. I was hoping to have lunch with you. I heard your stomach growling from the other side of the ward. I appreciate you for responding to my call of hunger. I rise from my chair on a mission. Let's go. Liam and I sit across from each other at the end of a long white table in the hospital's 7th floor employee cafeteria. We have the place mostly to ourselves, allowing us to discuss our private matters uninterrupted. Doug showed up at my office earlier. I take a bite of my tuna salad sandwich on sourdough bread. He sighs heavily. That man will stop at nothing, won't he? Raven gets her stubbornness from him. Liam raises his left eyebrow. Are you sure about that? I playfully punch his left shoulder with my right fist. He chuckles heartily for a few seconds, then becomes serious. You know, Doug always thought we had a thing. It must have been his own guilty conscience creating that narrative. I take a sip of my smoothie. Impossible. The man has no conscience. You make a valid point. He moves his empty tray to the side, leaning against the table as if he has a secret to reveal. But you know what wouldn't really get him to back off, and he'd actually believe it. Tell him that we ran off and eloped. I look up at him, stunned that he would come up with such a bold scheme. That's fraudulent. We can't do that, Liam. He nods with an expression that is hard to read. I can't exactly tell if he's disappointed or relieved.
Chapter 5, Liam. Admittedly, the elopement suggestion did kind of come out of left field. Maybe it was a Freudian slip and was never meant to leave my subconscious. Well, it's out there now. For all I know, she probably thinks I was joking. And to spare me the embarrassment, I will just continue letting myself believe that, no matter how much I want it to be true. At least, subconsciously. I continue with the rest of my shift with my mind flicking back to the conversation I had with Talia. My face grows hot, and I know my fair skin probably makes my cheeks look blotchy. I mean, to even suggest elopement was silly. We've caught up casually, and I was over here saying, oh, let's get married to Talia. I'm such an idiot. How can she ever... Someone's excited to see me, Becca says as she walks from down the hallway. My cheeks turn red this time for another reason. Just doing rounds, I mutter. Other nurses pass in between us, eyeing us like we're up to something. Like there's a new Doug in this hospital. Who can I even trust here? Becca swipes through the papers in my hand, scanning through patient information. Well, if you need any help with the patients, let me know. I always have extra time for you, Liam. She bats her exaggerated lashes. Spiders look like they're glued to her eyes. What was this for? She's just looking for any type of small interaction. I'm mid-eye roll when I see a familiar face walk by. Talia. I shove the papers back into Becca's hand and adjust my stethoscope as I make my way to Talia. She talks with the midwife, Stacy, who is very bubbly to say the least. Talia, can I talk to you about something? I clear my throat and shove my hands into my pockets. She rests a hand on Stacy's with a smile and turns to me, pushing some loose strands of hair from her face. How can I help? Look, about the elopement, that was a silly joke, I say, my voice growing deeper for some reason. She stares at me for a second and then shakes her head. Right, clearly. I chuckle, my face heat growing stronger as I look at hers expectantly. You've always been a funny guy. That's why I liked you so much. She pats my arm and she turns away, starting towards Stacy again. As I stare after her, I can't help but wonder, what kind of like? I hitch my breath in my chest to ask what she means, but this isn't the time or place. I work in a hospital, for God's sake. I need to get it together. Now where did Becca go with my paperwork that I absent-mindedly shoved to her? Asterisk. I yawn as I near my house. I can hear my bed calling my name with the hum of Netflix in the background, and Garcia meowing up a storm. But then I actually hear something. Janet. I instantly shudder. She's wearing her prissy pantsuit and leans against her car as she is on the phone with someone. She looks at me as I drive into the parking area and dismisses her conversation. Her platinum blonde bob haircut gives me PTSD, and I park into a spot away from her car. She runs up and taps on the window with her acrylic nails menacingly. She takes a step back as I open the door, her stilettos thudding on the pavement. I close the door and she walks up to me, giving me a huge hug. In another life, I used to enjoy her greetings when I got home. "You're looking as handsome as ever." She releases the hug after a squeeze and pushes some hair behind her ear. "You're here." Yes. A smile forms on her lips. "Why?" Her smile fades. Her eyes search the floor and flick back up to me. "Look, I've been a mess without you." She pauses, and I stare at her with a placid expression. She gulps. "My biggest regret was losing you, and I was so stupid to throw what we had away." I laugh humorlessly. "No, I'm grateful you threw it away. I now know that relationships don't work the way ours did. All the hiding, secrets. Look, I was so stupid." Another chuckle escapes me, and I fold my arms across my chest. "I'm willing to do anything for you. I would do anything for another chance. I will be the perfect wife you want me to be." She sounds desperate. "I don't want... I have made mistakes, but I am much better. The only thing that never changed was my love for you." I scoff and toss my head back. Her humor changed, too. She's so silly all of a sudden. "I want you back. You are my everything. I am so broken without you. If I could get on my knees to plead with you, I would." Now that would be a funny picture. "Janet, I'm sorry you're feeling this way. I moved on, though, from all that pain and aching in my heart. I deserve so much better." For a split second, Talia crosses my mind. As I've said, I've moved on. I peer down at my hand. I'm engaged. Janet's face drops. Her lips part to say something, and she smiles tightly instead. She clasps her hands together and sighs deeply. "I'm happy for you, but she doesn't deserve you." My face reddens. My jaw clenches and an instant headache onsets. "You are in no position to tell me what I deserve, Janet." I walk away and lock my car with the key. "You need me," she calls behind me. I continue to walk towards the elevator. "You know you need me. I know you have missed me too." She shouts now, grabbing the attention of innocent bystanders. "I'm done with you, Janet!" I point and shout, my throat straining. "I'm going to win you back," she says, choking tears back. Her stilettos thud on the ground as she walks back to her car, and I stand in the elevator in silence. I might have to have another conversation about our engagement joke, and soon.
Did you see this? Jacob Stone, billionaire Playboy, scores again.
Your grandfather's condition is declining rapidly. You need to make a decision. Will you do the experimental treatment?
How am I going to pay for it?
No money, no treatment.
It's time to settle down. Show the board that you can offer stability. Show them who you really are.
Hi, I'm Jacob Stone.
I know who you are. CEO of Stone Hospital Group.
I need you to fake marry me. I'll pay for your grandfather's treatment.
Fine, I'll do it. I'll marry you.
Please spare me the romantic nonsense. We both know why you're really here. Gold digger.
It was fake at first, but then I fell in love with you. But to save you now, am I going to have to break your heart?
You're going to have a lot more problems than just your grandfather's health.
I thought I loved Jacob Stone, but before I marry him, I'm gonna have to destroy him. Chapter 6. Talia. I enter the kitchen the next morning to see that Raven has already fed Maya. She lovingly pets Maya while watching her eat from her bowl. Make sure you eat all your food so you can live a long life. This child never ceases to amaze me. No one would ever guess that she is only 6 years old by the way she acts. I smile at her admiringly. You sound like her mom when you talk like that. Her plump cheeks rise higher as she looks at me. I can't be her mom because we're the same age. That's right. I remove her lunch I prepared last night from the fridge. Your next dance recital is in a few days. Are you excited? She walks over to me with decreased enthusiasm. But I want to do wrestling. I chuckle as I gather some fruits for the workday ahead of me. Sweetie, 6-year-olds, don't practice wrestling. That can be something you look forward to when you get bigger. She pouts as she puts on her book bag. Why not? If I'm old enough to dance, I should be old enough to wrestle. There is no debating this girl. She is just too smart for her own good. I kneel down in front of her, tucking her white uniform shirt into her gray pleated skirt. I know it's unfair, right? Just bear with it for now, sweetie. It will get better. I promise. Okay. She takes her lunchbox when I hand it to her, then turns to wave at Maya. Be good while we're gone, Maya. We'll see you later. After dropping Raven off at school, I arrive at my office, preparing to visit all my patients when Stacy runs into my office with her charts in her hands. Which patient is it, Stacy? She catches her breath before responding. Mrs. Jones has high levels of protein in her urine, and her blood pressure is off the charts again. It's preeclampsia. I immediately head for the door. We have to induce her. We continue to keep a watchful eye on her throughout the day, knowing that she could possibly go into labor today. It's more likely to be a day or two since she is less than 37 weeks pregnant. I am heading back to my office when I hear some commotion coming from the reception area. I curiously turn down the corridor, immediately recognizing Doug in the distance. He raises his voice at the nurse at the front desk. I'm one of the best doctors in this hospital. Who are you to tell me where I can and cannot go? Damn. He truly is relentless. And I'm getting beyond frustrated with his bullcrap. His hazel eyes shift to me as I enter into his view from his left. Your nurses have some nerve, Dr. Johnson. I nonchalantly place my hands in the pockets of my scrubs. They are only doing what I've asked them to do. He steps forward to me, his height hovering over me as a provocation. You can keep avoiding me as much as you want, but we both know I'm not going anywhere. The unfortunate truth, but it's something a restraining order could change. Doug lowers his voice to nearly a whisper. You wouldn't. It would affect Raven. I won't let you use her as leverage. Leave while I'm still being polite. I turn my back to him, walking away without looking back. I lean against the closed door of my office, exhausted from my interaction with Doug. He still needs to be in Raven's life, and I would never deprive her of that. If only there was a way to get him to leave me alone. The conversation Liam and I had at lunch yesterday enters my mind as I slouch in my office chair. Could that really be an effective strategy? A part of me feels like Doug would still pursue me regardless of my marital status, but it would damage his pride. Doing that might actually keep him away. Today is Liam's off day. I pick up my phone and give him a call. I'm eating a peanut butter sandwich. His tone of voice hints at a smile on his face. I swivel my chair from side to side. You know, normal people answer the phone with a greeting. Have you ever considered me as normal? I chuckle slightly. Point taken. My pause creates an awkward silence. After all, it's an unusual topic to bring up. He aids me through my struggle. Is everything all right? Yeah, everything is fine. I had to induce Mrs. Jones because of her preeclampsia. He sighs. I figured that was coming. There is another break of silence. So, his voice expresses his curiosity. You called me to tell me about Mrs. Jones? Not exactly. Doug showed his face here again, and it really has me thinking about what you suggested yesterday at lunch, despite it being a joke. He pauses briefly. It appears you're not the only one with a persistent ex. I gasp. No way. Janet actually had the nerve to approach you? Yep. She was parked in front of my apartment after my shift yesterday. His voice becomes muffled. No, I'm on the phone. Yes, it's Talia. What? I raise my eyebrow. Do you have company over? His voice becomes normal again. No, that was Garcia. Okay then, I giggle at his eccentricity. Tell Garcia I said hello. His voice becomes inaudible before he returns with, She said hello. He clears his throat, indicating that the mood is shifting. Back to our topic of discussion. This plan would also help me out by getting Janet off my case. Is it something you're interested in trying? I bite my lip before replying. Yes, I think we should try it. Me too. Are you free for dinner tonight? Sure. I fiddle with the pen on my desk. I can drop Raven by my mom's. Great. Meet me at Onyx at 7. Chapter 7. Talia. Rosalind arrives to watch Raven at 6:30, but she has more on her mind than babysitting. She moves some of the pillows from the couch, clearing a space. Have a seat, Talia. What's this about, Mom? I sit down on the couch, slightly aggravated by this impromptu chat. She hugs one of the cream pillows against her chest as she sits across in the navy armchair, expressing excitement through her voice. You haven't been out on a weeknight in a while. Are you finally dating? I roll my eyes with an exasperated sigh. Mom, that's ridiculous. You know I have no interest in dating. So where are you going tonight then? She leans forward with anticipation. It's just a business dinner. Stop getting carried away. She disappointingly sinks into the chair. You know, people can change, Talia. Why not give Doug another chance? Seriously? I abruptly stand as I hold her gaze. I didn't come here tonight for a lecture. Rosalind also stands, as if to calm me down. My intention is not to lecture you. I just want to give you another perspective. I scoff at the irony of her statement. You have always been biased towards Doug. The man could kill someone, and you would still take his side. Where was that same empathy with my father? She exhales sharply, despising when I bring him up. You can't compare Doug to Samuel. Doug takes care of his child. I take a step forward, raising my tone as the debate becomes more heated. That's because you never let him come around. I became a tool in your revenge against him, and I will never forgive you for that. Raven enters the living room, clenching Roman to her chest while looking at me with concern. I force a smile, taking a deep breath before asking, What is it, sweetie? Her hazel eyes watch me, then drift over to her grandma. Are you fighting over Daddy again? I walk around the coffee table, kneeling in front of her. You know how I always say you should tell me if you disagree with something? That's just what I'm doing with Gran. She kneads through Roman's long hair as she holds my gaze. But you yelled at Gran. You're right, I did. My hands cup her face as I give her a kiss. I'm sorry. I rise to my feet, turning my attention to Rosalind. I have to go. I'll be back in a few hours. I arrive at the Onyx restaurant just a few minutes after 7 o'clock. As I walk up to the maitre d', I direct her attention to Liam waving me down at a table in the back. She escorts me over, pulls back my chair, then says the waiter will be with us shortly. I admire all the exquisite light fixtures and the massive waterfall floating down the wall behind him. I can't remember the last time I ate at a fancy restaurant like this. Liam takes a gulp from his water glass. I had to choose a nice place in case we are seen together. We both know how small of a city Asheville is. You are indeed the master with the plan. I take several sips of my water. So, what are the rules? His intense green eyes become fixed on me. We will pretend that we have eloped under the supervision of the magistrate. It will be important. There is a brief interruption when the waiter comes over to take our order. Liam orders for me without asking me a single question, throwing me off guard. Why am I so touched that he ordered my food? I mean, he has known me for well over a decade. Liam continues once the waiter leaves the table. It will be important for us to play the part well. When we're in public, we'll need to be believable as a couple, holding hands, kissing, and other public displays of affection. I nod in agreement. That shouldn't be too hard. We've known each other for so long, so it's not like we're uncomfortable with each other. Precisely. His Adam's apple enlarges as he takes a large gulp of water. The waiter first arrives with champagne, serving it in the custom that five-star restaurants do before giving us our privacy again. Liam raises his glass, and I mimic his action. To the biggest con in Hemis's history. His comment causes me to nearly spill my champagne due to my laughter. What? He smiles cunningly. We are con artists, aren't we? I slowly recover from my laughter spell. You make the whole thing sound so criminal. I just look at it as another adventure in the book of our friendship. I playfully scoff. Just shut up and cheers with me already. I attempt to clink my glass with his when he pulls his back. Whoa. It's bad luck to clink glasses without paying tribute to something first. You just made that crap up. I clear my throat. Okay, fine. To getting rid of our exes once and for all. Now that's something I can drink too. The clatter of the crystal glasses echoes before we place them to our lips, validating the terms of our agreement. He looks at me after setting down his champagne glass. Do you think Raven can keep a secret? Oh, absolutely. That child is smarter than both of us combined. I glance at a female violinist as she begins to play a romantic piece across the room. I'm not sure if it is fitting or putting us in an uncomfortable place, especially as a thought comes to my mind. She's going to have to keep it because I think you should move into my house. His eyes bolt open, stunned by my proposition. You will have your own room, and Garcia will be welcome because Maya likes cats. I explain. This would be the best way to fully trick our enemies. Once they have both moved on, we can just carry on as roommates. If you want. Liam nods his head slowly, processing all the details. Let's do it. Chapter 8. Talia. I grab my keys and phone off the table and head for the door. I can't wait to head to bed and sleep off this weird dinner conversation. I don't know how I let Liam talk me into this, but as much as I hate lying, it's a good plan to benefit us both. As I round the corner, my house comes into view. I pull into the driveway and kill the engine. I slowly find my way up the steps and into the back door. I know that Raven is already sound asleep in her bed, but I quietly sneak up the stairs into her room and kiss her on the forehead. My mom is downstairs, and she looks exhausted. Thanks so much, Mom. Sorry, it's late. The dinner took longer than I thought it was going to. I appreciate you getting her in bed, I said, going in for a side hug. No problem at all. Raven was an angel, she said, smiling back at me. But I better get home. You know how my night driving is. Oh, yes, you better get going. Thanks again. I walk her to the door and watch her climb into the car. I keep thinking about how much I appreciate her. Being a single mother and supporting us both takes a toll on me, but it is nice to have her to rely on when I need her. It makes me feel less guilty for being gone so much. I close the door and walk to my bedroom. I get into my pajamas and climb into my warm bed for the night. Asterisk. I don't even remember falling asleep. I was so tired I must have instantly crashed as soon as my head hit the pillow. I jump out of bed and walk down the hall to Raven's room. "Hello, gorgeous," I say as soon as I see her head lift off her pillow. "Hi, Mommy," she says, excited to see me. Her adorable personality always makes my day. As soon as I see her, I remember why I fight so hard for us daily. I will continue doing everything I can to give her the life she deserves. "I have a surprise for you, Raven," I say as she climbs out of her princess bed. "Yay! What is it, Mommy?" "We're going to have an ice cream date later this afternoon." "Yay!" She grabs my hand as we walk down the hall to the kitchen. I pick her up, sit her in her chair at the table, and walk over to the fridge. I poke my head inside, trying to decide what we can have for breakfast. I see some cut-up strawberries and bananas from our dessert the other night. Perfect. Smoothies for breakfast? I get the blender from the top cabinet, and Raven begins to cheer. I love this little girl's enthusiasm. I hope she has the same amount when I have my conversation with her over the ice cream later. I know she likes Liam well enough to be okay with us having him here as a roommate. I'm unsure how she will feel about the lie we have to tell her father. Liam and I talked about keeping it from her, but we both knew the right thing to do. If we didn't tell her, and she thought the marriage was real, she would see a relationship not functioning correctly. She would see two people supposed to be married and in love. Living in two separate rooms, not being partners, wasn't going to show her how a proper and loving relationship should function. I didn't want her to grow up with that perspective. She is so fragile at her age that she needs to know the truth. The blender roars to life after I let her help me put the lid on and press the button. She is in that stage where she wants to be consistently helpful. Everything is so new and exciting at her age. After we finish the smoothies, she keeps asking, "Mommy?" "Yes, Raven?" I keep answering. "Is it ice cream time yet?" After at least the 10th time of her asking, I figure we might as well go. I don't have anything better to do, and she isn't going to give up. "Yes, let's get dressed. We could put on some pretty dresses, and I could do your hair." "Yay," she yelled. "Can we do makeup too?" "Of course, baby girl." I grab her, and we walk to her closet. I look through her dresses before I decide to let her pick. I read somewhere that the very start of them learning how to make their own decisions, or being confident enough to do so, starts with letting them pick their outfits. I step back and put out a hand, gesturing that she could go ahead and pick one. Her sweet little face lights up. I sit there, staring at her, watching her brilliant little mind shuffle through all her choices. "This one," she yells, holding on to the corner of it. I reach up and pull it off the hanger, handing it to her. We slide it over her head and smooth out the sparkles. I grab her little hand and walk her to the mirror. I spin her around, letting her bask in her image for a moment. I want her to have a vision of her I never had of myself. I hope each little extra thing like this I do will teach her to love herself, the way I have spent every day of my adult life learning to love myself. She grabs my hand as we walk down the hallway to my bathroom. She opens the drawer and holds her brush. I taught her to start at the bottom and work up. I watch her in the mirror. She constantly studies it hard to ensure she's doing it the right way. I get dressed and help her finish up her hair. We do our makeup and head to the door. While driving, she points out all the colors she sees, a game we always play in the car to teach her to watch her surroundings. We arrive at the ice cream parlor and go inside. Raven finds her favorite bubblegum flavor. We ask for 2 scoops and 2 spoons. As we found our spot to sit, my heart began to race. This conversation makes me nervous. Will she understand? Okay, honey. I brought you here on this ice cream date because there is something Mommy needs to talk to you about. I begin. Okay. She smiles up at me. She has already smeared the bright pink ice cream all over her face. So, you know Mommy's friend Liam, right? She nods at me. Well, he's going to move in with us for a while, like a long sleepover. Won't that be fun? Yay! Sleepover? Can we have tea parties with him too? She asks, telling me the conversation is going well so far. Of course we can, but there's one more thing. You know how Daddy still loves Mommy, right? Yeah? Well, Mommy needed to figure out a way to tell Daddy that it is time for him to find someone else to love. So Liam is going to help Mommy do that. We are going to pretend that we are married, so that Daddy will think that I'm not available anymore. Does that make sense? I guess, she says, still eating her ice cream. I love you, honey, and I know this might be a little confusing for you. So if you ever have any questions, don't be afraid to ask us, okay? I grab her and kiss her forehead. She hands me my spoon full of ice cream, and I take a bite. For a brief moment, my mind wanders. What if the marriage could be real? No way. I can't ruin a friendship like that. Love isn't in the cards for me. I have Raven, and that is more than enough for me. Chapter 9. Talia. My heart is pounding as Liam and I stand in front of the whole team, ready to announce our news. My legs feel numb standing there as I'm awkwardly thinking of how to begin the announcement when Liam grabs my hand. We eloped, he yells as he throws our hands into the air. Amid all the excitement, I can't help but notice his hand in mine feels like it's supposed to be there, like our hands are built of the same mold. When I come back out of my brain and into the current setting, I see the pure shock on everyone's faces. I study everyone thinking, thank you, Liam, for taking control of the situation. I was lost, and he saved me. I love that about him. He can always tell when I'm stumped or need help and jumps in head first for me. Everyone takes turns walking up to us, letting us know how happy they are for us, but a few seem a little less happy than what they are leading on to be. We get a few people saying, "That's so unexpected." But for the most part, it's going as well as we hoped. Suddenly, they all band together and start throwing around party ideas for us. Crap, we haven't discussed that. I didn't even think about it. I look over at Liam, and he shakes his head no. Perfect. We're on the same page. No, really. We don't want a party. We wanted a small ceremony. Nothing anyone would make a big deal out of. We can't let anyone do that. Thank you, though. All of you. You're too kind, I say, hoping they don't argue. Yes, thank you. We appreciate the gesture, but we have already celebrated. Liam chimes in to help. Surprisingly, everyone agrees. Asterisk. News of our elopement spreads fast, and I make it through the day saying thank you and accepting congratulations from everyone I pass in the halls. I can't wait to get out of here for the day. Liam and I had decided to go out to a club tonight for some actual couple practice. We thought getting our relationship out there as much as possible would help our story be believable. Finally, I see my last patient of the day and begin walking out to the car when I spot Liam waiting for me. Hi, I was hoping you were finished. You weren't waiting here for me long, were you? I ask. No, not at all. Besides, you're worth the wait, even if I had been. Liam winks and opens the door for me. Always such a gentleman. Thank you, I say, climbing in. I watch him walk around the front of the car and slide into the driver's seat next to me. His actions are so smooth that he doesn't even have to try. I don't know about you, but I packed my clothes with me today, so I don't need to go home. But if you do, we can swing by. I smile at him as he starts the engine. I had the same idea. My clothes are in that bag in the back. Well, perfect. Let's just change when we get there then. He races out of the parking lots towards the club downtown. He pulls the car into a parking garage a few blocks from the club. I thought it might be weird to take our bags and change in the club. Are you okay with just changing here? I'll keep watch for you. He smiles. That's fine with me, I say back, grabbing my bag from the back seat. Perfect. Well, if you could please hand me my bag, I'll step out and slip my jeans on right here by the door, and you can have the privacy of the car. I hand him his bag and he steps out, closing his door behind him. Changing in this cramped car isn't going to be easy, but I have definitely changed in a car before, so I know it's possible. And I climb into the back seat and place my bag on the passenger seat. I'm getting too old for this. When I get the dress slipped on and my shoes buckled, I climb into the driver's seat and open the door. Liam grabs my hand and helps me out. Need me to zip you? Liam asks, spinning me around. Thank you, I say in response. I can feel his breath on the side of my neck. Is he going to kiss it? I wish he would, I think to myself as he spins me back around to face him. There you go, he says and grabs my hand. He pulls me to follow him towards the street. We walk for what seems like miles in my poor choice of shoes for the evening when I finally spot the neon lights. He walks us up to the bouncer out front, and we walk past the velvet rope. As soon as my eyes adjust to the darkness inside, the room comes to life. It's filled with girls in much shorter dresses than the one I wore, and men that are trying for a chance to see up those dresses. We find a clear table to sit at, and he flags down a waitress to order us a couple of drinks. Neither of us is the type of person that comes to places like this, so we know that alcohol will need to be our third wheel to make the most out of tonight. When she finally brings us our drinks, I finish mine in one gulp. As I set my glass down, Liam's smile greets me. That was adorable, he says. Oh, was it? My anxiety is adorable? I laugh, looking down at my empty glass. Well, I was talking about how you just turned that large drink into a shot. But sure, your anxiety is adorable too. I sit there, staring at my glass for way too long, waiting for him to make a move. Why would he, though? We are here for appearances, not because he asked you out. Suddenly he reaches out and grabs my hand. Just the feeling of his warm skin against mine makes me long for more. His thumb is making little circles along the top of my hand for a few moments before I decide I need to make an excuse to leave and compose myself for a bit. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back, I say as I stand up and abruptly leave the table, not waiting for a response. I stand in front of the bathroom mirror, trying to compose myself. Liam's not here with you. And this isn't real. Snap out of it before you get hurt. I decide to head back out when I feel a little bit calmer. As I arrive at our table, I see a beautiful woman draped over Liam's shoulders, inches from his face. Hello, I say as I sit down. She is way too cozy with him. How long was I in the bathroom? This is my wife, Talia, he says to the woman hanging off him. I can't help but notice how nice those words sound coming out of his mouth. He continues, Talia, this is Janet. Oh, hi, Janet, I say, trying to be as lovely as I can for him. I can't help but feel something as I watch her hang on him. Am I jealous? No, I can't be. I brush the thought out of my mind. She continues trying to hang on him and get even closer to his face until he finally stops her. Janet, my wife and I are on a date. How about you go back to your table, okay? She glares at me for a few moments before shrugging and walking off. He starts to apologize for her actions, but I lose myself in the other women around the room. I somehow didn't notice until now that every single woman kept their eyes on Liam. They constantly dart back to him, even if their glances wander for a few moments. My eyes eventually find their way back to Liam's, And as soon as they meet, it's like I'm seeing him through a new set. He is such an irresistible man. How have I not truly seen him until now? Why had I only realized it when I saw how many other women noticed him in a room? I can't think like this. And he is here for one thing. We are pretending, that's it. We will never be anything more than a lie. Or will we?
Chapter 10. Liam. Thank you, Raven, I say as I ruffle her chestnut hair. She lifts the small box I handed to her earlier and drops it on the glass coffee table. Luckily, that box was filled with Garcia's maintenance products. Raven swings around and strikes a pose, flexing her muscles. I can do this all day. I chuckle and watch her as she makes her way over to Garcia, slowly unzipping her pet carrier and softly beckoning her out. Well, luckily, you still had a lot of stuff in boxes from this recent move, Talia says, as she slices open a box labeled books. Yeah, it's like this was meant to happen. I can feel Talia's eyes as she looks up from the box and at me. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but this is a dream come true. Something I've been thinking about since high school. I try to look busy by shuffling through a box filled with t-shirts. Talia goes back to rummaging through my books and lets out a sudden gasp. You still have this book? I can hear the smile in her voice. I turn around and see my very damaged copy of Goodnight Moon, a book from my childhood I read every night until an embarrassingly late age. Back in high school, I had admitted this to Talia, only to be met with her stifled laughs. I did it out of routine. You know, I'm not good with change. I cover my face that is heating up. I feel the warmth expanding to my ears. Do you still read it? She giggles. No, I stopped that night, I say, knowing she understands what I mean. It's still one of my favorites, though. Well, prepare to read it again tonight! Raven squeals in delight. I want Liam to tuck me into bed tonight and read me the book! We watch Raven as she zooms into her room and slams the door behind her, only for her to emerge seconds later in a set of matching pajamas with race cars printed all over them. I look at Talia, and she gives me a nod of approval. She holds out the book and smiles at me. Her brightened face warms my heart. My stomach suddenly flutters. I can get used to this. Following the little girl up to her room, I let that warmth spread through me, and as she climbs onto the mattress, I can't stop grinning. Raven slides over in her race car bed, and I take a seat at the very end of it. No! Come with me, she insists, patting the empty space next to her. The corners of my lips hitch up, and I slide into the spot next to her. Raven rests her head on my chest and sighs. I take the book and start reading to her, using my softest voice that might provoke her into a sleep. Don't worry, I will stay awake for the whole book, she says as she literally reads my mind. I chuckle and read my childhood classic to her, watching the way that my words lull her into a dream state in a matter of minutes. At the end of the story, Raven is sound asleep. I slowly and carefully scoot out of her bed and lock eyes with Talia, who is watching by the door. I smile at her, and she reveals the beer in her hand she was holding behind her back. I stand and stride happily to the living room. So, if you hate change so much, why would you take up this opportunity so quickly? Talia asks as she curls up on the couch facing me. In reality, I have planned for this day since I've met her. It was instant familiarity. In that second I met her, I knew she was going to be a part of my life. I knew it was going to be her. Instead, I settle with, maybe I'm much better at change than I thought. I take a sip of beer. I couldn't pass up coming here. She nods with a smile. A strand of brunette hair pokes around from behind her ear. Thank you for everything. I know it can be weird going along with this odd plan, I say. Well, it's just a deal. It benefits the both of us anyway. She takes a swig of her drink. My stomach knots. My chest feels suddenly heavy. Yeah, it's just a plan, I agree half-heartedly. That was the plan after all, this whole time. What was I expecting? She giggles in response, though it doesn't give me butterflies like normal, and I give her my best smile. I have to go to bed now. I have an early shift. I stand up with her, my legs straining from all the moving today. I down the last of my beer and place it in the trash can. Good night, Talia. I walk to my room, suddenly unable to meet her eyes anymore. This really felt like a great opportunity for us. But once again, I was blind to the fate that binds Talia and I together. Friends, and only friends. Asterisk. I shut my car door and stare into the sky. 6 a.m. is an early shift, but the beautiful, color-streaked sky is a benefit of being awake at this hour. I lock my car and head to the entrance when I see Doug bounding to my left. I know you've been dating Talia this whole time. He booms, shoving a finger into my chest. In fact, that hussy probably let our relationships overlap. He pushes me with his finger. Anger bubbles up in my chest, my tongue ready to spew insults and profanities right at his smug face. I clench my jaw and my brows knit together. They didn't overlap. Maybe once she realized what a douchebag you are, she wanted a real man. I growl into his face as I stare down at it. He backs up a bit, and a vein pops from his forehead. I look down at his fist as it curls at his side, his chest puffing up. Ah, I say, looks like someone skipped chest day. He leans back and draws his arm back, lunging straight for my face. I grab his wrist just in time. He tries to fight through my grasp but fails. I swing his arm and twist it into his back. Watch yourself, I rasp into his ear. That's the woman I love you're talking about. I push him forward and he tumbles on his feet. His dignity falls to the floor. That's right. Walk away and get your crap together. He flips me off as he walks back inside, massaging his arm.
Chapter 11. Talia. Thinking about tonight is giving me butterflies. I can't wait for this party with him. It is the first doctor gathering since we announced our elopement, and it's so exciting. It'll be the perfect place to show off as a couple and show who are our friends and who aren't. The ones who are happy for us and the ones just pretending. My mother had come over earlier today to pick up Raven and give me some extra primp time. I bought a red satin dress a few months back to treat myself, and tonight is the first time I will be able to wear it. Getting primped isn't something I often focus on, so I spent way longer than necessary on my hair and makeup. I was standing in front of my bathroom mirror, practicing some responses to the questions we might receive tonight when the doorbell rang, interrupting me. Damn, who could that be? I throw on my fluffy pink robe and ran downstairs to the front door. I look out the peephole to see who it is. Liam. What is he doing ringing the doorbell? I pull the door open for him quickly, wondering if he forgot his key. As it swings open, my heart flutters. He stands in his newly steamed tux, looking like the most attractive man I have ever seen. I feel my palms get sweaty, and all the words escape my brain. I have never wanted to break the rules so badly as I did at the sight of him, but I know I can't. Hi, Talia. I love your dress. He laughs, looking down at my pink robe. My getting ready process was rudely interrupted. What are you doing out here like this? I laugh back. I thought it would be more romantic this way. It would seem like I was picking you up for a date. Is that weird? No, not at all. I let him walk inside behind me. I'm going to run upstairs and finish getting dressed. I'll be down in a minute. I rush up the stairs thinking to myself, no, it isn't weird. It's the most romantic thing ever. I enter my closet and grab the red dress from the door. I slide it on. The material felt like silk on my skin. I slip the silver high heels on to match and make my way back downstairs. He looks up at me as I walk down the stairs towards him. I watch his eyes shoot up and down, trailing the long flow of the dress down to my feet. His gaze gives me butterflies as I walked up to him. Would you mind zipping me up? I couldn't quite reach it. I say as I turn my back toward him. I can feel his hands shake as he grabs the zipper and leads it from the top of my butt to between my shoulder blades. He rests his hands on my hips, glancing down at how the dress nicely hugs them. I turn my head around and look at him. He catches my glance and quickly removes his hands. He quickly walks around me to the door. "Are you ready to go?" he asks. "Yes, let's go," I say, grabbing the shawl that hangs by the door on my way out. It felt like the longest car ride I've ever taken. As I stare out my passenger side window, I think, is he as nervous as I am? Neither of us said a word until he pulls into the parking lot. "I'm sorry for the silence. I'm just a little nervous," Liam finally says before we get out of the car. No need to apologize. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I reach over and grab his hand. But we are here for each other. We've got this. He nods at me, and we start walking to the front door. As soon as the hospital doors slide open, it's like all time stops. Everyone hears the doors open and watches us walk in, all at the same time. I grab Liam's hand and pull him with me to the center of the room, trying to get out of the spotlight. I can feel all eyes on us as we walk back to the beverages table. I grab a drink, wishing it was laced with alcohol, and hand him one of the same. He immediately starts gulping. "Are you going to bid on anything?" I ask as we walk around the silent auction tables. I love the idea of fundraisers and all they do for the kids. I just usually don't bid. I pick a donation number and drop it off at the end. I want to support them, but I don't like to bid on things that don't interest me. But maybe he wants to. No, I usually drop off my donation at the end. I love to help, but I don't need to get anything out of it to do that, you know? That probably makes no sense, but he shrugs. No way. He feels the same way about fundraisers as I do? That makes perfect sense. I'm the same way. I always carry a check and drop it off at the end. He smiles at me as he reaches out his hand and grabs mine. I walk behind him to the dance floor. The room still watches us as he puts his hands around my waist and pulls me into him. I haven't danced in so long. I don't even know if I still can. I laugh. "Follow my lead. It'll be okay. I won't let you fall." He smiles. We spin around and around, talking and laughing in each other's arms. The dance lasts so long, I'm unsure how many songs it is, or if they have even been slow songs. All the time stood still the second Liam's hands touched my waist. Everyone in the room fades away when he looks into my eyes. I stare into his beautiful eyes as he leans in. When our lips touch, it's like fireworks went off in the hospital. His kiss is like nothing I have ever felt before. And yet, as soon as we break away, he sweeps me back into a dance. Am I reading too much into our kiss when he isn't even reacting to it? My whole body tingles, and I can't help but wonder what is wrong with me.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Talia can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylerWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 12. Liam. The song finishes and I pick Talia up from the dip. My hand guides her waist back up, feeling the warmth of her skin through her figure-fitting satin dress. The red looks absolutely dazzling on her, and for a split second, I feel like the luckiest man alive. I feel so proud that I landed such a gorgeous woman with the warmest heart. Except I didn't, and this is just a facade. But for tonight, she is mine. All her peers, all the nurses, and Doctor and Doug will see that she is all mine, and I will revel in this moment and appreciate it, being mindful of how lucky I am to be here with her right now. I stare into her eyes like pools of honey, reflecting the light from the glamorous chandelier that hangs over us. She stands straight again, and the corners of her mouth turn up. "Why are you looking at me like that?" She snorts. "Like what?" I ask, pretending to be oblivious. I know how I am looking at her, and never have I felt this way about someone in my life. I've never seen someone so beautiful. Of course, I am going to stare at her differently. I hope my answer masks its yearning, longing, and hunger for her. "Like what you're doing right now?" She tosses her head back and beams her beautiful, bright smile. My fingers hover over my lips as I try to cover my smile. Talia takes my hand and pulls it down, keeping it between hers. She tiptoes on her feet and gives me a sweet, light kiss. Again, the feeling of her lips send electricity through my body. But it's just a preview, I presume. A trailer for what amazing lovers we would be, perhaps. Oh, but who am I kidding? This is so clearly one-sided. I have to remind myself she's just doing this to get back at Doug. He watches us menacingly from the punch bowl, ignoring all the nurses for the first time in his career. Keeping her delicate hand in mine, I lead us off of the dance floor and to our table where we go to rest for a while from dancing. More for her than for me. I can't imagine that those heels would be comfortable after a few songs. She takes a seat next to mine, and I tilt my head at her. A grin plays on my lips, and I slowly beckon her to me with my finger. Immediately, she understands what I'm hinting at. "What?" She cups her hands over her mouth. "I'm not sitting on your lap here." Now it's my turn to toss my head back in laughter. "Come on." She rolls her eyes and shakes her head with the most beautiful smile on her face. She slowly stands and walks over to me, checking her surroundings before she lowers herself onto my lap. "I'm probably so uncomfortable," she says. "I probably feel bony or heavy. Maybe I should just..." I grab her waist and pull her into me, sliding her across my lap so the small of her back is pressed against my chest. My stomach pangs with desire. My chest grows heavy with excitement, and as she leans her head into my shoulder, closing her eyes, I close mine too, letting the intimate touch of her body fill the vacant spot she reserves in my heart. I don't care if people are looking. I don't care if her intention was to draw attention. I'm doing this for myself, because even if this moment is fleeting, I would like to at least have one moment I can recall that plumps my heart up with genuine love. I want more. I'm greedy for her love, for her touch. I want to tangle my hands in her hair. I want to feel the texture of her bare skin. I want her all for myself. But I settle for a quick kiss to her temple. This has been the best, yet worst evening of my life. I can't take this one-sided angst anymore. A sudden phone ring startles us back into reality. Talia flicks her eyes to me and clears her throat. She slides off my lap hurriedly and stands. "Sorry, gotta take this." She begins to walk away and then abruptly turns to look at me. "Thanks for the seat." She slaps her forehead. "The act," I say. My smile stiffens. She nods her head and some emotion flashes by her eyes too quickly for me to catch and read. She walks off and onto the balcony outside. I suddenly feel so cold. After a couple minutes, Talia returns. She shuffles on her heels and hesitates to sit on the seat next to her, but chooses to do so. "It was Stacy. Mrs. Jones and her baby boy are both stable and well. I clasp my hands together and shake them over my head. That is great news. Talia smiles and exhales a long breath. It's amazing. We sit in silence. The tension shift is palpable enough to cut with a scalpel. Well, if it isn't the most attractive couple I know, Dr. Osmond from cardiology says with a beam. His arm is wrapped around his wife, and she tilts her head into his shoulder. Dr. Osmond, great to see you. I stand and shake his hand, silently thanking him with my eyes for the relief. Lovely to see you, Talia greets the couple. And just like that, we're back to filling our roles, wearing the masks we never get to take off. Asterisk. In Talia's home that belongs to the both of us tonight, we stand around her kitchen. Relaxing with a beer, I lean against the island facing Talia. So we're a good-looking couple, I say with a playful smirk. She grins as she swallows a gulp of her drink. I guess we are. I look into her eyes and search for something, though I'm not sure what. You're a great actor, she says as she clicks her bottle into mine. I'm actually a terrible actor, I retort. And it's true. That was not an act. I hope she understands what I'm saying, especially as my heart starts to thunder at my admission. God, I hope she can read between the lines. Me too, she says, her smile disappearing. My eyes don't drop from her gaze. I reach my hand over and push back a loose strand of hair from her face. My hand traces her jawline and I tilt her chin up. Why wait on life's most precious moments? Why not seize the opportunity as they come? I press my lips against hers, melting into her touch. Her hands rest on my cheeks, kissing me back with the same force, deepening it. There's no hesitation. I bound around the island and pull her into my lips again, kissing her with everything in me. This may be an arrangement, and she may be unable to see how I truly feel about her, but this moment, at least, feels real. And I am going to take advantage of everything she'll give me as we stumble blindly through her house.
Chapter 13. Talia. Our lips are like magnets with a pull too strong to separate them. I throw my hand up and grab the back of Liam's neck, pulling him in closer to me. I want every inch of us touching. As our bodies become one, I can feel his colossal pec muscles through my dress as he breathes in deeply against me. Am I driving him crazy? His hands make their way down to my waist, and I feel him press my hips against his. My heart starts pounding, and I pull us up against the living room wall. Liam stands there, towering over me as I look up at him, passion radiating through the air as we stare into each other's eyes. I can't help but let my thoughts escape as I grab his waist. I'm pulling him into me. He smiles at me as he reaches down to grab my wrists off his waist. He softly places them both in one hand and gently lifts them above my head. Looks like the level of passion in this chapter is pushing YouTube's limit.
It's disappointing, I know. Trust me when I say we want nothing more than to get down to the dirty details.
But releasing these free audiobooks on YouTube means that we have to abide by the rules.
Even though YouTube won't allow us to put something so spicy on the air, you can still find it on TilaWalker.com.
Miss Tiia has an unbelievable collection of uncut, unabridged audiobooks and ebooks.
For access to the full, unfiltered scene, go to TilaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for 40% off any digital product.
This is the deal of a lifetime, a discount that can be applied to bundles that are already listed at a discounted price.
You heard that right. It's time for you to treat yourself.
With Miss Tiia. Wow, he finally says. Yeah, wow. That was incredible, I say back. Mr. Gentleman sure knows how to play the dirty boy, too. I smile as I roll over to face him and drape my arm over his chest. I can feel his pounding heartbeat. I hope that means he's enjoying himself as much as I am. He grabs my leg and pulls it onto his, so I'm full body hugging him. We make eye contact and just lay there, staring, memorizing each other's faces as we drift peacefully off to sleep on my comforter.
Chapter 14. Liam. My eyes squint awake and I look over to see pools of sunlight gathering between our bodies. Talia still rests on top of me, her bare chest moving in sync with my breathing. I place my arm around her and bask in this moment of pure elation. I inhale deeply and let a smile spread across my face. I look down at Talia, who sleeps peacefully. She looks like she's in bliss. As am I. I turn over to the bedside table where the digital clock flashes 7 a.m. Crap, I have to go. So much for enjoying the moment. If quitting my job did not have detrimental consequences, I would do it in a heartbeat. I slowly climb out of my moment of bliss, careful not to wake Talia. I plant a kiss on her temple before slipping out of her room and into mine. I hope it blooms into pleasant thoughts that prove how much I adore her. I grab a change of scrubs and step into the shower, feeling defeated knowing I am washing away last night's events. Maybe I won't scrub too hard. After my shower, I head to the kitchen where I decide to make some instant coffee, knowing I won't have time for a freshly brewed cup. I do, however, prepare a brew for Talia when she wakes up, though, so she can enjoy the taste of coffee the way it was meant to be consumed. I grab my laptop and ID and head out of the door, shutting it carefully on my way out. I lock the knob and check it 3 times before leaving, just to ensure she's safe. At work, I review Mrs. Jones's chart. Her baby is fine and in the NICU. He was born prematurely and will need supervision until we're comfortable with sending them home. I sort through some papers and file them into their respective cabinets when I hear my name being called. Liam! A voice booms. Oh God, it's Doug, isn't it? I turn around and see this agitated face walking towards me, practically foaming at the mouth. I roll my eyes and lean my elbows on the counter, ready to hear what he has to say now. You might think you have won, but you haven't. She'll take me back, he seethes. Oh, so you heard about last night? I give an arrogant smile, watching his face go from red to pale in a matter of milliseconds. I have definitely won. I have the most loving, gorgeous wife in the world, and she deserves someone that will treat her right and not take advantage of her. Doug stutters as he tries to find the words. Instead, he slams his fist on the desk and walks away, saying, "This isn't over." It is over. Give it a rest. I call back and continue sorting through the documents. But then, I look down at my phone and see that my wife hasn't texted me all morning. In fact, I don't hear from Talia all day until it's time for Raven's dance recital, which she invited me to. I rush home from my shift, having enough time to shower and dress before meeting Talia by the car. She's unusually quiet the whole way there, and I hate being left alone with my thoughts. Why else would I talk to my cat? When we arrive at Rosalind's house, she finally lights up as we watch Raven prance to the car. Her studded outfit, filled with sparkles and bright colors, is unusual to see on Raven. She gets in the car, slams the door shut, and sighs exasperatedly. This is the last year I'm doing dance. I feel like a disco ball. I look in the rearview and smile at her, pouting her face. Talia turns, reaches over and pats Raven's sparkled tights. I think you look great, honey. Talia smiles at Raven. Absolutely, I agree. You're going to enjoy your first dance recital. Thanks, Liam. She gives a curt nod. And that's all I get. Not another word on the drive there or when we find our seats, or as we wait for the curtains to part. It's silent between the two of us, and even the darkness as they dim the fluorescence feels lighter than the tension rolling off of Talia. We sit in the darkened audience, staring at the red curtains that are draped in anticipation for the show. I see Talia twiddling her fingers beside me, the silence growing between us. I finally dare to breach the walls I feel building up between us. Everything all right? I ask, placing my hand on her bare knee. Her eyes dart to mine and back to the stage, and then she clears her throat and smiles tightly. Yup, she says. Fine. Her knee moves away and to the side, leaving my hand cold and hovering in the air. My breath catches in my chest, a dull ache replacing it. I turn behind us out of intuition and see Doug walk in, holding a teddy bear for Raven. "He's here," I say dryly, ensuring that I do sound upset. Talia looks behind her, rolls her eyes, and focuses her attention back to the stage. A sly smile appears on her lips, and she takes her arm and drapes it across my shoulder. My body stiffens at the touch. Feeling dejected, I don't return the action at first. What are we really doing this for, anyway? I sigh, breathing my frustrations out, and grab her hand. Talia jerks her head up at me, trying to read my face, but I sit stoically and wear a placid expression. The show begins and rushes by. The regret I feel for not being able to fully focus on Raven's first recital leaves a hollow, empty feeling looming over me. At the end of the show, Raven runs up to me and hugs me tightly. Kneeling down, I hand her a bouquet of roses. "Thank you." She blushes, admiring the flowers. "I'm not done with your gifts," I say, and pull out a little Hot Wheels car from my suit pocket. She squeals in delight and takes it from me. She stares at the intricate details. "So much cooler," she admits. Asterisk. After I tuck Raven in and read Goodnight Moon to her for the 5th time this week, I silently slip back into my room. I purposely try to avoid my roommate and quietly wind down for the night. I unbutton my white-collared shirt and take it off in a quick swipe. I then tug my white muscle shirt off and toss it into the hamper in my closet. I hear a knock at my door and turn, seeing that my door is slightly ajar and Talia is looking in. I walk over to my box and pull out a t-shirt, changing into it as quickly as possible. "We should probably talk," she mutters, avoiding my gaze.
Chapter 15. Talia. Damn. This is not going to be an easy conversation to have, but it needs to be had. We are both consenting adults, so we should have no problem taking ownership of our actions. One of the things I have always prided myself on is not ruining my relationships with my male friends by sleeping with them. This is exactly why I have always been warned against it. I feel such a mixture of emotions about our impromptu hot encounter. A part of me is terrified because I don't know what to expect from him moving forward. Our whole dynamic has changed because we let our lust get the best of us for one night. The other part of me has a hard time admitting this, but I really enjoyed it. Our comfort level with each other made the intimacy that much better, and he went above and beyond to ensure that I was satisfied. I had forgotten that pleasure felt like that after being celibate for so long. Are things going to be awkward for us now? We live under the same roof, and there is nothing I despise more than an uncomfortable living condition. I experienced enough of that with Doug, but the whole plain house situation is something I surprisingly look forward to when I get home. I have to keep reminding myself that it's just play acting. If I were on the outside looking in, I would believe that we are the real deal. The way Raven gravitated towards him at her dance recital is not something that can be easily imitated. I imagine that for Doug, it must have really stung to see the three of us together as the family unit that he no longer has. It's satisfying to think about the levels of grief that he must be experiencing, and he deserves all of it for the years of hell he put me through. We should probably talk. I hesitantly enter his room after saying those 4 words that men treat like a death sentence. Liam gives me his full attention from the opposite side of the bed as he caresses Garcia, who is curled up on the bed. Garcia looks up at me and meows as if she has something to say first. I plop down on the bed, turning toward him as my heart pounds, and I'm not sure if it's out of fear of this upsetting him or if I want him to disagree. About last night, I interrupt my sentence with a sigh. It can't happen again. I know. He knows. That's it. I expected him to give me way more than that. Could it be that he is feeling so much regret that he is giving in to me without resistance? I cross my legs over the gray comforter. Well, you're taking it a lot better than I expected. He avoids my gaze, by looking down at Garcia. His voice nearly a whisper. I told you so. Your discernment is always wrong. Is this a form of revenge against me? He's talking to his cat now instead of me to give me the silent treatment, right? Yeah, that has to be it. Wait, no. I'm overreacting. He always talks to his cat. That's one of his zany quirks. He looks up at me with a puzzled expression, as if he can hear the internal battle in my mind. I snap myself back into the present moment. Can you elaborate a little more beyond I know? His head lowers again, as if looking at me for too long will turn him into stone. I expected this was coming. You have been acting differently all day. Damn. Was I that obvious? Here I was thinking I was being discreet about it. Before I can say anything else, he turns away, starting toward the door, and Garcia follows after him, dutifully. I'm going out for a walk. He picks up his set of keys from the nightstand. Don't wait up. I sigh sharply. Liam, you're mad at me, aren't you? He looks straight ahead towards the bedroom door. No, I just need some fresh air. Then why won't you look at me? His beautiful green eyes finally hold my gaze. Talia, I'm not upset with you. Okay, I guess I just have to take his word for it. But I can't help but feel like I've hurt him by implying that our intimacy was a mistake. I rise from the bed as he leaves the room without looking back. My steps to my bedroom feel heavier than usual. I should feel relieved that I've stopped things before they went too far, but instead I feel crappy. What is happening to me? My eyes stare at the ceiling aimlessly as I lay in my empty bed, secretly wishing he was next to me. I wonder what Liam is thinking while he is out for his late-night walk. He hates me. He probably feels like I have led him on, and he would be completely justified in that belief. It must be so hard for him to trust another woman again after Janet, and I have just gone and added to his mistrust. I think about how strong his bond is with Raven, and how the three of us feel like a real family. Damn. Why couldn't it have been him instead of that arrogant knucklehead of an ex-husband? This is why I have avoided getting involved with another man again. In a perfect world, I could just fall in love with Liam and turn our fake marriage into a real one. But I stopped believing in fairy tales a long time ago. It wouldn't be fair to him or myself to take such a risk with all the other factors that are involved. I hear the lock turn on the front door, and my heart sinks into my chest. The door opens, then shuts, and the lock turns again. Why do I feel relieved? It's not like the man was running away or something.
Chapter 16. Liam. I watch Raven in the evening, but it doesn't feel like a job. Though she's a big responsibility, she is a delight to be around. Her wit and intelligence are impressive for her age. We sit around the living room, lining up all her Hot Wheels on the glass coffee table. I make the sound effect of a revving engine as I glide the car across the table. Raven bumps into my car a couple of times, but now is not the time for a lecture on the reality of cars bumping into each other in the real world. My heart beats with a newfound excitement, creating a whole new chamber of my heart for children of my own. Raven is already like a daughter to me, and though this time may be a gift for her, she's giving me the best one yet, the urge to be a real father someday. Having a child with Talia would be amazing. Her brunette hair and my green eyes would look so great together. I know she feels something for me. I've seen her stolen glances. I know she stayed up last night waiting for me to come home. I have a secret, Raven says in a sing-song voice. My eyebrow lifts up. Oh yeah? She slaps a hand across her mouth and nods vigorously as she turns to face me. I can keep secrets, I whisper, holding a hand to her ear. She sits up on her knees and waddles over to me, cupping both her hands over her mouth and whispering into my ear, My mommy loves you. I sputter and cough into my hands, trying to catch my breath. Could it be true? Could I be finally receiving the news I've always wanted to hear? Though my source is a 6-year-old, I think it's reliable enough. Why do you think that? I say, trying to sound cool and relaxed. I even pick up a car and fiddle with it. She shrugs her shoulders and turns her attention back to the cars. She acts differently around you. Does she? Yeah, she didn't even act like that with Daddy. Only you. You guys act closer than friends. Wow, that is freakishly observant. Not for a 6-year-old, for anyone. Well, Talia, I pause. Your mommy and I have been friends for a very long time. I drag a car along the table. Really, how long? She perches her head on her hands as she looks at me, delight filling her eyes. Since she was 14? Her eyes widen. Whoa, that's like 100 years ago. Ouch. She may be bright, but we might need to work on her math because I do not want her telling her peers her father is well over 100 years old. Well, not father, I guess. I chuckle. Not exactly, but it has been a very long time. We go back to silently zooming the cars across the table, every once in a while, swapping out the cars for another vehicle. Maya and Garcia walk into the room. Maya leads the way and Garcia follows closely behind, stepping on the same steps where Maya had just been. You and my mommy are like Maya and Garcia. I just about spit out the gulp of water I had just drank. Water shoots up the back of my nose and burns my throat. Why do you say that? I strain. Well, it's clear Maya and Garcia love each other. Wherever Maya goes, Garcia goes. Wherever Garcia goes, Maya goes. She explains this with 2 cars in hand. They take walks together, she adds. I nod. They eat breakfast together. I add in another nod for encouragement. They eat dinner together. I nod. They sure do. They sleep together. My spine tingles. My blood rushes across my body. My mind goes back to the other night, hearing Talia's moans echoing through my memory, engraved in my brain and etched into my heart. Blood drains from my face and my stomach shifts thinking of all that has happened between us since then. The silences, the obvious regret painted all over Talia's face. It was the best night of my life, and apparently the worst night of hers. Now it's just a distant, broken memory. Yes, I focus back on the conversation. They do happen to fall asleep around the same areas. I try to over-explain. Yeah, they really do love each other. It's a different love for sure, I say. But I agree. I take another sip of water that soothes the desert my mouth became. Sometimes Maya steals Garcia's toys, and at first she's mad and then she doesn't mind, Raven chirps. She stands up and pulls out a car she had in her back pocket for some reason. I've seen that happen, yes, I agree. But Garcia loves her anyway. Their love is unconditional. She looks up at me. I love you lots, Liam, she says, smiling, her missing tooth looking adorable. My heart melts and I pat the top of her head. My chest grows swollen with delight. I love you lots too, Raven. See, people can learn a few things if they watch animals, Raven says. That's why I like the zoo. My cheeks grow sore from smiling so much. I like the zoo too, but I don't think I understand animals like you. You are very insightful, Raven. Yeah, I know. She perks up. Okay, are you going to race me or not? I can't help but laugh again. I pick up a car and line it up right next to hers. Winner gets extra ice cream, Raven bets. I shake her hand and nod in agreement. Deal. Just please do not tell your mother. I won't tell her anything if I win. This little girl is a genius.
Chapter 17. Talia. I stretch my arms over my head as I enter the kitchen. Liam glances up at me as he slides some food from the frying pan onto a large wooden serving tray. The tantalizing aroma of the bacon and pancakes tickle my nostrils as I inhale deeply. That smells amazing. He places the empty pan on the stove, then carries the filled tray over to the dining room table. It's not every day that the 3 of us can eat breakfast together. I walk over to the table to witness the beautiful arrangement he has prepared. 10 pancakes create anse in the middle of the tray. The bacon is thoughtfully placed on the left side below the syrup. And blueberries, chopped strawberries, and pieces of banana cover the right side. My eyes pop open from his attention to detail. What is all this? It's a pancake charcuterie. He looks up at me with the handsome smile I have missed seeing. I saw it in a breakfast cookbook. It looks wonderful. I pause. Lars. I consider if he would be willing to spend the day with me and Raven. After our talk the other night, I wouldn't blame him if he wants more time to himself. After all, this is a fake arrangement, so he has no obligation to spend his free time with us. Liam breaks the uncomfortable silence. Is Raven still sleeping? My eyes refocus on him, bringing my mind back to our conversation. Yes, I'll go get her. I was thinking since it's my weekend with Raven and we both have the day off, you could come with us to the zoo if you don't have other plans. That sounds good. I think Raven would really love that. Great. I take a few awkward steps backwards before turning around. I'll go wake her up. She sleeps soundly on her stomach in her race car bed, with Garcia nestled at her feet. I softly sit next to her, rubbing her back in a circular motion. Wake up, sweetie. Liam has made us a wonderful breakfast. Maya enters the room and curiously places her face on my lap. I stroke her head gently with my right hand. Raven sits up slowly onto her knees, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Is Liam going to work soon? No. Mommy and Liam have the day off, so we're all going to have a fun day together. Her hands drop from her face, revealing an adorable grin. Are we getting ice cream again? Something even better than ice cream. I playfully tap her nose. I'll tell you at breakfast. Go wash your face and then meet us in the dining room. She jolts to her feet in the bed, then excitedly runs out of her bedroom. Come on, Maya. Come on, Garcia. Maya follows while Garcia does the whole rebellious cat thing. Liam stands at Raven's pulled-out chair, gesturing for her to have a seat. Madame? Raven plays along as she sits, and he pushes the chair closer to the table. Thank you, kind gentlemen. I smile at their sweet interaction as I pull out the chair next to her. Wait, madame. Liam rushes over to assist me with my chair in the same manner. All the ladies of the house get the same treatment. I glance down at Raven, who is enjoying every moment of this full service, then watch Liam as he walks around the table to sit across from me. Thank you, monsieur. He responds with a firm nod, reaching for one of the stacked plates to his left. Miss Raven, how many pancakes and strips of bacon would you like? She joyously lifts both hands with 2 fingers high into the air. 2 and 2, brilliant. He prepares her plate accordingly. And which fruits? Raven speaks in a posh voice. Bananas and strawberries, please. He hands me the plate after adding the fruits. For Miss Raven, Miss Talia, what would you like? I gently set the plate down in front of Raven. 3 pancakes, all fruits, and 4 strips of bacon, please. After our delightful breakfast, we reveal to her that we are going to the zoo. She happily jumps around the living room, then stops when an idea enters her mind. She wants us to match our clothes to the NASCAR colors, blue, red, and yellow. Raven chooses an athletic blue set for herself, with her black sneakers and a yellow tank top with blue jeans for me. We walk out to the living room to see Liam patiently waiting for us in his red polo shirt and blue jeans. I bite my lip, thinking about how handsome he looks while he compliments Raven on her outfit, then snap myself out of it before he notices. We walk around the zoo like a stereotypical family, with Raven in the middle holding each of our hands. She releases our hands to step up to read one of the placards. I place my index finger at the start of the word. What's this one? She confidently replies, koala. Exactly. I point at several of them on the other side of the glass partition. Do you see them in the trees? Liam raises her onto his shoulders. This should give you a better view. Raven exclaims. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 koalas. I give her an impressed look. That's my smart girl. Liam smiles widely. Great job, Raven. Once we're at the reptile building, Raven touches the glass with excitement. Mommy, I want an albino python. I scoff with strong opposition. That's not going to happen, sweetie. As we sit at a picnic-style table for lunch, Raven points at the flock of geese across from us. The geese are so hungry, Mommy. The zookeepers should feed them like they feed all the other animals. We watch as a goose steals a sandwich from another table and I gasp. You're right, Liam jokes. That goose has a whole family to feed. Raven nods. They can get mean and chase people all over the place. We enjoy our pizza and sodas, laughing heartily at how smart and cute she is. When we arrive home, we put Raven to bed together, then prepare to head to our rooms after the long day out. Good night. I hug Liam tightly, closing my eyes as I take in his scent and feel his muscular body against me. Something about him still makes my knees weak, and it takes everything in me to fight this feeling. Chapter 18. Talia. I am interrupted by the sound of the doorbell as I get dressed for work in my scrubs. When I open the door, the delivery man is already heading back to his gray van with quick strides. A large brown teddy bear sits on the welcome mat, wearing a white shirt that reads, I love you. This must have been delivered to the wrong house, I scoff as I pick it up, bringing it inside. A small card is attached to its hand that reads, Liam, I'm still in love with you. I'm sorry it took me so long to realize it. I swear I'll be the wife that you deserve. Janet. My eyes roll to the back of my head. You've got to be kidding me. Suddenly a strange thought enters my mind. Should I just throw it away and pretend it never arrived? Liam is unaware of its existence anyway. Wait, why would I even consider something like that? Am I jealous? No, jealousy would only make sense if Liam still had an interest in Janet. And he doesn't. Maybe I just wish I was the only woman in his life. Is it even fair to think that way? I sigh sharply, leaving the teddy bear for him on his bed with a heavy heart and mixed feelings. Above all else, I need to be consistent about my actions matching my words. It would be unfair to Liam if I sway after we have agreed that we shouldn't be intimate again. But damn, he was smelling so good when I hugged him before bed last night. A part of me wanted to say, come to bed with me tonight. But I resisted the temptation. I sit in my white office chair, flipping through new patient files without giving them my attention. Liam is such a great father figure for Raven. She absolutely adores him. I wonder if he would want to make a baby together someday. A knock on my door breaks me from my trance. Stacy observes me with her usual cheery demeanor. New patient, Mrs. Riviera, and her husband have arrived in room 409. Great. I'll be there for her consultation shortly. I walk to the room with her patient file on a clipboard against my chest. Hello? I peek around the open door to see 2 sets of eyes on me as I enter the room. Mrs. Riviera looks happy to see me from the hospital bed, while her husband quietly observes from the armchair next to her. I smile warmly. Mrs. Riviera, Mr. Riviera, I will be with you through this whole process. If you have any concerns, feel free to voice them at any time. Dr. Johnson, she extends her hand out to me, and I shake it. It gives me so much peace of mind to be under your care. We read that you are among the top 5 best obstetricians, specializing in high-risk pregnancies in the state of North Carolina. My smile widens. I'm not sure where you read that, but I'm flattered. Mr. Riviera finally joins the conversation. Dr. Johnson, my wife is very anxious because of her age and the 3 miscarriages we've had over the past decade. Every doctor we've had has told us our chances of bringing a baby to term are slim. I've delivered babies from mothers in their late 40s and early 50s. Nothing is impossible. They both smile after the reassurance I give them. I make it through work on sheer willpower alone, my thoughts scattered. I feel like I'm going through the motions as I shuffle through my paperwork, and my mind is still foggy on my drive home. The only thing that can command my thoughts, besides the hunk that's scattering them, is my little girl. After work, I make one of Raven's favorite meals for dinner, lasagna. Gran showed me how to make brownies today. She sits at the dinner table with her fork in her left hand and pasta sauce at the right corner of her mouth. You did? I wipe her mouth with a napkin. Where's mine? She freezes as if not moving will get her off the hook. I grin intriguingly at her cleverness. Nice try. I'll remember this disloyalty. Raven giggles until she remembers something important. Why isn't Liam here? I finish chewing my mouthful of lasagna. I don't know, sweetie. He must have had to work a later shift at the last minute. My mind starts to race at the thought of her question. I know that Liam was supposed to be home hours ago. Damn. Could Janet have contacted him to verify if he got the teddy bear? He must have met her somewhere after his shift, but why should I care? What he does with Janet is his business, right? My heart sinks into my chest and my body grows heavy. It's not like I'm going out of my way to meet with Doug. Even though this isn't a real marriage, there should still be certain etiquette out of respect. Raven drops her fork and watches me with a concerned expression. Mommy, you aren't eating your lasagna. I look down at the plate, her soft voice helping me remember where I am. You're right, sweetie. I just lost my appetite. I stand up with my nearly full plate of food, walking towards the kitchen. Finish your food, then get ready for bedtime. Raven has fallen asleep against my side before I finish reading the story she chose. I lay there silently with the open book in my hands, feeling an unjustifiable emotion of betrayal. How could he still not be home yet? Suddenly, the lock on the front door clicks and the door opens. I stealthily slide out of Raven's race car bed, turn off her light, and make my way to the end of the hallway. My eyes meet Liam's, and we both freeze, as if we're in a standoff. I break the tension by saying, There's some leftover lasagna in the fridge. The bags under Liam's eyes are heavier than ever. I'm going straight to bed. I had to cover for Maggie because her son had a fever. Oh. I feel like an idiot for making those unfair assumptions about him. I'm going to call it a night, too. I extend my arms, craving another opportunity to steal a whiff of his scent as I wrap my arms around his upper back. Sleep well. His strong arms tighten around my lower back, making me weaken my resolve. I pull out of his embrace before I make a decision I might regret later. You too.
Chapter 19. Liam. I pull into the driveway, careful when parking next to Talia's BMW. I turn off the engine and lean my head on the headrest for a minute. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. It was a long day at the hospital with hard cases. Luckily, though, everything seems to be running smoothly so far. High-risk pregnancies are also high stress for the mother, which is also damaging for the baby. Thankfully, though, we're here to give her peace of mind. There was another patient with a sick child. Those rounds were draining as well. This is why I don't often pick up other nurses' shifts. I rub my eyes, take a deep breath, and get out of my car. I'm so beat after today. I would love a nice, long, hot shower and some shut-eye. I exchange a simple greeting with Talia at home. Then I head for the privacy of my room. I swing open the door and flick on the lights, and my eyes fix on a giant stuffed bear on my bed. I nearly go back after Talia, wanting to ask her what she knows about the appearance of this mysterious object. But I'm exhausted and don't want to leave the comfort of my room. I walk up to the bear and inspect it, seeing a note fixed in the bear's hand, signed from Janet. My blood runs cold. This was the last thing I needed to see today. But I also need to end this as soon as I can. Giving Janet even the smallest modicum of hope is dangerous. I toss the note on my bed, not bothering to read it. I collect myself before walking outside of my door, cupping my hands over my face and taking a deep breath. "Talia!" I call out. "What is it?" She calls back from somewhere in the house. I follow the voice into the living room. "What's on my bed?" "A bear." She snickers, though with an annoyed expression. I take a deep breath. "Yep, looks that way to me too. But I mean, how did it get there?" She gives me half an eye roll and looks back at me, shaking her head. "I don't know. It came this morning." Janet is really not understanding what I'm trying to tell her. I do not love her anymore. I wonder why she sent it. A scoff escapes Talia. "You're kidding, right? She still wants you. I mean, did you even read the note?" She places a hand on her hip and pushes hair from her face. "Clearly, Talia," I say, feeling a bit annoyed. I run my fingers through my hair and walk back into my room. "Hey, while you're at it," she shouts, clearly assuming I'm going to be contacting my crazy ex and not dumping that crap and the trash and moving on. Maybe tell Janet to stop sending stuff to my house. I exhale sharply and walk back out of my room. "Do you really think I want to see this crap, Talia?" "Well, I definitely don't," Talia yells. "You shouldn't care." I motion between us. "We're not even actually married." "Yeah, and even if we were, you'd still have that monkey on your back. So does it even really matter, Liam? Don't be so naive." Pain shoots through my chest, and if I didn't know so much about medicine, I would have gone to the emergency room from that feeling. I turn and walk into my room, shutting my door behind me before things escalate even more. I grab the note, scanning through it, and toss it in the trash can. I launch the bear to the other side of the room where it hits my box and lands on its face. I take off my scrubs and toss them into the hamper. I don't even put on a fresh t-shirt or sweatpants. I just climb into bed, ripping the sheets off. I lay still and listen to the quiet commotion outside my bedroom door. Talia makes excessive noise in the kitchen, and I hear Raven mumbling something. She must have been woken up by all of our yelling, and I feel guilty for that. Unable to stop myself, I prop up on my elbow and listen a bit more closely. "Are you and Liam fighting?" Raven asks, her voice so small. Talia sighs. "No, honey, just communicating loudly." "Okay," Raven mumbles. "I thought you loved each other." "Even people who love each other argue sometimes," Talia says in a soft, reassuring voice. I turn over on my side, feeling pangs of guilt and sadness. I truly do not control Janet's actions, and I don't even care about her. I love Talia, and the fact that she thinks I still have these feelings for my ex-wife is what hurts the most. How can she not see that it's her I have feelings for? We've always been an example of unrequited love. I shake my head of the thought, but the thoughts still persist. What if she does fall in love with me with more time? The next morning, my head feels like a ton of bricks. I slowly pick myself up and get out of bed. My headache grows more painful as I stand. I make my way to the bathroom, and I hear the clamoring of Talia and Raven in the kitchen. I take a quick shower, scrubbing off the bad memories of last night, but they still are ingrained in me. I dry off and change in the restroom, walk to my room and toss the laundry in the hamper. I emerge from my room. My heart picks up in speed a little, and my headache pounds harder for the conversation we are about to have. I slowly walk into the entrance of the kitchen, immediately getting the attention of both Raven and Talia. "Raven, sweetie, can you go to your room and find me that awesome car with the pink wheels?" Talia says, luring Raven away. Raven gets up and zooms to the entrance of the kitchen, quickly hugging me on her way out. The pink car is poking out from under a stuffed animal laying on the table. "She'll be gone for a while," Talia says, smiling. I just nod in response, pour a cup of coffee, and hope this alleviates my headache. Look! I am really sorry about last night. I really could not figure out how to bring this up, Talia suddenly blurts out. I just want you to understand that I cannot control her actions, but how I feel about her is solidified. The truth is, I just don't love Janet. I'm sorry, I was really out of line. You're right, of course. Talia nods in agreement. Besides, I didn't think you'd really care. I paused to drink a sip of coffee. We're not really together. You're more than welcome to end the agreement whenever. A flicker of expression passes on Talia's face and another pang hits my heart. Well, we can end it if you'd like. Her voice is a mere squeak. I don't want to end this, Talia. God, why does this feel like a heartbreak? She just nods and returns to wiping down the island. Raven comes running back from her room. Did you find it? Talia asks her. Raven gives her mother a glare like she's insulted. It only took me a minute, but I knew you guys just wanted personal space, so I stayed up there until you were done. Talia snickers to herself and Raven comes up to me, immediately squeezing me tight in a bear hug. Dopamine returns to my brain, uplifting my mood. I don't know what I would do without Raven and her high intellect and hugs. My heart hurts for the day this arrangement is over, and I won't see her anymore. It's like losing a daughter. I don't know, maybe I can be a godfather or something.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for 50% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 20, Talia. I replay the scene from earlier in my mind as I drive to the hospital in my black BMW. Even though Liam accepted my apology, I still feel guilty for my aggressive attitude towards him. He did nothing wrong, and yet I took my frustrations out on him. It's not his fault that he's handsome, and Janet is still pursuing him. The parking lot seems desolate as I sit in my car for a few minutes before going into work. I release a deep sigh to clear my mind, separating my personal life from the tasks I have planned for the day. I make my rounds as usual, making extra time for Mrs. Riviera because her anxiety is consistently raising her blood pressure. I make sure she feels comfortable before heading to my office. The door to my office is open, and a woman wearing an orange blazer with a matching orange pencil skirt stands at my window, with her arms crossed over her chest. Can I help you? I close the door behind me, keeping my voice professional, although I'm wondering why this woman let herself into my office. She turns around with an arrogant smirk on her face. Dr. Talia Johnson. My blood starts to boil once I realize who is standing across the room from me. Nothing about Janet has changed. Everything about her is obnoxious. From her platinum blonde hair to her long acrylic nails, to how she chews the white gum around in her mouth like a cow gnawing on grass. I walk past her as if her existence is irrelevant. What can I do for you, Janet? My demeanor is stoic as I watch her from my office chair. First of all, she walks to the black armchairs in front of me, sits in the one to my left, then throws her large black handbag onto the other. You can know your place in Liam's life. I try my best to maintain my composure, but fail miserably, throwing the back of my head against the headrest of my chair with hysterical laughter. My place? I'm his wife, Janet. Something you no longer are, so you should be the one learning your place. Her jaw drops to the floor. She probably assumed that by coming to my job, she would have the upper hand. That was an erroneous assumption, because I'm about to let this bitch have it, regardless of the setting. She manages to keep her head raised, pretending that my statement didn't affect her. Well, you don't even appreciate how great he is, so you should just fall back. What? I feel myself getting more annoyed with her foolishness. Liam knows I appreciate him. Janet refuses to let me finish my sentence. I have seen the way he looks at you, and you don't look at him the same way. You're just going to break his heart. I stand up abruptly, immediately regretting the reaction. You don't know what you're talking about, Janet, and frankly, it's none of your goddamn business. Janet stands up slowly with a satisfying grin after striking a nerve. If you know what's good for you, you'll go back to Doug. She grabs her handbag and walks to the door, exaggerating the movement of her hips. I'll see myself out. It becomes a challenge to focus on my work for the remainder of the day. Could what Janet said hold some truth? Does Liam really look at me a certain way that I have been oblivious to this entire time? My phone vibrates, showing a text from Liam that reads, I finished my work early. I can pick up Raven from school if you'd like. I must have thought him up. I can't help but think how attractive it is when he volunteers to do things for me, as I text back. She would love that. I'll see you at home. I come home to see Liam and Raven at their usual spot, playing with her race cars on the glass coffee table. Where can I buy tickets to the race? Raven jumps up to her feet, running to me with her right hand open. I am the ticket person. That will be $100, Mommy. I gasp, pretending to look through my purse for money. That's so expensive. This better be the best show ever. I slap her hand with invisible money. It will be the best show you have ever seen. She imitates putting the money in her pocket, then runs back over to the table. Liam looks up at me as he watches from the floor. Who can resist such a cute ticket person? I know, right? Save me a seat. I'll be back in 20 minutes after I get washed up and change clothes. As we eat a delicious chicken stew later that Liam made, I make myself aware of Liam's glances. But there is nothing out of the ordinary. What exactly is this a look that he gives me? After getting Raven washed up for bed, we both take turns reading a new story to her while she lays happily in her bed. Apparently, she has chosen to give Goodnight Moon a rest after the 12th time. She truly is a gift. Liam and I creep out of her room once she has fallen asleep and head to the fridge for our late-night beer session. As we sit next to each other on the couch, clinking the necks of our open beer bottles together, I brace myself to tell him about the day's events. I take a huge swig of beer, then exhale heavily. Janet came to my office earlier. He lowers his beer from his face. You're joking. I wish I was. She kept going on about how I don't appreciate you, but I called bullcrap. His magnetic green eyes empathetically hold my gaze. That is bullcrap and extremely inappropriate. I'm sorry you had to deal with her today. I'll confront her about it tomorrow. My eyes remain fixed on him as he downs his beer frustratingly. He still wants to protect me even though I've confused him with my actions. I don't feel like I'm worthy of his loyalty.
Chapter 21. Liam. Last night's conversation keeps replaying in my head. Janet has gone from sending me gifts to invading my personal life. She even made an effort to confront my wife. I sigh frustratedly as I continue my drive to Rosalind's to drop off Raven. Raven kicks the back of my seat as she tries to get my attention. Hello, sir, I asked you a question. I look in the rear view and meet Raven's eyes as she bounces on her booster seat. "Yes, Raven, sorry," I mutter. "My mind must have been elsewhere." "Well, go and get it." She laughs. I join in on it, too. "I asked what was wrong. You've been acting a little quiet." Raven snaps me back to my reality. "Nothing, really, just trying to avoid some people. I always avoid a girl named Stella at school because she's mean to my friend Bailey. Maybe you can avoid the person making you mad to protect your friends." "You're very wise, you know that?" I tell Raven. "Yup! If only it were that easy to avoid Janet, because I would love to protect Talia." Raven continues to tell me about her school life until we pull into the drive of her grandmother's house. I help her out of the car, taking her things with a soft laugh as she rushes off toward the door, getting distracted by the new flowers blooming underneath the kitchen windows. I knock on the door of Rosalind's house, and Raven stands right in front of me, her lunchbox in hand and her bulky backpack adding some space between us. Rosalind opens the door. Raven hugs her and proceeds to dart inside of her house. "Great to see you, Rosalind." I lean in and give her a quick kiss on the cheek. "You too," Rosalind says. "All right, I have to head to work," I say a bit awkwardly. "Off to save lives. The usual. Before you go, I need to talk to you about something." Rosalind beckons me inside her house. I grow more nervous by the second. What can she possibly say? I walk into her cozy home and she motions to the couch. I take a seat and she sits directly in front of me. Kind of reminds me of a therapy session. All my feelings are on the tip of my tongue and the right question will open up the floodgates. "There's no way to put it lightly," Rosalind begins. "I know the marriage is a sham." My stomach roils and my heartbeat quickens. There's no possible way we have put on such a great performance. I search for the words to say and my smile is tight. Rosalind waves her arms in the air. "No need for social niceties or trying to over-explain the situation," Raven told me. I exhale the breath I did not know I was keeping in. My jaw clenches in nervousness. "How did you know?" is all I can manage to say. "I just found it a bit odd and sudden. I know Talia won't jump into something as important as a marriage so quickly, not with her obsessive planning and all." Rosalind crosses her legs and leans forward. Again, like a therapist would. If provoked, I will spill my heart out to her. The mother of the girl I love will know just how I feel. Maybe she was feeling spontaneous? I struggle to find excuses, but there's no use. Rosalind is just smiling at me sympathetically. "You know, seeing you together made me doubt what Raven said about it all being a sham," she says with a slight hitch in her voice. "The dynamic between you all was just too good to be fake." I give a solemn nod and run my hands through my hair. But after hearing the news, I knew that this must be true. Raven comes back into the living room with a bowl of ice cream and plops herself on the couch right beside me. I pause and let out a defeated laugh. It's really not that hard to pretend. Raven shifts uncomfortably next to me. "Are you guys talking about the whole fake marriage?" Rosalind tilts her head at Raven. "She made me tell," Raven exclaims. Rosalind dips her head a little further and Raven droops her shoulders. "She knew something was off, and I wasn't going to tell at first, but she offered ice cream. Ice cream, for God's sake!" I laugh lightly at Raven and rub her back. No worries. I also felt weird keeping something from Rosalind. Rosalind stands and walks to the kitchen, but she gives me no indication that I have to leave. So I stay put and watch as Raven finishes a bowl of Rocky Road ice cream. "For an ice cream cone?" I kid. Raven lifts her hands in defeat. It's my weakness. Rosalind returns and hands me a hot cup of coffee, the aroma already quickly curing the onset of a coffee withdrawal headache. Rosalind takes a long sip before beginning, and my heart races in anticipation for what she might say. "I'm just scared that you might get hurt." "Why do you say that?" My voice falters. "Your head knows this is all a sham, but does your heart?" she says exasperatedly. My chest becomes an empty void of emotion. Who knows how I will handle it when all this is over? I let this consume my life. I have a daughter now and a wife I always wanted. We played house, but the situation played me and toyed with my feelings. Coming home to a family filled my heart with joy. Knowing there were people waiting for me at the end of my long day was fulfilling. But as her words start to sink in, I realize that she's right. My blood runs cold, especially as I look at Raven, and in her I can see so much of Talia. How will I ever let them go? Chapter 22. Liam. I let the conversation I had with Rosalind replay in my head, a painful melody that just rips at my heart. I try not to let my brain switch to autopilot as I drive to Hemis. I wonder how Rosalind even figured I was in love with Talia. Was it the way I acted around her? Because if so, it's just for show anyway. But like I told Talia, I am a terrible actor. She had to have figured something was up to even ask Raven what was going on with us in the first place. Raven couldn't keep a secret from her grandmother after all. To spill the secret for some ice cream was smart. We all know Raven's Achilles heel is the temptation of any ice cream flavor. But Rosalind was smart to figure that there was something off, and I wonder what led her to that assumption. What did I do wrong? That woman's intuition is admirable. She has always been so sharp. Even in high school, she always had wise advice to offer. She was the one who pushed me to become a travel nurse to begin with. Unfortunately, she is right. I would only get hurt. My head knows this marriage and playing home is a sham. And for her to extend her sympathies only tells me that my love is not reciprocated. I think she would have encouraged it if Talia had gone up to her at least once to tell her how she really felt about me. Does Talia even talk to her mom like that? Was this time I have been spending being a husband to Talia and a father to Raven even worth the lifetime of hurt I will endure once this arrangement is over? I mean, spending time with them has made my heart so happy, so even if I could endure it for a mere second, it is definitely worth the whole facade. My heart would understand, but it will definitely be a world of hurt. Should I end this game we're playing? No, I can't. I should find a way to stay or find a way for her to fall. But wouldn't something have happened between us at this point already? I mean, we did it. She feels something. I shake my head, trying to loosen my thoughts. I need to force these thoughts out of my mind. They're making my stomach churn. They're making my head hurt. I have never been the overthinking type, and I am not about to start now. I need to call someone who can spit logic at me when my emotions are taking over. I press the voice command on my steering wheel and wait for Siri to pop up. Hey Siri, call Dad. The line rings a couple times and I hear my dad's gruff voice emit through my car speakers. My heart picks up a bit. Out of nervousness and excitement. Nervousness because his response will most likely hurt me, and excited because it's not often I spontaneously call my father. I haven't seen him in a while, especially since he lives in Colorado. Son, my father says as he answers. Hey Dad, how are you? How's Jackson's ranch? How have you been? Gosh, the pictures look beautiful. Wish I was there. I accidentally word vomit. Hold your tongue there, son. Take it easy, his husky voice mutters. Hey Dad, I start over. How are you? Good, he says. He's never been a man of many words. Awesome, glad to hear it. How's Uncle? He's fine. And Jasper? Good. The ranch? I attempt to elaborate. In working order. Awesome. An awkward silence ensues. He's not a guy I would call for casual conversation, but for good, solid advice, and that is exactly what I needed. Listen, I need some advice. I clear my throat and stretch out my top around the neck. It had suddenly grown tight. Go ahead. So, you remember Talia, right? We were friends in high school. She is super cool. Yes, Talia. Continue. So she has this crazy asshole ex who keeps bugging her. And we figured to get him off her case, we would pretend to be married. And it was fitting because Janet, remember Janet? She is literally insane and has been begging me to take her back. Anyway, we thought, hey, win-win. I take a deep breath. So, I moved in with Talia and her daughter, and we've been pretending to be married, and this has been going on for some time. The only thing is that I don't think it's been all fictional for one of us. I keep thinking I'm getting signals from her, but then she'll ice me out. I'm not sure what she really thinks of me. I suck in a deep breath. But I've never wavered. Dad, I am in love with her. I think I've always been. And Rava and her daughter, God, she's great. She's a bright little thing. Losing them would be so hard on me. I wait a couple of seconds for his response. I can see him tilting his head as he thinks and staring off into the distance like he always does. I hear him say. I mimic, unsure of how to continue this conversation. Look here, son, you're in too deep. You have to tell her how you feel or you'll always be wondering. That's not good for the heart. It's better to know now than let this continue. The feelings are only going to grow and it's only going to get tough. Dad! I literally cry out, I'll lose her! Then did you ever really have her to begin with? Heaviness looms in the air.
Chapter 23. Talia. The maroon dress Brittany has chosen for her bridesmaids' dresses brings out the caramel tone of my skin. I notice as I slide it down over my hips. The sparkles dance on it as I bend down to help Raven get into her flower girl dress. It's always easier for me to get dressed before her, so my full attention can be on her. I want to ensure that she understands how important it is to take time for herself. Liam had agreed earlier to go with me, and Raven was so excited. She has taken such a liking to our arrangement. It's nice not to be going alone. My plan before Liam had been to go stag with Raven, help her have the best time. But I'm so happy he wants to come with us. When I finish her hair, I guide my makeup brushes along her face, pretending to place it where I put mine. She is too young for it, but she always says, I want to be a big girl like Mommy. I don't have the heart to tell her no on this, so I give in. She'll only be little once. Liam yells to us down the hall, Are you guys getting close? I'll run out and start the car if you are. Yes, we're almost done. Thank you, I yell back. I love how thoughtful he is of both of us. He adores Raven, and it makes my heart so happy. I grab Raven's hand, and we head for the door. She skips beside me as we walk down the steps towards the car. Climb on in, miss, he says, opening the door for Raven. Her little face lights up, and she climbs into her car seat. I watch as he buckles it up for her and shuts the door. He grabs my door handle and opens mine as well. Same for you. He winks at me. His hand glides across the car's hood as he walks around to the driver's side. I can't help but smile as he climbs in and looks back at Raven. Are you ready to party? He smiles at her. Yay, she yells back. He turns back around and pulls out of the driveway. As we make our way towards the ceremony, I watch out the windows, admiring the colors when suddenly he grabs my hand. I didn't even notice that I set it on the center console until I felt his hand grab it. My eyes shoot down at our fingers entangled on the console, and I feel him look at me. Is that okay? He asks when he reaches my eyes. Yes, of course, I say. It just surprised me, that's all. Raven is singing to her kid tunes playing on the radio as we pull in. We have a designated area where the bridal party is to park, so we pull into the space next to the other party members. He walks around and opens my door for me. And as I climb out, he opens Raven's. I stand behind him, watching him unbuckle her seatbelt and kiss her forehead as he pulls her out. He is the sweetest man. We walk hand in hand over to the bride standing with her bridesmaids. Yay! Talia, you're here. Hi, Raven. You look beautiful, Brittany says. And this must be Liam. Hi, Britt. You look stunning. That dress is even more magnificent outside of the dress shop. And yes, this is my Liam, I say. He steps forward and shakes her hand. The guests go right in there through that tunnel to the vineyard. We'll be behind you in just a moment. He kisses my cheek and the top of Raven's head before he walks away. As soon as he disappears, Britt starts in again. But I know, right? That horrible lighting made this look like a completely different dress. I glance around for a moment. I don't see the groom. I take that as you decided to be traditional? I laugh. Well, as traditional as I can be, with me wearing white. Everyone laughs along with her. We all know she has a bit of a past, but when she met Gus, he changed her. He's like the calm to her storm, a perfect match. I envy their relationship, and have since she introduced me to him. The way he looks at her is nothing I have seen outside of those cheesy romance movies Britt loves so much. I'm glad for her, though. She finally found her happily ever after, and she more than deserves it. We stand here talking back and forth for a few moments before she's asked to head inside. We all line up in front of her. Raven is in the front holding her flower basket, and I'm behind her. The 3 other bridesmaids follow closely behind. As Raven begins her march down the aisle, she grabs handfuls of the petals and tosses them to the ground. She looks so grown up, doing it all by herself. I'm so proud of her. The audience smiles at her and watches her walk. When she arrives at the end of the aisle, she stops, just like we told her to. The audience looks at us as we line up in order at the aisle. Britt and Gus's wedding song starts to play, and everyone rises out of their seats. Gus stands at his place at the altar playing with his jacket and nervously fidgeting with his hands. When Brittany appears at the end of the aisle, Gus's whole face changes. His eyes light up and fill with tears. She is a gorgeous bride. I can't help but think, can mine and Liam's real wedding, if that happens, look like this? Will I be as gorgeous as the bride walking toward me? Will he react to my appearance as Gus is reacting to Brittany's? She finally makes her way down to Gus, and he grabs her hands. They stare passionately into each other's eyes as the officiant gives his speech. He speaks about their love for each other and what it means to marry. That it is a vow before God, they both say I do. And he kisses his bride. Everyone in the audience stands up and claps at their true love's kiss. I look out and find Liam's eyes staring right at me. I smile as the sight of him causes my heart to quicken. He smiles back and shoots me a wink. I'm going to change out of this monstrous dress, and I'll meet you all inside for the party to follow, Britt says, as she steps down off the altar with Gus's hand in hers. The crowd wanders into the building to wait for them. Caterers are setting out the food and preparing drinks at the bar. Liam comes up behind us and grabs Raven, tickling her. Hey, don't do that, she laughs. They continue playing for a while as we wait for the bride and groom to return. Suddenly everyone starts clapping, and we look up to see them walk in, still hand in hand. Gus lifts their hands in the air, proudly showing off his new status. Brittany walks into the middle of the room. Hey, girls, we're going to do this differently since there aren't many of you here. All of you step forward and try your luck at catching this, she says as she holds up her bouquet. The women step forward at once, some with little girls trailing nervously behind them. I grab Raven and lead her along with them, pushing her to go in front of me. Okay, I'll count to 3. Everyone get ready, she says and turns her back to us. 1, 2, 3. The bouquet flies through the air and towards the crowd. Everyone's hands are outstretched, ready to catch it. I raise my hand and look down at Raven to ensure she is raising hers too. When I feel the petals graze my fingers, my hand tightens out of reflex, and the handle falls into my palm. I caught it.
Chapter 24. Liam. Talia caught the flower bouquet that Brittany tossed. Generally, this would mean a wedding is on the way for her, but if that were the case, Why am I having such a hard time telling her how I feel? A slow song plays, and so many couples flock to the dance floor, holding their partners in their hands. I look at them, all smiling and their eyes sparkling. I wonder if mine do that when I look at Talia, because I sure as hell feel it. I feel a small hand grasp my hand and shove it into another. I look down and see that Raven connected Talia's hand with mine. "Go dance," she whispers in our ears. I smile over at Talia, who stands up willingly and practically pulls me off my feet to the dance floor. I place my hand on the small of her back and push her into me, our bodies heat at each other's touch. My other hand tangles in hers and we sway to the soft tune. She fits so perfectly in me, and I can't help but feel so protective when she's in my arms. It feels so natural and I feel so comfortable with her. I close my eyes as she leans her head into my chest. I try to soak up this fleeting memory. The song comes to an end and Raven zooms up to us, crashing into my leg and insisting we all dance together. We all grab hands in an oddly shaped triangle and prance around the dance floor, acting like such a happy family. But just like my entire life, I'm not acting. As we spin in a circle, my eyes roam the crowd subconsciously, and my stomach nearly drops out of my ass when I see Doug at the bar. He downs shots that are given to him left and right, drunkenly smiling at the women passing by. "Oh, I forgot to mention he's friends with the groom," Talia says when she notices my absent presence. She gives a half smile, half grimace. "Clearly," I say, hoping I don't sound too annoyed. "Come on," Talia groans. "Dance with me." It only takes a millisecond for me to snap back into reality. I instantly get entranced with her eyes, her smile, her beauty, and her essence. She has all of my attention when she isn't even around. We continue swaying, and Raven continues breakdancing, gaining the attention of Brittany's friends and a lot of our colleagues. They cheer her on, and I know Raven is loving it. I feel a tap on my shoulder, and I turn around, fearing the worst. My intuition was correct. Doug stands there, pushing me aside and holding out a hand for Talia to take. "A dance!" he belches. "If you will, my dear." Talia's face morphs into one I never want to be on the receiving end of. With so much disgust and distaste, she scoffs and tells him, "Go away, douchebag." Doug looks like a truck just hit him. I wish a truck would actually hit him, but that is beside the point. "After all I do for you, you don't want to give me just one dance," he sputters out as his chest heavily rises and falls. I intercede and point a finger to his chest and shove him back. "Do you really want to go there, buddy?" "I will fight for my girl," he rasps. "Your girl can hardly look at your filthy face." "You're just jealous." "I'm only jealous that I can't actually marry her, and at one point, this asshole did." "I am living the life, brother," I say with a smile. "I'm taking this dance," he exclaims. "Let's not go there," I say, shoving him with two hands and deepening my voice. He huffs out air, turns on his heel and walks away straight to the bar. Talia looks back at me, her pretty smile returning to her beautiful face. "Thank you so much, Liam." She steps up on her tiptoes and cups my face in her hands, kissing my cheek. "And for just tonight, I let myself live in a fantasy where we are truly married, and she is truly my girl. I float on that through the wedding, but as we go back home to our separate rooms and reminders, I know it will burst my bubble." At home, Raven, Talia, and I sit around in the living room recapping our favorite moments of the night. "I literally was in the middle of a dance circle," Raven raves. "I was killing it." I chuckle lightly and take a swig of beer. "I was cheering you on, girl. And then I was prancing down the aisle before everybody." Raven turns to me and says, "Liam, did you see how good I was at being the flower girl?" I nod and smooth out her hair. "You were the best flower girl ever." Talia looks at us and then at me. She refocuses her attention elsewhere. "So the wedding was nice, right? The venue was gorgeous." I agree, and Raven speaks up again. "I would love to go to another wedding. Me too, I say, hopefully hinting at ours. Same here. Weddings are joyous. Talia nods along. When you two get married, I would love to be the flower girl. I was very good at my job. Raven holds out her arm to shake with mine, as if we're settling on an agreement. I take her hand and shake it like my life depends on the pact of a 6-year-old. I know I mean it. Oh, Raven, Talia says. That won't be happening. She smiles and takes a sip of her beer. My heart sinks and cracks as it hits the floor. Dejected, I finish my beer and stand. Well, I'm certainly beat. I'm just going to head to bed. Talia sits up and glances at the clock. So soon? I shake my head and drain the rest of my beer into the sink. Yeah, it's probably best. No, Raven interjects. Please stay for a little longer. I look back into the sink where I drained half of my beer. I'm going to need a new one. I attempt to smile, grab a new beer, and head into the balcony for some fresh air just to clear my mind, unable to take inserting myself back into this picture-perfect family.
Chapter 25. Talia. Raven's eyes finally drift shut, so I close the book I'm reading to her and pull her covers up, tucking her in. If I don't tuck her in just right, she will come into my room in the middle of the night and ask me to do it again. The right way, she says. I smile at the thought of it and creep out of her room. I stand in her doorway for a moment, admiring the sweet little girl I love so much, before I blow her a kiss goodnight and shut the door behind me. I tiptoe down the hallway, trying not to wake her so that I don't have to start her whole nightly routine over again. I slowly make my way down to my bedroom. As I'm walking, I look around for Liam, but I don't see him anywhere. Where can he be? Has he gone to bed already? My pajamas are stacked neatly on the bed where I left them this morning, but I think I'll wear something a little more playful to bed tonight. I grab my pink nightgown from my dresser and pull it over my head, looking in the mirror as it falls over my hips. Will he like it? Will it make him think about the other night? In the same way, I can't stop thinking about it. I notice my hair could use a minor fixing, so I run my fingers through it before I make my way back down the hall, continuing my search for him. Liam, I call out. I get nothing, no answer at all. Maybe he's in bed already? I walk down the hall to his bedroom and knock on the slightly open door. Liam, are you here? I ask before entering. Again, nothing. Where is he? Finally, I make my way down the stairs into the kitchen. Liam? I call again. Still no answer. He has to be here somewhere. Where'd he go? I look outside, and there he is, standing on the deck holding a beer in his hand. He's staring out into the night as I slide open the door and walk to him. He is still wearing his tux, but somehow lost his tie, and his shirt's top 3 buttons have come undone. God, he looks good all rough like this. I wish I could take him right here with how he looks right now. His blank stare out into the darkness, looking mysterious. No. Knock it off. You can't think like this. Are you okay? I ask, trying to get out of my head. What? Yeah, I'm okay, he says, startled. I snuck up on him. What's wrong? I can tell something is bothering him, and he won't even look me in the eyes, which is not normal behavior for him. Usually, eye contact is his favorite thing to do, one of the many things I adore about him. Nothing. Everything's fine, Liam says back. None of me believes him, but if he wants me to know what is bothering him, he will tell me, and I have to be okay with not knowing until he decides to share it with me, so I don't press it. I don't want to upset him. I decide to change the subject. The wedding was beautiful, right? How is that the only thing I can think of to talk about over anything else? Yeah, it was. Your friends look so happy, he says. his eyes trailing off to the darkness again. Yes, they did. Britt and Gus are so lucky to have found each other. That's so rare these days. He turns toward me like he is about to say something and suddenly changes his mind. He looks down at his shoes on the deck and my bare feet. What is going on? He looks almost sad. What is happening? He catches me looking down at him, concerned, and he lifts his head to meet my gaze. It's awkward all of a sudden until he chimes in. Man, they had some delicious food, huh? I want to get a hold of their caterer for some of our hospital events. I think it will be a big hit. Why is he changing the subject? Is he trying to distract me from his palpable sadness? Oh yeah, I know. It was fantastic. That's a great idea. Raven couldn't stop talking about it either. She kept bringing it up while I was trying to get her ready for bed. I laugh. She's such a sweet little girl. He smiles at me, finally maintaining eye contact. He is even more handsome up close. I'm drawn to his lips like they are pulling me in. I know I shouldn't do it, but he looks so hot. It also helps that he has the sweetest things to say about Raven. I rest my hand on his chest, feeling the skin with my palm where the buttons had come undone. I can't help myself. I lean in and kiss him passionately. Chapter 26, Talia. Liam falls into me as soon as our lips touch. The feeling of him wanting me makes me surrender myself to him, kissing him harder and longer than before. Our tongues meet as our mouths open and heat things up. His hands reach up and grab my waist, pulling me in closer. We stand there passionately kissing for several moments until suddenly I stop and grab the sides of his face, pulling away from his kiss. I look into his eyes thinking, I know where this is going. Maybe we shouldn't. But his eyes make me lose my train of thought. They make me forget that this is a terrible idea that I want to participate in so badly. I should have looked at the floor instead. Maybe then I could have pulled away. I momentarily let myself think before Liam pulls me back in. When our lips meet again, the electricity flows through our bodies, growing stronger and stronger. In the heat of the moment, I feel myself grab his hand and start pulling him to follow me inside. I want him so badly I could take him right here, outside, but I don't want to chance Raven waking up, coming to find me, and finding us out here like this. Follow me, I say, walking backward through the sliding door. Liam nods as I'm pulling him with me. We walk hand in hand up the stairs to my bedroom. He closes the door behind us and immediately picks me up, wrapping my legs around him and grabbing my butt as he walks us backward towards my bed. He knows just where to set me. I think about the last time we were here. Just the memory of it causes my heartbeat to quicken. I lay there watching him climb on top of me. It's like you've been in here before. I laugh, trying to get my mind back on the track. Maybe. It seems a little familiar. He laughs back.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
Looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to YouTube's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tiia always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TiiaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tiia's collection is waiting for you.
If you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TiiaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tiia.
Oh, is that what I was doing, huh? I giggle back. Maybe that wasn't your intention, but it sure seemed like it was. He looked back up at the ceiling. Maybe it was my subconscious telling me what it thought you needed and wanting to help you out. I look up at the ceiling as well. What is he thinking about after what we just did? We lay there, staring at the ceiling hand in hand, comfortable and close.
Chapter 27. Liam. We lay there side by side, still panting and trying to catch our breaths. Our hands never pull away from each other, and I turn to face her. You are just incredible. I adore you. She slides a bit closer to me. I feel her bare skin on my arm that makes me want to go at her again. Are you flirting? She laughs. I shrug my shoulders. I adore you too, she says softly. We stay staring into each other's eyes, talking about everything under the sun. But soon after, she starts to doze off. Interesting. Both times that we have made love, she's always passed out soon after. I must be good at this. I'm still awake. The adrenaline courses through my body and I cannot get my mind to stop thinking of her. Should I go back to my room? No, I cannot throw away an opportunity to hold her in my arms all night, even if it is just for one night, though I can't help but hope this happens again. I slip a bit deeper into the covers and pull Talia's upper body on mine. She gives a soft moan as she snuggles into my chest and snakes her fingers in my hair. I want to freeze this moment of us together, forever. Maybe I'm being an idiot, opening myself up to a world of hurt, but I couldn't care less. This is pure bliss, and I will hold on to this burning rope for as long as possible. It can slice my hands open, but I don't care. It can heal. I hope. I try to quiet my thoughts down and just focus on the now, and focus on the perfect girl I have wrapped in my arms. My eyes slowly open to see Talia lying next to me, sleeping well and so peacefully. Her lips part just a bit, and I slowly and gently scoot in and kiss her. This might be the last time I do kiss her in a way that is not a show for everyone. I think a head start on breakfast will definitely take some stress off Talia. I get up and stretch, feeling refreshed from last night. I grab my clothes sprawled across the floor and walk to my room to throw them into my hamper. I walk into the kitchen and flick on the lights. I start the coffee and lean on the island, soaking in the blissful start of my day. To add to the bliss, Raven walks in, wrapped in a blanket. Good morning, Liam. Good morning, sunshine, I say. How'd you sleep? I was actually really cold last night, Raven answers, pulling the blanket tighter around her. Oh, I am so sorry. Your mommy and I were so hot. I decide not to elaborate for obvious reasons. Yeah, I can imagine how hard and tiring it is fixing up the house, Raven says, taking a seat on one of the island chairs. My eyebrow flicks up. What do you mean? You know, all the banging. Holy hell. On the walls and all the grunts trying to fix something, Raven says, flicking through her race car coloring book. Gotta love home improvement. I give a tight smile and turn my attention back to the coffee pot, hoping it starts brewing faster. Raven returns to coloring in her book, and I finally get some coffee in my system. Hey, what about pancakes? I say, looking up from the cup in my hands. Only if they're Mickey Mouse shaped. I give a playful and sarcastic scoff. Obviously. Well, you don't have to if you don't have time. I know you work, Raven says without straining her precise concentration. I don't work today, I say as I pull out the fruit and pancake mix. Awesome. I start preparing everything. I squeeze the batter on the pan in a relative Mickey Mouse shape. Well, it looks like a mouse, I guess. As it cooks, I cut up fresh fruit and I look out the window. I see black storm clouds start to approach. Rain is coming. What a beautiful, calm, and peaceful day it is indeed. I smile and promptly return to the task at hand. Literally. It's a miracle I didn't cut my fingers. But I am known for my steady hands after all. I flip the pancake on the stove and slide a plate of fruit to Raven. She snacks on her strawberries first as she continues coloring. What are we going to do today? She says, taking me out of my working trance. Looks like it's going to rain, I say, so maybe nothing outdoors. What a boring day, then. No, I can't let her be bored under my care. That is unacceptable. How about we do some crafts? Let's make a scrapbook, full of everything we did at the zoo. Raven looks up from her book. I'm listening. Go get all your crayons, glue, paper, everything. I enthusiastically but quietly say. Raven hops up from her chair and races to her room. I slide some pancakes onto a plate and place them by Raven's spot. I place some syrup and whipped cream by her plate. I even add sprinkles. Raven returns with items overflowing from her small grasp. She spills everything on the table. That is how we spend our morning, eating pancakes and filling in pages of a scrapbook, moving to the living room after breakfast. I draw a poorly depicted lion, and she draws the three of us by the lion. A little awfully close and unrealistic, but it's the thought that counts. I look at Raven as she explains with her exaggerated mannerisms why a cheetah, the fastest land mammal, is slower than a race car. I just stare and stare at her, in awe of her intelligence and her animated conversation. I just love Raven. Talia walks in, masking a yawn behind her hand, and immediately heads for the coffee pot. Hello, what have we here?
Chapter 28. Talia. Seeing the two of them here, coloring together, is the most incredible scene I have come across in a long time. Liam lets me sleep in, gets up with her, and is entertaining her on this crappy, rainy day. How can he get any more perfect? Is it even possible that he is this good to us? Hi, Mommy, Raven says as soon as she sees me standing there smiling at them. Hi, baby. How'd you sleep? I say, walking over and kissing her on the forehead. Liam is sitting right beside her and wraps his arms around my legs, hugging them. Good morning, Talia. He smiles up at me. Good morning, I say, pulling myself away from his embrace. I didn't want to like his hug. I walk over to the edge of the couch and sit down, watching her color. I can't help but shift my thoughts and think about last night. How good it had felt to be with him again, but how bad I know it is that I let it happen again. One time is bad enough, but now, twice. How did he make me lose all self-control? It's like he looks at me, and I get so lost in his eyes that I forget what we're doing. The problem is, when we're together, it isn't just intercourse. We don't just have intercourse. We make love. I hate how corny that sounds, but it's true. He makes me feel so alive. The chemistry we have is unreal. Amid our touching, I can almost feel the meeting of our souls. I think I love him. I hate that I feel it, that I've let myself get this close to him. He allows me to get more vulnerable than ever, and it scares me. I really can't get hurt again. I have no more humiliation and betrayal left in me. I can't get close enough to let him hurt me. Raven adores him, and he adores her. I know they love each other, and he is so good with her. No matter what happens between us, I'll do whatever it takes to ensure they keep their relationship. I can't let Raven lose him and get hurt over something I did. Our arrangement is my plan, and I won't let her be hurt by it going south. My stomach rumbles, reminding me that I need breakfast. I stand up and head into the kitchen. As I make my way to the fridge, I feel a hand on my back. I whip around and see Liam following me into the kitchen. I made Raven pancakes and fruit, he explains. Here, I have a bowl for you. He places the bowl of cut fruit into my hands, much to my surprise. How about you sit down and look pretty while I cook you a pancake? He walks me over to the dining chair and sits me down. I'm too shocked to argue and overwhelmed by the idea that he made Raven breakfast. Thank you for that, I finally reply, for making her breakfast. Of course, he replies. I have a clear view of him from here. He confidently walks back to the fridge and pulls out the leftover batter from earlier. How have I not noticed he likes to cook? After a few minutes of watching him in his element, Raven walks in. "What's taking so long, Mommy?" she asks. "Come over here, sit with me." I motion to her. "Liam's cooking instead of Mommy. He's making me a pancake just like you had." I kiss her forehead as she climbs up to sit on my lap. "It was good," she replies solemnly. "But can I have your strawberry?" She gestures into my bowl, pointing out the desired item. I pop the strawberry into her mouth. "Let's turn some music on, and we can dance while we wait. How's that sound?" "Yay, but only if Liam dances with us." "He's trying to cook, hun," I say as Liam interrupts me. "Hey there, miss, I can multitask." He laughs and throws his hands in the air, making dancing motions with his spatula. I shake my head at him, smiling, and grab my phone, turning on the radio. He dances over and holds mine and Raven's hands, pulling us up off the chair to dance with him. He twirls us around, and Raven's laugh fills the room around us. He looks at her so lovingly, making me adore him even more. Watching their laughter as they dance together makes my heart swell. He is so good to her. "Raven, would you help me set the table?" he asks when breakfast is done. "Yes." She rushes over and grabs the plate and silverware from his hand. She brings them over to me as I set out my placemat. He brings out the skillet, serving 2 pancakes onto my plate. Then he brings the butter and syrup. Raven and Liam sit around the table while I eat, and Raven talks about her dreams from last night. She giggles at Liam's responses to the aliens she met in every single one of them. "How about you both go in and start a movie? I'll clean up and be right in," I say when we finish. "Yay, movie day," Raven yells and runs off into the other room. Liam walks up and grabs the plate out of my hands. "Come on, I'll do this later. Let's go relax." He pulls me with him into the living room. We spend the day watching movies and eating snacks. Raven picks every single cartoon she can think of to show Liam. I'm completely blown away by how excited he gets every time she picks a new one. He loves making her happy, letting her know he loves her choices. He keeps draping my legs over his lap to rest on him as we watch. I let them sit for a few moments before I make an excuse to go into the kitchen and grab snacks or drinks. I can't get comfortable with him on the couch, and I can't let him cuddle with me. When we've watched all the movies she picks and eaten all the snacks in the house, it's finally time for bed. Raven yells, "Mommy, I want Liam to take me." He looks at me and smiles. "Are you okay with that?" "Yeah, of course. If you want to," I say. "Yay!" Raven runs up the stairs to her room. Liam gets up to follow her. I watch them make their way up the stairs, and finally, when they are out of sight, I get up and follow them. I trust him, but I'm used to being the only one who gets her ready for bed. As I walk up the stairs to her room, I can't help thinking about how he gets so excited when she asks him to do things for her. I stand by the edge of the door, not wanting either of them to know I followed along. I listen as Liam finishes reading her a story and tucks her in. "Liam?" I hear her ask. "Yes, Raven?" He answers. "Can I tell you a secret?" "Of course you can." "I wish you and Mommy were really married so that you could be my real daddy, because then I could have 2 great daddies to love." Tears fill my eyes as I hear him kiss her on the forehead and start walking out of the room. Not sure how to respond to her. Did that crush him the way it crushed me? I rush down the hall to my room so that he doesn't know I overheard.
Chapter 29, Liam. Talia is nowhere in sight once Raven is properly tucked into bed. She's probably heading to the kitchen to grab a couple of beers for us, as usual. I'm just not in the mood to talk tonight. I enter my bedroom, closing the door silently to avert any attention from Talia. Garcia looks up at me from the bed with concerned eyes. Her meow is lower than usual, indicating that she is worried about my stress levels. I walk over to the bed, sliding onto it next to her with a heavy sigh. You read me like a book, Garcia. I have a lot on my mind to process right now. She tilts her furry head to the right, meowing with an inflection. I reach my hand forward to pet her as I respond. Well, Raven just said something very sweet to me, but it also got me thinking really deeply about this arrangement with Talia. Garcia stares at me without words, waiting for me to elaborate. I exhale sharply. So, it's like this. You know I love Talia, and you know I love Raven. Raven just expressed to me that she wishes her mother and I were really married so that I could be her real father. Whoa. Garcia's meow imitates that interjection as she closes her eyes, enjoying the massage she receives at the top of her head. I know, right? How do I even respond to something like that? It would be a dream of mine to become Talia's real husband and legally a father to Raven, but that decision is not solely mine. It's hard to know what Talia truly wants from all of this. One minute she's telling me that we're just the best of friends in a fake marriage. Then the next minute she is moaning my name after getting me in her bed to make love to her. My furry companion expresses an exaggerated purr, noticeably rising to a crescendo. Yes, Garcia. She sounds exactly like that. I apologize if we woke you out of your sleep. But anyway, back to the main topic. Talia and I never discussed what would happen if Raven got too attached to me. I will die if she gets her little heart broken because of me. What should I do? She rises to her 4 legs, stretches, and then meows several times as she moves into my lap. I nod agreeingly, taking her advice to heart. You're right. I can't keep avoiding these tough topics. I need to have this conversation with Talia as soon as possible. Asterisk. I wake up the next morning slightly later than usual to a surprisingly empty house. I make my coffee in solitude, wishing that Talia was in the kitchen with me preparing Raven's lunch, while Raven dances around the dining room full of energy. These thoughts make me realize that I was also not prepared for how deeply invested I would become in their lives. Our family dynamic means the world to me. I clip my hospital badge to the shirt pocket of my scrubs as I enter the large glass sliding doors. My feet move faster on the first floor more than any other floor, because this is Doug's domain and I want to avoid him at all costs. My index finger presses the 3 button in the elevator since my shift today is in the oncology ward. As I enter the floor, I am immediately greeted by nurses and patients alike. One of my favorite patients, 5-year-old Anna, runs up to me and hugs my legs. I pick her up in my arms with a smile. It looks like my little escape artist is at it again. How did you get past Nurse Jessica this time? She giggles joyfully, whispering the secret in my ear. After working non-stop for 4 hours, I make my way to the 7th floor employee cafeteria for lunch. I sit down with my tray of food at an empty table, then pull out my cell phone from my pocket. The text I send Talia reads, "I'm in the cafeteria if you're free to join me for lunch." She replies back less than a minute later, "Sorry, I can't. About to perform an emergency C-section." My final response before eating my meal is, "No worries. I'll see you at home." My eyes shift up when a large frame sits across from me at the table. Doug leans his arms against the table in a threatening manner. "You must think you're really doing something flaunting Talia around on your arm. In a competition against me, I will always be the stronger opponent." I just can't take Doug seriously. All he does is ping-pong back and forth between me and Talia with his threats. I hold his gaze intensely, refusing to back down. "Why don't we let Talia be the judge of that?" He bangs the palms of his hands against the table as he stands, attracting the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. "She was my wife first. You can either get that through your head or I can beat it into your skull." He looks around at the audience gathering, then swiftly makes his exit. As I finish up my shift in oncology, doing a final round as I wait for the next crew to come in, I pause when I hear some strange sounds coming from an empty patient room. I peek my head into the room to see Doug feeling up Nurse Jessica under her uniform skirt as she attempts to mute her mixture of giggles and moans. I stealthily take a photo of them with my phone while they are distracted with each other, then carry on with my tasks. I guess some things never change. If Doug wants to go around making threats, I'll play his game if I have to.
Chapter 30. Talia. I am dreading going into Rosalind's house to pick up Raven tonight. My mom is always full of questions, and sure enough, she is going to want to drill me about how things are going with Liam. I hate having to lie to her, so I have been avoiding the topic as much as possible. My hand turns the doorknob of the unlocked front door with anticipation. Raven sits in her grandmother's lap as they watch television, both sets of eyes shifting to me once I close the door. Rosalind looks down at her, exclaiming, "Look who's here." Raven jumps out of her lap and runs to hug me. "We're watching a documentary about aliens." "Really?" I kneel on the teal carpet, wrapping my arms around her small body. "Did Gran put you up to that? You would rather watch racing or wrestling, but Gran doesn't like either." "Gran and I made a compromise." I giggle, playfully tapping her nose. "A compromise?" "Yes." She holds my right hand, attempting to guide me into the living room. "Let's watch it together." I firmly hold my position, making her turn back with confusion. "Actually, sweetie, we need to head home. Mommy has had a long day." Rosalind rises from the Navy couch and walks over. "Why don't we let Raven finish this episode so you and I can have a grown-up talk in my room?" Damn. I guess there is no getting out of this conversation. When my mom wants something to be done, she doesn't give me much of a choice. She has been that way since I was growing up in her house. Fine. My attention shifts to Raven. Pay close attention to the documentary so you can tell me about it later, okay? She nods and then runs back to the couch. I rise from my knees like a 70-year-old woman. "Let's make this quick, Mom. I'm exhausted." I follow her to her bedroom, already wishing the conversation was over. Rosalind waits until I enter, then closes the door behind me. "Just what do you think you're doing?" I place my hands against my thighs as I lower myself to the wide, gray ottoman at the foot of her bed. "Well, I'm gonna need more context before I can answer that, Mom." She crosses her arms over her chest as she leans against the back of the door. "How are you the only person who can't see that Liam is in love with you?" My head lowers as I focus on remaining calm. "Mom, please stay out of our marriage." "You mean your sham of a marriage?" My eyes jolt up to see her intense eyes fixed on me. "How did you know that?" She walks over to the bed and sits. "Don't be angry with the child. I bribed her into telling me." I sigh heavily. "I'm actually relieved that you know. I don't have to keep hiding it now." "So what about Liam?" she asks eagerly. I'm still confused about where she is leading the conversation. "What about him?" Rosalind releases a sound of frustration. "You foolish girl. Liam is in love with you." "No," I confidently assure her. "That's all part of the act." "Well, you can keep lying to yourself, but the man isn't acting." I stand up abruptly. "Are we done?" Rosalind scoffs as she rises from the bed. "I guess so, since there is no getting through that brick head of yours." I turn the knob on the door, walking hastily towards the living room. "Raven, we're leaving. Say goodbye to Gran." My car turns into the empty driveway, expecting to see the black Lexus already parked. "It looks like we beat Liam home, Raven." "I think the hospital makes Liam work too much." She opens the back right car door and gets out. I giggle at her candor. "I think you're right, sweetie." After we have dinner, I draw Raven a bubble bath with extra bubbles, just the way she likes it. "Raven, your bubble world awaits." Raven giggles as she runs into the bathroom naked with her favorite bath toys in her hands. I assist her into the tub, then turn off the faucet. What is happening in Bubble World today? She puts on her announcer voice. Today in Bubble World, we have 2 new ships. Really? What are the names of these new ships? Raven places the yellow boat to float in front of her. This boat is Talia. I chuckle, finding it strange to hear my name come out of her mouth. Okay, I have a boat now. That's great. What's the name of the other one? She sets the green boat next to it on the water. This boat is Liam. Interesting. I dip the NASCAR washcloth in the water, then lather it with soap. Raven glides both boats through the bubbles while making a zoom sound. Mommy, do you want to know something about these boats? Sure. Tell me about them. I start to gently wash her back with the washcloth. Liam boat loves Talia boat, so Talia boat should love him back. She avoids my gaze by focusing on the boats in her hands. The soap drops out of my right hand, creating a huge splash into the water. Raven giggles, thinking that my action was intentional. Boom! I remain speechless for the remainder of her bath, then tuck her into bed with just a kiss. As I lay in my cold bed staring at the ceiling, I can't help but feel defeated. First my mom cornered me, and then Raven, back to back. I just need some time to process my own thoughts and feelings. Wait, did I really get lectured by my 6-year-old?
Chapter 31. Liam, my work schedule has been clashing with Talia's lately, so I haven't had the time to sit down and talk with her about how our arrangement could end up hurting Raven in the long run. The longer we postpone the conversation, the more damage is being done. The thought of working in the maternity ward today makes my heart flutter. I've been missing my daily dose of beauty provided by Talia's face. As I enter the 4th floor from the elevator, I'm surprised to see the hospital director, Charles Schwartz, standing in front of the reception. It's even more odd that he seems to be waiting for me. He takes a few steps forward, his salt and pepper hair shimmering from the bright ceiling lights. It's been a while, Nurse Anderson. His right hand weighs heavily against my left shoulder. Can I have a word with you in my office? Sure thing, Director Schwartz. We walk to the elevator, only making small talk until we arrive at his office on the top floor. Charles circles around his black desk while gesturing at one of the green lounge chairs. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. He lowers himself into his office chair simultaneously as I sit in front of him. I know you stay busy here at the hospital, so I'll get right to it. Our inventory for drugs, mainly opioids, has been raising a lot of eyebrows lately. There are a lot of drugs missing, and we got a tip that some were stashed in your locker. Upon checking it, we found a considerable amount hidden there. Can you explain this to me? I'm so stunned by the accusation that words barely form as I respond. That's impossible. He sighs heavily. I want to believe you, Liam. But you're going to have to give me more than that. My mind races as I try to wrap my head around this scandal. I have never taken narcotics in my life, and they most definitely would not be in my possession. Director Schwartz, you know my track record. I care deeply about my job, and I would never be in possession of drugs. Someone must have hidden them in my locker to take the heat off of themselves. Charles listens attentively, pausing before responding. I hate to do this, Liam, but it's protocol. The police are on their way here to take you to the station, where you can prove your innocence there. My advice is to already be waiting for them downstairs to avoid making a scene. I understand, Director Schwartz. You have my full cooperation. I stand and make my way downstairs, where I immediately identify myself to the 2 officers in the lobby, entering the back of their police car without resistance. The police station depicts every possible stereotype from Hollywood. Dozens of police officers move in and out of the station like ants as I am escorted in between the 2 officers. The sounds of phones ringing off the hook and people yelling across the large room attack my eardrums as the smell of donuts and burnt coffee invade my nostrils. I am left alone in a room as big as a closet, with one-way mirrors all around it. The officers must be on the other side, choosing who will play the good cop and who will play the bad cop. One of the officers finally enters with a manila file in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. "Sorry to keep you waiting." He sits down in his metal chair, placing his items on the metal table. "I find it very odd that this is your first offense. You don't even have a speeding ticket." I relax my arms against the table. "That's because I'm not responsible for this crime." He takes a sip of his coffee, then looks up at me. "So how do you explain the drugs in your locker? The locker only you have the code to." "Code!" That word brings an idea to my mind that will prove my innocence. Check the timestamps. The officer makes a note onto the manila folder. Timestamps? Yes, I can prove where I was when the drugs were taken out of the machine because it creates a timestamp, I explain thoroughly. He jumps up out of his seat. "I need to make a call. Can I grab you a water or something?" I lean back in the uncomfortable chair, preparing myself to be here for a while. "I'm fine, thanks." As expected, the officer returns over an hour later with a more positive demeanor. He sits in his chair, releasing a sigh of relief. "You made a good call. We checked the timestamp of the machine to find that the code used belongs to a doctor who recently retired. That was the first error, because his code was supposed to be removed from the system. Furthermore, we have evidence that you were in oncology when the timestamp occurred, giving you a viable alibi. Someone else was caught on camera accessing your locker shortly after. We apologize for keeping you here and ask that you keep this confidential while it's under investigation." "You were just doing your job." I shake his hand assertively. "Am I free to go?" "Yes." He stands and I follow his lead. "We will contact you if we need your assistance with the investigation. After all of this chaos, I just want to feel at peace." My first thoughts are of Talia and Raven. As much as Talia and I are overdue for a serious conversation, I just want to keep things light for now and ask her opinion about a gift for Raven. Just seeing her gorgeous face right now would melt away all the troubles of the day. I arrive back at the hospital ready to carry out my mission. As the elevator doors open to the 4th floor, I see Doug at the front reception standing too close to Talia for my taste. Talia locks eyes with me with an unreadable expression. I know exactly what needs to be done.
Chapter 32. Talia. Apart from the long hours often spent at work, there is really nothing to complain about at my practice. Healthy babies are being delivered, and the mothers are receiving all the prenatal and postnatal care they need, with smiles on their faces. Being in my zone at work actually keeps my mind off of the conflicting feelings I have for Liam. After completing my rounds, I stand at the front reception with several of the nurses for some uplifting baby banter. Stacy stands near the center of the curved desk with her hands at her raised cheekbones. But how cute is baby Skylar? He has the most beautiful blue eyes I have ever seen. Right? I chime in. He is too cute to not want to steal. The other nurse, Becca, sits on the other side of the desk by the phones. I have thought about abducting babies more than I ever thought I would, ever since I started working here. Those small faces are just too cute. The elevator doors open in front of us, revealing Doug setting his sights onto me. Damn, we were making such progress, and I thought he was finally keeping his distance. What could he possibly want now? He glances at the nurses as he does his cheeky strut. "Good afternoon, ladies." His head turns as he lowers himself to me by leaning against the reception counter. "I've missed seeing your face, so I made a little trip up here." I roll my eyes, turning my body away from him at an angle. "What can I help you with, Dr. Greer?" The arrogance in his voice makes my stomach turn. "You can help me by admitting to yourself that you want me back." Disgust is imprinted on my face as I glance up at him. "Get over yourself. I have a husband now." He leans into my left ear. I can make you forget all about him. He can't make you scream like I can. His statement causes my feet to stumble backwards a few times. As Doug prowls toward me, Liam exits the elevator as if he's on cue. His strides are wide as he immediately gauges the situation. Liam brushes past Doug, brings me to him with his arms at my lower waist, and presses his lips against mine. His actions catch me off guard at first, but it doesn't take long for me to submit to him. My eyes close as his mouth parts mine passionately, our tongues rhythmically meeting as sensually as they did the first time. After the embrace, he speaks in his normal tone. "Hey, baby, I missed you." Doug snorts, taking steps backwards with an angered look on his face. Unable to find the words to say, he turns and heads for the elevator. I glance at both Stacy and Becca, who share the same stunned expression. "I always wanted to do that," Liam smirks. "Plant one on you right in front of him." "Let's go to my office." I take his hand, guiding him through the twisty corridors. I must have been holding my breath the entire time because I exhale sharply once we enter my office. Instead of sitting in my office chair, I choose the black armchair on the left, sinking into it. Liam closes the door behind him, still raving about the scene he put on. Did you see Doug's face? That definitely took him down a few notches. My mind is still absorbed in the kiss, thinking about what nasty things we could get into on my office desk. I shake my head several times, refocusing on the matter at hand. Maybe you shouldn't have done it in front of my staff like that. Why not? He walks over and collapses into the other black armchair. We're married. I tilt my head to the side, giving him a look that reads, "Are we?" Liam scoffs. "Okay." His fingers make air quotes. "Married." I avoid his gaze, unable to manage the array of feelings I'm experiencing. What difference does it make? It got rid of Doug and that's what you want, right? Or has that changed? My head jolts up, surprised that he would even make that statement. You know I have no interest in Doug. It's offensive that you even made that implication. He sighs sharply, slowly lowering his hands in front of his torso, as if he is doing Tai Chi. You're right. I'm sorry I said that. I came here because I know Raven will be starting the first grade soon, and I wanted to talk to you about a gift for her. I feel relieved that the conversation has shifted to Raven. She is always a mediator, whether she is physically around us or here in spirit. I focus on the sunlight peeking through the partially closed blinds of my window. I don't know. I haven't thought about it, honestly. My body turns towards him in the chair. You already know she's obsessed with wrestling and racing. She has so much of the paraphernalia already that I'm not sure what there is left to get her. You make a valid point, he chuckles. She has more race cars than I ever owned as a kid, and she actually teaches me things about wrestling. My head leans against the back of the chair. A unique kid, isn't she? She is. There is a long pause before he stands up. I should probably get back. We have some time to let these ideas marinate. I stand up awkwardly, uncertain if I should embrace him before he leaves. Our fake arrangement makes things more complicated than I imagined. He heads for the door, giving me a wink before turning the knob and leaving. I allow myself to fully collapse back into the armchair once he has left. That wink, he has no idea how that's my kryptonite, and why has his kiss left me wanting more? God, what have I gotten myself into?
Chapter 33, Liam. I can't help but feel taken aback by Talia's reaction. She should be rejoicing that I kissed her in front of Doug and the nurses. I take great pride in that action, feeling like Talia was really mine in that moment. My heart still races as I replay the scene in my mind. Today really set us forward with our plan, so why am I happy about it alone? We started this fake marriage on the same page with the goal of pushing Doug and Janet out of the picture. At times it feels like we are progressing, then at other times it seems like Doug takes our efforts as a challenge to assert himself more. Acting like the happy couple in front of him can only do so much. It leaves me feeling uncertain of the outcome. I make my rounds in the maternity ward, my heart skipping a beat every time I see Talia in passing. It was a struggle to not tell her about the investigation and how I had just come from the police station after being interrogated. Maybe it's for the best. We have so much on our plate already as it is. After finishing my tasks early, I text Talia, asking her if I can pick up Raven from her mother's house. She gives me the green light, making me sigh with relief. This will give me a chance to talk to Rosalind, whom I've always respected and trusted. She gives solid advice without being too judgmental, like my dad can be at times. I knock on the door of the brick ranch-style house, then awkwardly stand with hands behind my back like I'm in the military. Rosalind opens the door with a bright expression after seeing me. "Liam, this is a pleasant surprise." She pulls me into a hug, making me chuckle after I lose my footing. "Come in. Raven and I were just talking about you." I enter through the corridor to see Raven playing with Roman and her race cars on the coffee table. I lower myself to a squat as she runs over to me. "Hey, pretty girl." Raven crashes into me, nearly sending me backwards. "I'm so happy you're here. You can play race cars with me." She secures her arms around my neck as I lift her off the ground. "That sounds like fun. Did you do anything else interesting today?" She smiles even wider as she remembers something. I painted a family portrait. I gasp, twirling her around in my arms several times. "You did? Can I see it?" She nods, then runs to her room after I put her down. Rosalind walks past me, then turns into the kitchen. "This will be a great time for us to catch up. What can I get you to drink? I have water, lemonade, orange juice, vodka." I turn to her in the doorway with a chuckle. "I have to drive, so I'll take lemonade. Hold the vodka." Rosalind opens the fridge and takes out the pitcher of freshly squeezed lemonade. So responsible. I've always liked that about you. My attention shifts to Raven as she runs up to me with a small canvas in her hands. I squat down again, holding the right side of it while she holds the left side. "Wow, this is amazing, Raven. This could be in a museum." She smiles proudly as she points at the 4 people she painted, starting from the left side. "Here is Gran, then Mommy, then me, then you." I feel touched that this beautiful little girl considers me a part of her family. My happiness subsides when I am reminded that I need to have a serious talk with Talia. Despite our decisions as adults, Raven must be protected at all costs. Rosalind navigates around us with 2 glasses of lemonade in her hands. "Raven, go to my room for a bit while Gran and Liam talk in the living room." I pull Raven to me, kissing her on her forehead. "It's beautiful. Thanks for painting me in your portrait." She giggles joyfully before running off to her room. "You're welcome." Rosalind gestures for me to join her on the navy couch, then quickly switches around the glasses. "Oops. You almost drank from the one with vodka." I release a light chuckle as I pick up the correct glass and take a sip. "Thank you." She turns her body towards me at an angle. "So, how are things going with that stubborn daughter of mine?" "Well." I lean back into the corner of the couch with a heavy sigh. "I don't have to tell you too much since you are aware of our arrangement." "Yes." Her intense gaze reminds me of where Talia gets it from. "How do you feel about that?" "You probably picked up on this already. I'm in love with Talia, and I would give anything to be a real father to Raven." She takes a large sip of her vodka lemonade as if she is preparing to unleash some facts onto me. "I know you love them both, and that you have a challenging road ahead of you. Talia still struggles with the betrayal from Doug, and I worry that you will be greatly affected. But you need to lay it all out in the open." I nod, appreciating her insight. I'm afraid she would push me away further and end the fake marriage sooner. Rosalind tucks her feet under her, sinking into the other corner of the couch. "So if you already think you know the outcome, what do you have to lose?" My head lowers, my voice becoming a mumble. "Everything." She speaks with a more empathetic tone. You're a good man, Liam, and she knows that. Just give her some time to hold the space for you in her life that you deserve. Give her time. It sounds like such a simple concept, but why am I struggling so much with my impatience? I've known that Talia is the woman for me for over a decade. I lost her to time before, and it would crush me to let her slip through my fingers again.
Chapter 34. Talia. I still blame myself. At the beginning of our arrangement, I thought it was a good idea. As time has progressed, I am noticing more and more how I have inadvertently tarnished my strongest friendship. I find myself missing the camaraderie that Liam and I had. Before we became intimate, everything just flowed without pressure. My irreparable choices make me feel like I have lost something important. All I can think about as I drive Raven to her father's house is how I can turn back time to get my old relationship with Liam back before everything became so complicated. How would I even begin that conversation with him? A pain shoots across my forehead at just the thought of it. Raven plays with Roman in the back seat, occasionally glancing at my eyes through the rearview mirror. Mommy, are you going to be okay alone today? I can tell Daddy that you're sick and take care of you. I can't help but smile at how intuitive she is. No, sweetie, what made you ask me that? She thoughtfully watches the reflection of my eyes. You are thinking so much, like you do whenever you fight with Liam. I break her gaze to make a right turn. We didn't fight, sweetie, but you're right. I just have a lot on my mind. Raven looks down as she combs her fingers through Roman's hair. It must be hard to pretend to be married. Her empathy about something way beyond her years catches me by surprise. I pause before asking, what do you think makes it difficult? Well, she gathers her thoughts before proceeding. You really love Liam, but you're scared to say it because the marriage is make-believe. Wow. It's embarrassing that my 6-year-old has a better understanding of emotions than I do. I still feel like a love is a strong word to use. Raven loves Liam, so it's natural for her to project that desire onto my relationship with him. It's still too soon to interpret it that way. I pull into Doug's driveway, wanting to make my escape as quickly as possible. He is usually on the porch waiting, but is currently nowhere to be found. I sigh heavily. Come on, sweetie. I'll walk you to the door. My fist roughly bangs against the front door, aggravated to be forced to interact with him. When there is no response, I knock harder just as the door opens. Doug smiles at the sight of me. Sorry about that. I was in the backyard firing up the grill. He kneels down to Raven. Hey, baby girl. Raven wraps her arms around him. Hi, Daddy. He lifts her in his arms with a grunt. Whoa, you are getting so heavy. I was sure to wear my dark sunglasses to avoid eye contact with him. I'll be back to get her this evening. His voice causes me to pause at the last step of the porch. Hey, can you stay for a while? I thought we could have a barbecue as a family like we used to. I ignore his request, glancing over my shoulder at Raven. I'll see you later, sweetie. Have fun with Daddy. My car pulls out of the driveway, and I drive with no particular destination in mind. My life has just become a repetitious cycle of Raven, Liam, and work. With today being my day off, Raven being at her father's, and Liam at work, I feel completely lost. I could go to my mom's house, but she will just make me feel worse about my decisions. She has made me out to be the villain, shamelessly expressing that she is on Team Liam. She has mentioned how Liam would make a great son-in-law, reminding me every chance she gets that I've screwed it all up. It would be best if I don't go home right now. I just need to go somewhere to clear my head. My BMW turns into the parking lot of the local tavern, Mabe's. I used to heavily frequent this place during my college days, It will be nice to reminisce while having a drink or two. My eyes scan the place as I walk towards the bar. The jukebox is still to the far left with ample space for dancing. The dartboard still hangs on the wall next to the bar, and the booths fill the room on the right. Not much has changed. The bartender looks like a college student who works the bar after his classes and on the weekends. He smiles warmly as I sit on the center bar stool in front of him. I was hoping a beautiful woman would walk in to keep me company. Flattery, I giggle with a raised eyebrow. That's a great strategy to get women to spend their money. To prove you wrong, the first one is on me. What will it be? Deal. I place the palms of my hands against the wooden bar. Kettle One and soda. He winks as he picks up the bottle. You got it. That wink. It reminds me of Liam. I love it when he winks at me. God, what am I doing? A tall guy with a hazelnut complexion and killer smile pulls back the bar stool to my left. Is this seat taken? I thank the bartender for my drink, then look at him. It's available? Great. He looks at the bartender. Bourbon on the rocks. I take a long sip of my drink while I observe him. Aren't you a bit young to be here? He chuckles shyly. I'm in law school. What brings you in here alone? I sigh sharply. Escaping the pressures of life. That bad, huh? He accepts his drink from the bartender, then takes a huge sip. I'm sure I've got you beat there. The mother of my child walked out on us, leaving me to take care of my 4-year-old daughter alone. Damn, that's terrible. Do you think she was just overwhelmed and she's just taking a hiatus? He scoffs. It's unlikely. Some people just aren't cut out for parenthood. His eyes hold my gaze, as if this message is intended for me. A word of advice. If you meet someone who loves you and wants to build a family with you, hold on to them. Great. Now I'm being lectured by a stranger in a bar.
Chapter 35. Liam. I pause as I'm entering the glass sliding doors of the hospital when I witness Doug being escorted out the other set of doors with the same 2 police officers that took me to the police station. Damn, they got Doug too. Hopefully he will be able to prove his innocence too. That is, if he is innocent. My feet take large steps towards the emergency room reception desk, knowing that the nurses would have some insight on what has transpired. The nurses are already discussing the events in shock as I approach them, turning their attention onto me automatically. I place my arms over the counter, attempting to appear as unbothered as possible. Do the officers have evidence against Dr. Greer, or are they taking him to be questioned? The nurse with curly blonde hair, Nurse Tasha, responds quickly as if she was yearning for the opportunity. It looks bad, Nurse Liam. He failed the drug test. I mutter to myself. That is bad. I gather my thoughts before seeking more information. They still need to connect him to the investigation. Maybe these 2 matters aren't connected. The tall nurse with an umber complexion, Nurse Summer, replies, Rumor has it that Dr. Greer is their top suspect. They believe he is responsible for the missing drugs. My jaw drops at the thought of Doug framing me. It makes me highly uncomfortable. Would he really stoop this low? If so, what else could he be capable of? I need to call Talia. It would be best if she receives this news from me. Thank you, nurses. Have a good shift. I acknowledge them before stepping away to make my phone call. I call her once, and she doesn't answer then a second time with no response. Talia must be on her way here. She never answers the phone while she's driving. I make my way to the 3rd floor to begin my shift in oncology, hoping that I can check in with the rest of the staff, then step away briefly to wait for Talia on the 4th floor. My plan is immediately foiled when Nurse Jessica approaches me. Anna is having a rough morning. She refuses to take her medication and she only wants you. She hands me the medicine. Okay, I'll go and see her. I head over to room 211, knocking on the door lightly before entering. As I slide the door open, her large brown eyes meet my gaze. I close the door behind me, approaching her bed with a huge smile. "How is my favorite escape artist?" She crosses her arms over her chest. "I don't like the other nurses. Can you be my only nurse?" I sit next to her on the edge of her bed. "I wish I could, Anna, but I have to go wherever they need me in the hospital." "Why?" She leans back into the bed with a pout on her face. "It's not fair." I sigh, reaching into my pocket for my phone. "I know it's not fair. I have something to show you." I click on my photo gallery, pulling up a picture I took of Garcia in a baby's cowboy hat. Anna immediately shrieks with laughter as she studies the picture. "Garcia is a cowboy!" I chuckle heartily. "Well, a cowgirl, I took that picture just for you." She hands me back my phone with a smile on her face. "When are you going to let me meet Garcia?" I place my phone back in my pocket, then lean closer to her. "How about we make a deal?" She nods immediately without knowing the terms. I place her medication on the cart, rolling it over in front of her. "If you take your medication, I'll visit you on my next day off with Garcia." She immediately obliges by sticking out her tongue, causing me to chuckle from how adorable she is. After giving Anna her medication and completing some paperwork, I'm finally able to break away and go upstairs. By now, I'm sure Talia has already heard the news about Doug and might be emotionally distraught about it. All these thoughts invade my mind as I enter the elevator. If Doug really committed this act and goes to jail, what does that mean for us? Would Talia no longer have use for me, discarding me like a toy she has outgrown? It makes me anxious to think that this could already be the end of our relationship, even if it's a fake one. How would Raven react to hearing that her father is in jail? Although she is extremely intelligent and mature for her age, it will still have devastating effects on her. It makes me realize even more how our decisions as the adults are ultimately going to hurt her, and it's gut-wrenching. The elevator doors open and Becca's eyes instantly meet mine through her black frames. She watches me curiously as I approach the desk in front of her, remaining silent as if she's been sworn to secrecy. Although I already know the answer to the question, I ask anyway. "Has the news traveled to this floor yet?" Becca nods before I have even finished asking my question. "It's unfortunate news, isn't it? Well, maybe not so much for you since he's your sworn enemy." I give her a look of aggravation, which prompts her to say, "Stacy is with her in her office." My feet take off in that direction before my brain even thinks about it. I sprint through the hallways, making the familiar left and then right down the hall that seems longer than usual. I open the door without knocking, hunched over with my hands at my knees while I catch my breath.
Chapter 36. Talia. As I enter the 4th floor of Jimenez Regional Hospital, Stacy rushes over to me from the nurse's desk, looking as if she has urgent news to share with me. She grabs my right forearm and whispers, "We need to talk in your office immediately." She closes the door behind us, watching me with anticipation. "You might want to sit down for this." Her demeanor starts to give me anxiety, so I hastily sit in my white office chair. "What is it, Stacy? Are the patients all right?" "They are all fine." She walks over to the black armchair and sits as if something weighs her down. "Doug just got fired not too long ago." "Fired?" I struggle with wrapping my head around the concept. "He is Jemez's beloved ER doctor. Why would they fire him?" Stacy clears her throat, avoiding my eyes to lessen the blow. "Rumor has it, all employees in his department were pulled for a drug test, and Doug's came back dirty." Her statement jolts me out of my chair. "What? That's outrageous. Doug doesn't use..." She sighs. "He must have done a good job at hiding it from you." I start to pace the floor as my nerves get worse. "My child was just over at his house yesterday." "There's more." She looks up at me with a pained expression. He has been stealing codeine, selling it on the streets, and fraudulently writing prescriptions for codeine and other opioids. They are currently interrogating him at the police station. My pacing becomes more rapid. Damn, this is the worst news I've had in a while. I can't believe I exposed my child to that environment. Stacy stands, comes over to me, and stops my erratic movement by placing her hands on my shoulders. You didn't know. Whatever he was involved in, he successfully fooled everyone. It's not your fault, so please don't do this to yourself. I have to call Liam. I reach into the pockets of my scrubs to take out my phone, realizing I have 2 missed calls from Liam from about an hour ago. I must have been on my way here when he tried to call me. We both turn towards the door at the sound of someone running. Liam hunches over in the doorway, catching his breath as if he had just run a marathon. Stacy tightens her grip at my shoulders for encouragement. Stay strong. I'll leave you 2 alone. She greets Liam on her way out, and he greets her back before closing the door. His green eyes study me as he walks over. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I hold his gaze, feeling like I could throw my desk out the office window. Liam, I can't believe this crap. He places his arms above my shoulders and brings me to him. As much as I despise the man, I wouldn't wish this on him for Raven's sake. My voice muffles against his collarbone. Crap. I'm such an idiot. No. His embrace becomes tighter. You're not Talia. These were his decisions and his alone. I breathe in his scent, calming me through my increasing rage. What if something would have happened to Raven while she was at his house? Do you know the type of people drug dealers are involved with? He will have to take responsibility for his actions. There's no way around it. My phone vibrates in my right hand against Liam's back. As we move away from each other, I see Doug's name on the screen. This can't be happening. I'm about to give him a piece of my mind. Liam silently gives me a nod, respecting my need to unleash my wrath onto Doug. You have some nerve. My tone is deeper than usual as I answer his call. Baby, listen to me. I got into some things I had no business getting into. My feet begin to pace around the office again. No crap. It's a bit late for that, Doug. I can't believe you had my daughter around that bullcrap. I'll kill you myself. His heavy sigh sounds like static through the phone. This is the second biggest mistake of my life. My biggest screw-up was losing you. Well, you are about to lose your daughter now, too. I'm done with this crap, and I'm done with you, Doug. I'll be finding a lawyer first thing tomorrow to get your custody rights taken away. He breathes into the phone again before speaking. You don't mean that. I understand you're angry, baby. You have every right to be, but you're supposed to stick by me during a time like this. That's what families do. Family? I laugh hysterically. We stopped being a family when you violated your oath and our marriage. You are no longer entitled to those privileges. Doug's voice becomes noticeably sterner. Think about this carefully, Talia. You don't want to make a decision you will regret later. I turn my back towards Liam as I fully let Doug have it. Who the hell do you think you are to give me a lecture while sitting there in police custody? You are a criminal, Doug. Mark my words. You will never see Raven again. His tone becomes so loud that I'm certain Liam can hear his words vividly. Now look here, bitch. You must have forgotten who the hell you're talking to. I'm not that punk-ass bitch, Liam. I will drag you down to hell with me. You mark my words, Talia. I will find a way to make you lose just as much as I have. Doug ends the call before I can counter his threats. I slowly turn around to face Liam, utterly speechless. He pulls me into him again and holds me, gently rocking my body from side to side in his embrace. Chapter 37. Talia. Liam speaks with a soothing tone as he holds me in his arms. Maybe you should take the day off and let all of this process. Stacy could cover your workload. No. I pushed myself out of his hold. That would be the worst thing I could do right now. I need to see my patients. They keep my mind busy. He reads my eyes with uncertainty. Okay, if you think that's what's best. I'm in oncology today. Call me if you need anything and I'll be right up. Thank you, Liam. I watch him as he quietly leaves the office. What did I do to deserve such a great man in my life? I feel like I trust Liam. His discernment has always exceeded my own. I worry that I will add more trauma to his life with my indecisiveness. He supports me trustingly without questioning my methods. Instead of discouraging me from expressing my anger to Doug, he remained in my corner. That is the kind of support I have always craved in my life. I start to feel more relaxed as I do my rounds for the morning. Mrs. Riviera eagerly expresses her gratitude for me spending the majority of my morning with her. Dr. Johnson, I haven't felt this much peace of mind since before I found out I was pregnant. It's been such a roller coaster, and something about being in your presence just calms my fears. My hand holds hers in mine. I'm so happy that you have so much faith in me. The results from your blood work came back, and everything looks good. I want to do an ultrasound to check that everything is in working order, and then you're free to rest for the remainder of the day. She squeezes my hand gently. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. My husband has been so busy with work these past few days, so I really appreciate all this extra attention you have given me. There is no place I would rather be. Do you have any more family that could make some visits? She gazes out of the window to her right. Unfortunately, no. I'm an only child and my parents still live in Oaxaca. I gasp. Wait, you're Waxacana? She nods. How do you know that term? Have you been to Oaxaca? Yes, 8 years ago. I fell so in love with the culture that I extended my vacation for 3 months. Entonces, ¿hablas español? She curiously asked me if I speak Spanish. Claro que sí, I replied confidently. Her face lights up brighter than ever. By the time I wrap up the ultrasound, it's lunchtime. As I walk towards the elevators to head to the 7th floor staff cafeteria, something surprising stops me in my tracks. All the breath leaves my body as I make eye contact with Doug at the nurse's desk. What the hell is he doing here? Isn't he supposed to be arrested for his crimes? I remain frozen, uncertain of what action I should take. It was obvious that I pissed him off with my threats to get full custody of Raven. Is he here to settle the score? Doug chuckles with his signature smile as he watches me. It's okay, Talia. I'm not going to bite. All the nurses clutter behind the desk, waiting for me to give them a command. I raise my hand at them, indicating that they don't need to act. My heart beats out of my chest as I approach him. How are you here when you no longer work here? Doug nonchalantly places his hands in his pockets. A hospital is a public place. Well, aren't you in police custody until further notice? He takes a step closer to me. They had to release me due to lack of evidence. I turn my body away from him. It's time for you to leave, Doug. He smiles widely as he glances at the nurses for a greater effect. Speaking of evidence, I've done some digging. I don't have time for this bullcrap right now. I start walking past him when he raises his voice. I went to the Office of Vital Statistics. He blocks my path to the elevator, speaking loudly enough for everyone to hear. Do you know what I discovered? There is no marriage license for you and Liam. He pauses to watch the nurses for their reaction. Meaning you both lied, and your marriage is a sham. My staff stares at me with a wave of gasps. Stacy looks utterly terrified as she covers her mouth with her hands. My mouth becomes dry as I meet their eyes, my lips parting to speak, but no words come out. Doug circles around me like a vulture to pour salt onto my wounds. Do you see your great Dr. Johnson? If she can deceive you all like this, what else is she capable of? He stops in front of me, lowering his face to mine to whisper, "This is only the beginning. You should have never challenged me." Doug turns his body to face the audience of nurses. Surely she owes you all an explanation. He patronizes me with a smile. What do you have to say for yourself, Dr. Johnson? I raise my eyes to them filled with embarrassment, needing to prove my case now more than ever. You all have seen it for yourself. Dr. Greer, or should I say ex-Dr. Greer, has been stalking me for some time now. The best way for me to cope was for me to pretend I was married to another man, even at the expense of being deceitful. I'm deeply sorry for misleading you all. Although their eyes become more sympathetic towards me, I am still filled with an incredible amount of embarrassment. Doug grins satisfyingly, winking at me before heading for the elevator. See you later, baby.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tila's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tila's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyler Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 38, Liam. I sit in the break room in the oncology department, snacking on a granola bar and scrolling through the newsfeed on my phone. I stumble across an article that states that there is a carnival in the area that will be in town for the whole weekend. This sounds right up Raven's alley. The exhilarating rides and fun festive foods. I read on quickly, noting the information. I think Talia would love to go as well. I take my phone in hand, head to the elevator, and press the number 4 for the maternity ward. I curtly nod at a nurse who stands in there with me. Once I step on that floor, I can already feel some kind of weird vibe in the air. The nurses stare at me as I walk by, and all I can offer is a smile. Weird morning, I guess. I shove that to the back of my mind and continue with my task at hand, the carnival pitch. I walk past the desk and see Doug lingering there, hunched over the top and talking with a nurse. Obviously flirting with her, and she is taking the bait. My breath catches in my throat. How is this man still showing his pathetic face here? He spots me and does a double take. He snickers and approaches me with a sneer plastered all over his smug face. Hey there, Anderson. It's a good day, thank you for asking. I won. What is this guy babbling on about? Doubt it, but elaborate. I huff impatiently. The only reason why I'm giving him the time of day is because he is Raven's father. I took a little deep dive into some records. I even went to the Office of Vital Statistics because something was just not adding up. I just did not believe all this. He arches an eyebrow up. Where is he going with this? Believe what? I shift uncomfortably on my feet. I looked for a marriage license. I feel my face heat and I begin to walk away. Can you just leave us alone? I manage to bark out somehow. I feel this facade shattering into 1,000 pieces. Us? Who is us? You and Talia aren't even actually married. He lets out a laugh that echoes in my ear. I slowly turn around, my vision becoming tunneled. The floor sways under my feet. "And all the nurses here," Doug snorts. "They know too." His finger motions at the department. His menacing smile practically spreads from ear to ear. "Liam is officially available," Becca chirps from behind a computer somewhere. I nearly lose my breakfast at that comment, at this whole situation. I can feel my heart skipping beats. I'm sick to my stomach. I can feel the knots grow more and more elaborate and become harder to unravel. I told them all. I announced it to everyone. Talia was here too. He leans back at the reception area and crosses his arms over his puffing chest. He stands there tall and proud, and for a second I feel small. I feel so much shorter than him. He towers over me. "Talia! I have to find her." I hold my head up and race to her office, not even knocking before I swing the door open. As I walk in, she nods. Talia places her head in her hands and massages her temples. "Doug told everyone," she says with a frustrated and extended sigh. Her voice cracks. "I am so embarrassed, Liam." Hopefully the news of the carnival might turn her day around. I reach into my pocket and grip my phone when Talia blurts out, "I can't do this anymore." Her voice is almost a whisper as she whimpers. "We're over. We're done playing pretend." So, she wants to do it for real. A hopeful strum lulls my heart to life again. "I can't be with you or be seen with you anymore, okay? I just can't." She gets up and storms out of her office. I meant to bring up the roommate situation as she walked away, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. There's no need to stay anyway. The arrangement is over. I don't know why it hurts so bad. I knew this day was coming. I just didn't expect that day to be today. I'm going to take advantage of my break to go home. Well, to Talia's house to collect my things. I get in my car and stare blankly into the barren, depressing walls of the parking garage. I can't wrap my mind around this situation. I can't even be upset about it. We were never going to work out. We were never going to really date anyway. I let myself sit in solemn silence. The revving of engines passes my car for several minutes as my head leans against the steering wheel. Suddenly, I realize the scrubs of my pants are spotted with wet tears. My dream life is gone. Coming home from a long day to a family is gone. My life is gone. The mere sight of me brings Talia to embarrassment. I look up through blurry eyes and start the car. I use the back of my hand to wipe my eyes. I drive out of the parking garage and to the house for the last time, probably. I take in the route. Something I used to do subconsciously is suddenly the only thing I want to focus on.
Chapter 39. Talia. I look at my wearied face in the large mirror of the fourth-floor women's bathroom. My mascara has smeared into the bags under my eyes, and I had wiped away all of my foundation not too long ago onto the palms of my hands. The feeling of hopelessness overwhelms me as I think about how my actions are irreparable. I always thought the news of Doug's infidelity around the hospital was the most embarrassing circumstance that I could ever experience. This actually takes the cake. Everyone now knows that I'm a fraud. How is my staff supposed to admire me now? How will my patients trust my judgment? While Doug was responsible for the last humiliating situation, there is no one to point the finger at this time. I have successfully tarnished my reputation. After spending what feels like hours in the bathroom, regaining my composure, I return to my office that is now vacant. I regret walking out on Liam while he was trying to console me, but it was the only way I could cope at the time. It was also slightly troublesome that he didn't appear bothered that our scheme came crashing down onto us. Maybe it's because he has less to lose. He can easily pick his life back up and move to another hospital, pretending this never even happened. I envy him for that. My body tenses as I sink into my office chair, thinking about all the trouble Doug went through to look for our non-existent marriage license. The smug look on his face when he announced the scandal in front of everyone makes my face grow hot. His demoralizing words as he engages his audience ring in my ears. Do you see your great Dr. Johnson? If she can deceive you all like this, what else is she capable of? I release a controlled scream, banging the sides of my fists against the top of my glass desk. It's a miracle that the glass doesn't shatter, piercing into my hands. Stacy enters through the door, as if she has been keeping tabs on me from outside. She closes the door and watches me silently before speaking. If you don't want me here, I can leave. I avoid her gaze, looking down at my desk as my emotions build up in my throat. Stacy, I've ruined myself. She walks over to me like a mother coming to protect their young. That's not true. Her face is raised at me while she squats beside my chair. You're human. You did what you thought was best at the time. My elbows clank against the table, and I hide my face in the palms of my hands. Doug was right. I have deceived everyone, and I'm no longer worthy of anyone's trust. Stacy raises her body, slightly sitting on the desk in an attempt to gain my attention. You didn't break any laws, and your actions haven't changed the fact that you're the most skilled obstetrician in this city. She grabs my arms, forcing me to lift my head up. You picked up the pieces from your last traumatic event. You will get through this too. I sigh heavily, wiping the excess wetness from my face. What do I do now? What if Liam quits his job because of this? She offers me a reassuring smile. You will survive. Liam will survive too. If he chooses to leave the hospital, that will be what is best for him. He's a grown man, Talia. You need to focus on your well-being right now. Stacy is right. There is a difference between taking ownership of my faults and punishing myself for them. Everything has already happened. So thinking about what I wish I'd done differently is pointless. I'm only causing myself more stress by replaying the scene in my head. After a long break of silence, Stacy stands with her upbeat demeanor making me roll my eyes and smile simultaneously. Now, she claps her hands together as if I'm a toddler. You haven't eaten anything all day. I'm not leaving you alone until I see you eat something in the cafeteria. Fine. I throw my head back as she removes me from the white swiveling chair. It is impossible to ignore all the sets of eyes on me in the employee cafeteria. They don't hide the fact that they are gossiping about me in passing and at the other long white tables. Stacy sits across from me, adding Thousand Island dressing to her salad and tossing the romaine lettuce, fruits, and assorted vegetables around with her fork. I think it's amazing how you have lowered Mrs. Riviera's stress levels in such a short period of time. I lift my spoon filled with tomato soup to my lips, lightly blowing it before consumption. Well, I just think about how I would want someone to comfort me if I was 43 and a nervous wreck. She only has the opinions of her previous doctors to go by, so it's time that we gave her a new perspective. Stacy nods, looking down at her bowl. I love that. Positive thinking for positive results. She studies me after a long pause of silence, noticing how my eyes shift around the room like someone with paranoia. Please ignore them. They are going to have nothing to say whether you're up or you're down. Most of the employees in this hospital feed off of drama. You're right. Thanks for putting up with me. I force a smile to show my gratitude. I can't remember the last time I've stayed in my office this late. There is no work left to do, but I just can't bring myself to face Liam. One more uncomfortable interaction could push me over the edge. I'm just hoping that he has moved back into his apartment by now, so we can have some space while we pick up all the shattered pieces.
Chapter 40. Liam. I arrive at Talia's house and I stare at the home we once shared. I remember looking at this house and feeling relief every time I drove up, knowing I had a family inside that would soothe me at the end of a long day. It takes me a while to muster the strength to get out and go inside the house. When I do, I am just flooded with tears. though I'm feeling grateful no one is watching this breakdown but Maya and Garcia. They stare at me curiously with head tilts. I sit down on the couch and cover my eyes with the palms of my hands. Maybe it's an attempt to get the tears to stay in. I did know this was going to happen someday, but I guess I had a sliver of hope that maybe things would not have ended this way. Next time I see Doug, I think I just might kill him. After my hands are left moist from my glittering eyes, I stand and take a deep breath. I let the air fill my lungs and breathe out the negative thoughts. I walk to the room I was staying in and pick up my box full of books I never quite got around to unpacking. Maybe I just knew subconsciously that there was no way this was going to be forever, and a part of me wanted to be prepared. Garcia hops on the bed and meows up at me, recognizing something was wrong. She's always been so empathetic for a cat. She's my best friend, and I love her, which is why I can't let her suffer the same fate. Garcia! I sniffle. I am leaving, but you are staying here. I pray she understands what I'm saying. I'm not with Talia anymore. I let out a choking sob, and I can't bring myself to separate you and Maya. You love each other. At her name being mentioned, Maya prances inside my room and hops on the bed alongside Garcia, who then snuggles up to her. Garcia meows and rubs her head all over my legs, and I sit on the bed and snuggle her one last time. I can't believe I'm losing my cat in this arrangement too. Maybe I can talk to Talia about being just roommates. We don't even have to talk. I will just be a tenant. But I just know every time she looks at me, I will just serve as a constant reminder of the most embarrassing day of her life. I am embarrassing to be with. I stand up and walk over to the drawers and haphazardly throw clothes into a box I have on the floor. I need to get out of here as fast as possible. I don't know how many more goodbyes I can handle. I am utterly broken. I hear someone jiggling a key into the doorknob, and I quickly wipe my tears with my sleeve. I put on my most believable smile and walk to the front living room and greet Rosalind and Raven when they come in. As always, her eyes are sharp as she assesses me. I'll leave you two to talk. I'm going to get lunch for Raven started, Rosalind says, tossing her keys in the bowl. What are you doing home so early? Raven asks as she pushes some race cars into my hand, urging us to play. I slowly push them back into her hands and cup her small hands with mine. It's my lunch break. I decided to use this time to move out, love. Raven drops the cars onto the floor and stares at me with wide eyes. What? I kneel down to her level and push some of her hair behind her ears. Yeah? It's all I can manage to get out without having another breakdown. Raven is the hardest goodbye. You're never coming back? Raven's eyes well up in tears, causing mine to follow. I shake my head no and wipe a tear that escapes from her eyes. But don't think I don't love you. My voice cracks. Because I do. I love you like you are my own. Raven's tears start to stream down her face, faster than I can catch them, and I wish I was not the one to break her heart. I'm always going to be here for you, and I want you to take very good care of Garcia, okay? Hot tears are making their way down my cheeks, and I can feel droplets landing on my shirt. Why can't you just stay? Raven sobs, letting the tears take her by storm. There is no way I'm putting the blame on Talia. I understand her mindset, and I understand why this is important. Sometimes grown-ups do silly things, and kids have to pay the price, unfortunately. Raven jumps into my chest, and I hug her back tightly. Her tears soak my shoulder. I hug her back and allow a couple more tears to leave my eyes. I stand, breaking our hug, and I am just overcome with a wave of incredible guilt. Raven should not have to suffer like I am. She stands there crying into her hands, and it breaks my heart to look at her like this. I walk back to my room and load some boxes into the car, finishing up the most painful thing I have ever done in my life. I go back inside for one last box in my room and carry it to the front door. I turn around and take in the house one last time. Raven sobs on the couch and Garcia meows up at me. I rub her head and walk away before I break down all over. "Liam, wait!" I hear Rosalind say. I still and slowly turn to meet Rosalind. "Bye, Rosalind. You have been nothing but the best." "Talia is a damn fool," she says as she reaches up and cups my cheek. She runs her thumb over a tear and rests her hand on my shoulder. "Take care of yourself and know I'm always here," I respond. "I know, baby." Rosalind's eyes stir up with tears as well. I turn and walk outside the door and shut it behind me. I feel like I'm walking away from a fire I started, unable to fix anything. I walk back into my empty, cold apartment. I drop a box on the floor and I switch on the lights. They flicker on and a dull yellow light illuminates the kitchen. I can't stay here.
Chapter 41. Talia. The house feels so empty without him here. I wake up the next morning, feeling the loss. I go to the bathroom to wash up, sighing heavily as I lower the teal towel from my face. It was for the best, Talia. I tried to convince myself, observing my reflection in the bathroom mirror. My feet drag more than usual against the dark hardwood floors of the kitchen. Liam would be standing here with his charming smile while he makes breakfast and a fresh brew of coffee. Why am I thinking about this so intently? I feel like I have experienced a breakup, but we were never really together. I should feel relieved, but instead I feel conflicted. Since it's Saturday morning, I'll let Raven sleep in longer. All this back and forth to my mother's house must take a toll on her. I am dreading how she will react to Liam no longer living with us. As I take out all of my ingredients to prepare breakfast, my phone vibrates against the granite countertop. I unlock the screen to see a message from Doug that reads, "Are you bringing me my child, or do I need to come and get her?" He has every right to ask this question because today is Raven's day with him. I refuse to use her as leverage the way Rosalind did with me to my father. It wouldn't be fair to her. I respond back. I will drop her off after breakfast in an hour or so. Although I still feel a great deal of anger towards Doug, I need to keep those emotions separate from matters with our child. This is bigger than our ongoing feud, and I won't speak negatively about him to Raven just to alleviate my grief. After making enough sausage, eggs, and grits for me and Raven, I go to her room to wake her up. She turns her body to me as soon as I sit on her bed, her eyes wide awake. "Mommy, why did you make Liam leave last night?" I exhale heavily, still unprepared to have this conversation with her. "Well, sweetie, everyone at the hospital found out that our relationship was make-believe, so he went back to live at his apartment." She sits up in the bed, tucking her knees into her chest. "But why?" "Well," I pause, realizing that I hadn't thought this far ahead into the explanation. "Because it's best if a boy and a girl are in a real relationship before they live together." Raven blinks her hazel eyes at me rapidly, as if I haven't made any sense to her. She shrugs her shoulders and speaks in a matter-of-fact tone. "So have a real relationship." I bite my lip, realizing that I set myself up for that response. "It's not that simple, sweetie." She avoids my gaze with a hint of resentment. "I cried with Liam last night." My heart sinks into my chest, not knowing how to respond as my hand moves a thick strand of her hair out of her face. "Wash your face and come eat breakfast so you can go to Daddy's house today." She jumps out of the bed, running out of the room in silence. My eyes glance at Raven through the rearview mirror. As I drive her to Doug's house, without a judge's approval, I can't revoke his visitation rights, and it takes months to get that. So I'm going to have to pray that in a few short hours she'll be okay. If nothing else, my ex has always been a good dad. I have a bad feeling that is indescribable, but I just push it to the back of my mind. I haven't seen Doug since he aired out my dirty laundry in the maternity ward lobby, so my stomach turns at the thought of having to interact with him. At least since I'm the one driving, I can just drive off in my car, diffusing any uncomfortable situations. Daddy might not be himself today, sweetie. He had a really rough week at work. She twirls Roman around, his long hair wrapped around her index finger. Gran said that people die all the time in the ER, so it's a very stressful job. Gran is right. I focus on the road, knowing that in Raven's case, ignorance is bliss. As I approach the house, I come up with a strategy to avoid Doug. My eyes glance back at Raven when the idea comes to my mind. Let's play a game, okay? What's the scariest monster you can think of? Raven gasps, immediately taking the bait. A clown. I giggle at her cleverness. When we pull up to Daddy's house, I want you to run towards Daddy like a clown is chasing you from the back seat. Oh no, she gasps again. I turn towards her after pulling into the driveway. Ah, Raven, save yourself. She playfully screams as she runs out of the back seat, slamming the door behind her. I watch Doug through my dark sunglasses as he stands up curiously from his porch chair. He picks up Raven as she runs to him, asking what's wrong. By the time he sets his eyes on me, I'm already pulling out of his driveway. I call Rosalind for some advice once I get back home. Mom, I just dropped Raven off at Doug's house, but I just can't ignore this ominous feeling that I have. Rosalind pauses briefly. I say go with your gut on this. Tell Doug there is an emergency and that Raven needs to come back home. After hanging up with her, I immediately text Doug. I need to come back for Raven. We can reschedule your day with her. I can already predict the hostility that he will respond with. He has become aggressive in the past regarding me imposing on his time with his daughter. Doug's response reads, "If I can't have you, you will never see Raven again." I lose the feeling in my limbs. My hands shake as I call the first person that comes to my mind. Liam's voice carries more inflection than usual. Hello? Liam, I begin to hyperventilate at the thought of Raven being harmed. Doug has Raven today, and he won't let me get her. He says that I won't see her again. His voice becomes stern. Where are you? I look at my phone to see another text from Doug. We will die together in flames. Oh my God, I respond to Liam in between gasps. I'm at home. He's going to set his house on fire. The sound of Liam's car remote echoes through the phone. I'll pick you up on my way. We'll go together.
Chapter 42. Liam, Talia and I exit the car hastily, watching the flames from inside the house increase as more of the wood paneling catches fire. The dark gray smoke blows towards us from the wind, and neighbors gather around the scene completely mortified. But baby is inside! Talia screams with her hands at the top of her head, sliding to her knees on the grass from the horror she is experiencing. I lower myself to her, grabbing her forearms for reassurance. I'll get her out, Talia. I run to the front door to find it locked. The scalding doorknob burns my hand as I attempt to turn it. Knowing I have to think quickly, I jab my right elbow into the living room window, then kick all the glass in before entering. Raven! I cover my nose and mouth with the sleeve of my shirt, running over to her as she hides behind the couch. Doug has already passed out from the fumes onto his stomach in front of her. Raven looks up at me from cradling her face into her knees, her face filled with tears. I pick her up in my arms, cradling her against my chest as we go out the broken living room window. Talia stumbles to her feet when she sees us coming out of the house. Oh my God. I carefully pass her small body over to Talia. She's okay? Talia sobs hysterically, raising Raven's face with her right hand. Sweetie, please look at Mommy. Raven fights her fatigue but manages to open her hazel eyes as a response. I turn and head back to the house when Talia yells, Liam, I can't lose you. As much as I despise the bastard, I can't let him die like this. I enter back through the window, rushing over to Doug's location. I brace myself knowing this won't be an easy feat because the man has to weigh at least 200 pounds. The smoke starts to enter my lungs more, causing me to cough chaotically as I grab Doug's body by locking my arms into his armpits. like they teach soldiers for the battlefield. The sound of sirens gives me a second wind as I struggle to pull Doug from the dining room into the living room. I turn my head as the front door comes crashing down, and 4 firefighters enter in full gear. One of them separates me from Doug, placing my left arm around his shoulders while the other 3 pick up Doug as if there's an imaginary gurney beneath him. The cool water from the hoses being sprayed to counter the flames envelop us once we breach the house. Breathing in fresh air again makes me never want to take it for granted again. Thank God! Talia runs over to me and hugs me with Raven cradled to her with her other arm. She gives me a look of admiration. Thank you for saving her. The firefighter interrupts our embrace. Sir, ma'am, we have medics on the scene to look at your daughter. I'm not sure if it's all the smoke I inhaled, but I smile at the words your daughter. They insist that I get looked at, but I assure them that I'm fine because I'm a registered nurse. After they perform CPR on Doug and he regains his consciousness, they place him in the back of a police car. All of the firefighters and police officers alike hail me as a hero, but I feel slightly annoyed when they do. I'm not sure why exactly. I just feel like I did what needed to be done to save the child I love. I drive them home, looking in the rearview mirror at Talia as her eyes remain closed. She holds Raven, who sleeps soundly, close to her body in the center of the back seat. This was such a traumatizing event, and I want her to know that I'm here for her while not overstepping any boundaries due to our breakup. After spending most of the car ride in silence, I finally speak in a soft tone. I'm worried about you both. Talia's eyes finally meet the reflection of mine in the rearview mirror. He won't be able to harm her like this again. I take a deep breath, then exhale sharply. I am thinking more of the emotional and psychological damage. She carefully considers my concern before responding. I'll get her whatever help she needs to get through this. I hold her gaze, hoping that she can feel my love for her through my words. And what about you? She breaks my gaze to look out the right window, making a sound that sounds like a mixture between a sniffle and a scoff. I always find a way. I wish I could be this way that she speaks of. She doesn't have to weather this storm alone, and it pains me to no longer be by her side. She may not feel like she needs me anymore, but I feel like I'm nothing without her and Raven in my life. The black sedan pulls into the driveway that I miss dearly. I turn off the engine, then quickly exit the car to help with Raven. Talia watches me enter the back seat from the left side. You don't have to do this, I can manage. You're exhausted. Let me at least bring her into the house. I clench Raven to my chest, then exit backwards out of the back left door. Talia unlocks the front door of the house, allowing me to enter first with Raven. I carry her to her bedroom, gently placing her under the covers of her race car bed. Talia watches me from the doorway, then backs into the hallway as I walk towards her. You know, I can stay if you need me to. I bite my tongue afterwards, hoping that my statement didn't come off too forward. No. She sighs, avoiding my gaze. I don't think that's a good idea right now. I wrap my arms over her shoulders, bringing her body to me. I'm only a phone call away if you need me. Okay, she whispers, then walks me to the door. I leave with a heavy heart, wishing that things could go back to the way they were. But it all just seems like wishful thinking.
Chapter 43. Talia. We sit anxiously in the courtroom as the judge exits to deliberate. Liam sits to my left while I clutch Raven to my right side, Rosalind sitting closely to her right. Doug sits behind the wide table in his prison attire, with handcuffs linking his hands together in front of him. He whispers something to his lawyer, then the lawyer nods. Rosalind breaks my trance by leaning in and whispering, "Whatever happens, just know that you have your family beside you." She cups my face with her left hand as I nod, replying, "Thanks, Mom." The judge enters and we all rise to our feet. As she begins to deliver the verdict, I unintentionally clench Liam's right hand. He thoughtfully repositions our hands, whispering into my left ear, "Everything will be okay." When the judge states that Doug's doctor's license has been revoked, the courtroom remains silent. We all knew that this would be a given. She clears her throat to deliver the most excruciating news. "Doug Greer, you have been sentenced to 20 years in prison without parole." Her gavel bangs against the podium. Unable to mask the wave of gasps that fill the room, Doug looks at us one final time as the police officer escorts him away. The look on his face makes my stomach cramp up, as if I'm having contractions. Instead of showing feelings of remorse or distress, he remains completely blank. It's truly terrifying to look into the eyes of someone you once loved and no longer recognize them. Rosalind passes Raven to me and I hug her tightly, knowing that this is a horrible day she will remember for the rest of her life. "I'm so sorry, sweetie." The courtroom clears out like wildfire, and we find ourselves huddled around each other in the lobby. Liam breaks the uncomfortable silence, placing one hand on my back and the other on Rosalind's. "Let's go to lunch while we're in the city center." I look down at Raven in my arms, who silently hugs Roman. I think it might be best if we just go home. Raven is probably not up for it. Raven's head jolts up as if she wakes up from a daydream. "I'm hungry. I want to eat lunch with Liam." Well, I am caught off guard by her enthusiasm. The child has spoken. Raven climbs into the plush red and white booth, then I slide in beside her. Rosalind slides into the booth across the table from us, then Liam sits next to her. My eyes scan the diner that we used to frequent during our college days. A smile forms on my face as I look at Liam. This brings back so many memories. He looks around, smiling as if the flashbacks come back to him all at once. Remember cramming for Dr. Lamba's exams while downing Coca-Cola and grilled cheese sandwiches? "Oh my God," I point to a booth across the room. That was the cram booth. Raven watches me before asking, "Mommy, can I have a grilled cheese sandwich?" I playfully tap her nose. "You sure can, sweetie. What flavor milkshake do you want?" She replies with a smile. "Strawberry, please." "Sweetie." When the food and drinks arrive, I decide that it's time to have a serious talk with Raven. "Mommy, Gran and Liam need to talk to you about what happened today." Raven focuses on taking tiny bites of her grilled cheese sandwich. "I know." I look up at Liam and Rosalind, who both give me encouraging expressions. This is probably going to be the most difficult conversation I have with her. I pause to inhale deeply, then exhale intently. "You won't be able to see Daddy as much as you used to. He lives at the jail now, and they have something called visiting days. Those are the days that we can visit him." Raven's silence concerns me. I look at Rosalind, not sure what to say next. Rosalind leans forward against the table, gently pushing Raven's hair back with her hand. "Raven, your mommy, Gran, and Liam are always here for you if you have questions or need to talk about what you feel." Raven puts down her sandwich, holding her grandmother's gaze. "I understand." She glances at Liam before her hazel eyes meet mine. "Daddy did some bad things, so he has to live at the jail for a really long time." Her response nearly brings me to tears, but I hold them back to be strong for her. My hands cup her small face as I sniffle to keep my emotions at bay. "I know how scared you must have been in that fire. Do you think you can ever forgive Daddy?" She nods, looking at Liam as she speaks. "Sometimes grown-ups do silly things, and kids have to pay the price." I look at Liam as he watches Raven admiringly. This must have been something he said to her that she remembers. Asterisk. The silent car ride home has me deep in my thoughts. What will the dynamic of Liam's relationship be like now that we are separated? Raven definitely values him as a father figure in her life. But what would that look like for me and him? "Mommy, Raven's soft voice travels forward to me from the back seat. My body slightly jumps, thinking that she was asleep this whole time. Yes, sweetie? I really miss having Liam at home. He is my favorite person to play race cars with, and he reads bedtime stories the best. My heart sinks into my chest at her confession. I want to tell her that I miss having him around too, but I don't want to inspire any false hope. I play it safe by replying, I know, sweetie. Raven sighs heavily, reading my eyes through their reflection in the rearview mirror. One of my daddies lives in jail. Do I have to lose the other one too?
Chapter 44. Liam. I have been focusing on giving Talia her space as she copes with the recent catastrophic events. As long as I have known her, she has had so much pride. She is the type to suffer in silence rather than ask for help. It hasn't been long since Doug's trial, and she could really use a night out with a friend to take her mind off of things. The problem is that I don't want to just be her friend anymore. I miss holding her in my arms, giving her reassurance, and supporting her in any way I can. I've decided to go all in. It's all or nothing for me now. My heart tears every day that I'm left in this gray area. I'm ready to accept that she will either love me back or that I've lost her forever. She's agreed to let me pick her up for dinner at 7 o'clock. That's definitely a start. I pull my Lexus into her driveway to see Rosalind's red minivan parked in my old spot. She happily volunteered to come over to watch Raven while we had our rare night out. The front door opens and I see Rosalind smiling at me like I'm her pride and joy. Raven rushes past her legs, jumping to me on the porch. Liam! Hey, pretty girl! I bend down in just enough time to catch her while she leaps into the air. Are you happy Mommy is going out with me tonight? She nods at me shyly with her fingers at her mouth. Can you live with us again? I chuckle heartily, then whisper, let's take one step at a time. As I lower her to the ground, I see 2 feet in strappy black heels step in front of me. My eyes rise, watching her frame as my body raises itself to stand. Talia wears a black strapless dress that hugs her curvy hips and small waist and holds a gold clutch between both hands. Once my eyes meet hers, I am utterly breathless. I want to tell her how stunning she looks, but I freeze like a teenage boy picking up his date for the prom. Raven assists me by yanking at my left hand. Liam, say something. I glance down at her, pulling me out of my trance, then meet Talia's eyes again. You look incredible. Are you ready to go? Talia smiles widely, melting my heart even more. Yes, let's go. Rosalind picks up Raven, watching me open the passenger door for Talia. Stay out as long as you need to. Hell, even get a hotel. Mom! Talia glances at her before getting into the car. We arrive at the Italian restaurant I made a reservation for at 7:30. After we are escorted to our table, I order us a bottle of fine champagne. The waiter serves it for us, takes our appetizer order, then leaves. I raise my glass awkwardly, still feeling nervous about being on a date with Talia after all this time. The last time we raised our glasses like this, we were preparing to set out on the biggest roller coaster our relationship has ever been on. Talia raises her glass, hiding her face from me as she giggles. Like 2 teenagers losing their virginity together. Well, I chuckle, being careful not to spill my drink. You are the queen of analogies for a reason. So, what are we clinking our glasses to tonight? She looks away briefly, then smiles at me with a raised eyebrow. To your heroic Citizen of the Year award. I throw my head back with an exasperated sigh. The Asheville Fire Department had awarded me this honor a few weeks ago, and the thought of receiving the recognition still causes me embarrassment. Talia knows this and uses every opportunity she can to tease me about it. When my face lowers, it meets hers with a smile. To the future, whatever it entails. To the future. Our glasses clink, then we take our first sips together. We stroll through the nearby park afterwards to let the delicious food in our stomachs settle. Talia's face lights up as she acts out how the delivery of Mrs. Riviera's premature but healthy baby girl went a few days ago. I watch her admiringly as she imitates, breathing heavily and yelling out profanities in Spanish. After her accurate impression, she looks at me curiously. "Why are you so quiet?" I look at my watch anxiously. "Come with me." My hand holds hers tightly, guiding her to the dock overlooking the serene lake. I position myself behind her with my arms draped over her shoulders, ready for the magic to happen. Fireworks of many colors light the sky, causing her to jump in my embrace due to the shock. She giggles afterwards. "This is amazing. Did you know this was happening here?" I remove my arms from around her, backing away slowly. Talia turns around when I don't respond to see me on one knee with a small black box in my right hand. She gasps instantly, covering her mouth with her hands. "Liam?" I can't keep my silence any longer. "You are the only woman for me, Talia, and I am hopelessly in love with you. Will you marry me?" I open the box, revealing the shimmering 3-carat diamond engagement ring. Talia stares at the ring, unable to move from her position. Her hesitation makes me more anxious by the second. I know she's scared, but I just want her to give me a chance to make her happy. She sighs deeply, lowering her hands until they drop lifelessly. "I can't. I'm so sorry, Liam. You are my best friend, and we could never be what we pretended to be." I slowly lift myself off the ground, feeling foolish for thinking I could have the woman of my dreams. Unable to show my face to her, my body turns away as I try my best to maintain my composure. She breaks the uncomfortable tension by saying, "I think I should just go." "No." I stop the tears from falling before looking at her. "I'll drive you home." "I don't want to make this more uncomfortable than it already is," she explains. "I can take a cab." "No." I pull out my phone and order her an Uber. "You'll be safe this way." There's a prolonged, uncomfortable silence while we wait for the car to arrive. At least it comes fast, sparing me additional misery. Talia watches me before entering the back seat. "I'm sorry." The door closes and I watch helplessly as she leaves in the white SUV, my heart disappearing into the distance with her.
Chapter 45. Talia. I clench my eyes closed as I ride off in the back of the white SUV. What happened back there on the dock? My heart is still beating out of my chest as I hear his sensual voice asking, "Will you marry me?" I exhale abruptly, as if I have been holding my breath since I entered the car. The eyes of the driver glance at me through the rearview mirror. "Are you okay, miss?" "Yes, thanks." I lower the right side window, taking in the calm night air as if my life depends on it. A sensation in the pit of my stomach tells me that I've made a horrible mistake. All Liam has done is love me and encourage me through my most challenging moments. I have repaid him for his loyalty by being a complete idiot. There is no coming back from this. The heels of my shoes clank against the hardwood floors as I enter my house. I lazily slip my feet out of them, walking barefoot to the living room. Rosalind's eyes peek up at me over her reading glasses as she excitedly closes her romance novel. "How did it go?" I sigh heavily, sinking into the love seat across from her, my voice carrying a hint of sarcasm. "It was lovely." She removes her glasses, studying me curiously. "What have you done now, Talia?" I avoid her gaze, not wanting to receive a lecture from her at this hour. "I'll talk to you about it later, Mom." "How many times will you break this man's heart?" She drops her hardcover book against the coffee table, the crashing sound amplifying her frustration. "You are so afraid of being hurt again that you continue to push away the man who has nothing but good intentions for you and Raven." I am aware of this. I raise myself out of the chair. I've heard it all 100 times now. Rosalind watches me with a level of disappointment on her face that I have never witnessed before. "I'm sick of you, Talia. You refuse to look inward. My feet drag against the floor as my hand tiredly raises in her direction. Good night, Mom. You can sleep in the guest room if you're too tired to drive home. Asterisk. The next morning, I arrive at the hospital feeling like I hadn't slept at all. I make my rounds, ending with Mrs. Riviera, whose face is brighter than it ever has been. She finishes nursing baby Georgiana, who has fallen asleep in her arms. I signal to Stacy to come over. Then she gently takes the newborn back to the nursery. My mind continues to race as I take Mrs. Riviera's blood pressure using the sphygmomanometer. I remove the cuff while only saying, "Everything looks good." She attempts to strike up a conversation about her new pride and joy. "You know, my husband's name is Jorge. So that's how we came up with Georgiana?" I dryly respond, "I see." I put the earpieces of the stethoscope that hangs around my neck into my ears, then place the bell against her chest. "Breathe in," Mrs. Riviera obliges, studying my face as if it has become unrecognizable. I ignore her gaze, focusing on the sound of her lungs. "Exhale," she breathes out, immediately asking, "Are you okay, Dr. Johnson?" I remove the bell from her chest, lowering the earpieces from my ears. "Yes, why do you ask?" She pushes her hands against the bed to sit herself up straighter. "You're not yourself today." I think about Mrs. Riviera's analysis of my demeanor earlier. She makes a valid point. I'm usually so focused on my work that my personal problems don't interfere. But today is an unusual day. I have never been so miserable that my patients take notice of it. After lunch, I hold a meeting with my nurses, where we share important information about our current patients and the maternity ward in general. Becca raises her hand from the back of the conference room. Have the time off requests for this month been approved? I sink into my chair, releasing an aggravated sigh. We've been over this already. If they are not submitted by the 15th of the previous month, they are automatically denied. My eyes glance around at all the nurses in the room. Does anyone else have a stupid question to ask? They all look at each other in awe, too terrified to hold my gaze or respond. Suddenly, Stacy stands up, unintimidated. "We do have something to say as a collective, Dr. Johnson." The other nurses begin to nod, as if they are aware of what Stacy will say before she has said it. I give her my full attention. "What is it, Nurse Stacy?" I say this in the most respectable way possible. Stacy uses her hands to gesture, as if they will lighten the blow. "But you are driving us all crazy." The room is filled with the other nurses chiming in, strongly expressing their agreement with the statement. I cross my arms over my chest, observing them all as they begin to execute their intervention. "I'm not understanding why, so I need you to elaborate." She doesn't hesitate with her response, as if it's been eating away at her for a while. "You haven't been the same since your relationship with Nurse Liam ended, and you've been taking it out on everyone here. It no longer matters if the marriage wasn't real. Your love for him is." Her eyes become glossy and her voice cracks. "For all of our sakes, you need to go to him." They all rise to their feet simultaneously, clapping like Stacy gave an award-winning performance. As much as I want to further express my frustrations onto them, I concede. Stacy is absolutely right. I must put an end to this vicious cycle once and for all. My mother advised me to look inward. I am finally ready to take that step.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Talia Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 46. Liam. I could have been more oblivious to the signs that Talia clearly doesn't want me. As far as I know, she only liked doing it and my heroic gesture. I was clearly out of line to propose anyway. I wish I could take it all back and just let them be. However, I had to tell her something about the way I felt for her, otherwise it just would have eaten me up. I drive to Rosalind's house on Talia's break to ensure she won't be there. I have to take care of something. I don't feel great about the goodbyes I left them with the other day. I turn to the passenger seat and look at the books I have there along with the Hot Wheels car and bouquet of flowers. I smile to myself. This will be a good goodbye. I need someone to talk to, and since Talia became my go-to person and Garcia lives with her, I don't really have anyone else. I should phone my dad. It has been a while after all, and a lot has happened since. He answers on the third ring. Son? Hey, Dad, it's Liam. I'm aware, he answers in his usual husky tone. Look, I pause, trying to find the words. I just have to get away, so I'm going to come to the ranch with Jackson and everyone. A long pause builds the weird pang in my chest that makes me feel like I'm making a mistake. Why? Because there's nothing left for me here, Dad. My voice trembles and I pray he doesn't notice. This is going to pass. You both will be all right. Yeah, I kept telling myself that, and we never became all right. For the love of God, stop giving me false hope. We are not together. I take a gasp of air. You just love too hard, son. There's nothing wrong with that. Just find someone who will reciprocate it. Is that even a real thing? Yes, there will be people who reciprocate it. No, I meant loving too hard. I mean, look at you, he says with a sympathetic sigh. She ran you off back to Colorado because you wasted your love. Tears sting my eyes. See you in Colorado, Dad. I hang up the phone and turn my eyes back to the road. I arrive at Rosalind's house and see that her car is in the driveway. Perfect timing. I grab the books, toy, and flowers and head to the front door, ignoring how hard my heart is pounding in my chest. Before I even knock, Rosalind opens the door. I was expecting you. I knew it was you when I heard a car pull in. I drop my head and sigh. I couldn't miss saying goodbye. Raven runs up to the door. Liam? She pauses and I open up my arms and kneel. Without hesitation, she jumps into my arms and squeezes tight. I missed you so much, Liam. I take in her love. I missed you too. But I'm here to say goodbye. Raven stumbles back and her bottom lip quivers. Before the waterworks start, I hand her the toy car. Look, I got you my copy of Goodnight Moon and this book. I pull it out from behind my back. It's about an astronaut who had a dream to go to space. Nobody believed in her, but she didn't give up her dream. She went to space, Raven. She slowly takes it from me. I promise I won't give up my dream of wrestling. I'll do it for you. Do it for you. I smile and push the gifts into her hand, urging her to hurry and take it before I start crying again. She turns to the first page and sees my message. To the daughter I always wished I had, love, Liam, Raven reads aloud. Tears sting my eyes. I was hoping she would see that after I left. I knew I could not handle listening to that coming from her. I quickly stand and clear my throat. You know where to find me, Raven? Raven hugs my legs and I hand the bouquet of flowers over to Rosalind, who is also now tearing up a bit. It's like I'm the one who got broken up with, she says, with a stifled laugh as she wipes her tears. I give a half-hearted chuckle. Hurts is all I can manage. Rosalind brings me in for a hug, Raven still clinging onto my legs. Thank you for everything, Rosalind, I say with a strained voice, internally blaming it on how tightly she is hugging me. I step back and Raven releases her freakishly strong grip on my legs. I take a shaky deep breath and give a little bow to humor them. Until we meet again, I say with a touch of dramatics. I love you, Liam, Raven chirps. I love you too, dear. I turn away from facing them and walk solemnly back to my car. I feel like a dog with a tail between his legs. I get in the car, reverse, and give them one last wave without meeting their eyes. I would not like to sob while driving. Thank you very much. I get back to my cold, empty, and mostly packed apartment. Just a couple hours from now and I'll be headed to Colorado. Nothing humbles you like your roots and a tragic love story.
Chapter 47, Talia. This must be my karma for rejecting the man who genuinely loved me and had nothing but good intentions for me and my child. There are so many things that I would have done differently, but it's too late to fix what I have already broken. I am left filled with regret, forced to watch him from afar since it will be too torturous for us to maintain a friendship. While I thought he hated me before, he definitely hates me now. I can only imagine the heartbreak of your marriage proposal, being turned down by the person you want to spend the rest of your life with. I don't know why I caved in that moment. I think with the traumatic recent events with Doug, I have put up an even bigger wall. It's unfair to use that against Liam when he actually saved Raven, returning her to me. But I'm utterly terrified. I don't know if I'm ready to fully give my heart to someone again at the risk of it all coming crashing down someday. I sit behind my desk, brazenly scrolling through Liam's Facebook page. He has recently been tagged in a post from Eric Garrett. Why does that name sound so familiar? The post reads, I'm beyond stoked that my favorite cousin, Liam Anderson, is relocating to Colorado to help me with the ranch. It will be just like when we were kids. Safe travels and see you soon, cuz. My hands release my phone, and it makes a loud clunk against the glass desk. Crap. I've actually run him away across the country. This can't be happening. I'll never see him again. And how will I explain this to Raven? She will be devastated. What do? I finish the rest of my shift with these crippling thoughts weighing down on me. They intensify as I drive to my mother's house to pick up Raven. The thought of Liam no longer being in my life makes me sick to my stomach. I should have never pushed him away. I pull into the driveway to see Rosalind and Raven swinging on the raised bench on the porch. Raven smiles so brightly that my stomach turns over at the thought of crushing her with this news. My eyes close. My lungs fill up slowly with air, then release the air with ease. I am responsible for the course of these events, so I need to accept whatever criticism is coming my way. As I exit the car, both sets of eyes study me, making my heart beat into my throat. Rosalind smiles as I ascend the steps to the porch. All was well in Babyland today? Business as usual. I am unable to return a smile, sighing deeply instead. Raven scoots closer to her grandmother, then pats the available seat to her left. You look like you've had a long day, Mommy. Sit here. I sit down silently, then cup her tiny face in my hands. Suddenly, my emotions take over me, and I'm on the verge of tears. Rosalind places her feet on the floor to stop the movement of the swing, then leans in closer. You're acting strangely. What has happened? My hands gently release Raven's face. There is something I need to tell you both. I sniffle in an attempt to keep back my tears. I found out that Liam is moving to Colorado. I've driven him away and it's all my fault. Raven gasps as if she has been physically harmed. Colorado? My hands wipe the tears from under my eyes as I nod. Yes, sweetie. Rosalind grabs my left hand and holds it, You need to go to him. Tell him that you were just afraid with everything that has happened recently and that you weren't trying to push him away. I can't. My sniffles intensify. He will never forgive me. Rosalind releases my hand with a frustrated sigh. You won't know that unless you try. What kind of example are you setting for Raven? That it's okay to just make excuses instead of finding a solution? We are sick of it, Talia. You are always the first one to call somebody out about not taking accountability. Now here you are not taking your own advice. Is that what you think of me, Mom? You think I'm a hypocrite? She rolls her eyes, turning her head away. Look, you said it, not me. Her eyes return to me after a brief pause. What's important is that you apologize to Liam. That's the action you need to take. Then, it's up to him to decide whether he accepts or declines, but you would have done your part. While I hate to admit it, she's right. I have only been thinking about myself this entire time and how I wouldn't be able to pick back up the pieces if things didn't work out between us. Maybe it's finally time that I stop thinking about the what-ifs and focus on what I can actually control. I love Liam, and I need to at least attempt to get his forgiveness. Raven breaks me out of my trance as she stands on the bench, placing her left hand on my right shoulder. Mommy, you've made a lot of mistakes with Liam. I'm really upset because he loved you so much and you hurt him. That hurts me too. And if you don't go and find Liam, I will move in with Gran. She gives me a look like she means business, while Rosalind looks away to hide her amusement. Well, the child has spoken.
Chapter 48. Liam. I stack a box on the kitchen chair and fill it with carefully wrapped cups and plates. Wrapping up valuables and packing is such a hassle. I wouldn't have to endure this if I had just made some boundaries. Or if I just never fell in love. I mean, how stupid was I to think that I could actually change her mind? That somewhere in this arrangement she would end up falling for me? Why was I so sure about it? I was just so blinded by this whole facade. I think somewhere in there the lines just blurred and I couldn't tell reality apart from performance. I mean, who am I kidding? I was not acting. We started off as friends and have been friends all these years. I was a fool to think she could ever look at me differently. I can't blame her, though. She never made any promises that we would ever become something. Not that we ever really talked about it before I went out and got on one knee for her. It was not her fault I was getting mixed signals. I probably imagined it all up. And the intimacy? It was probably just convenience. I was the first guy she saw and was well acquainted with, so why not? These spiraling thoughts are the reason I'm leaving. I can't stay in this city and pass through all the spots I've been in with Talia. I would only get a replay of all the memories that I can't distinguish between reality and pretend. I'm embarrassed for even assuming she wanted something in the first place. A wave of heat hits me when I remember the encounter with Doug, the way he blasted our personal business to the entire office. I take a seat and bury my head in my hands. I rub my temples and sigh. This packing is making me tired. Well, moving to my cousin's ranch won't make me any less tired. I'll be doing extraneous tasks to help out in any way I can. Whether that be with the animals or yard work, I should just be grateful they're welcoming me with open arms. Perhaps as I'm milking a cow, I can map out my future from there. Or maybe as I'm shoveling hay, I can be on an interview over the phone. Maybe I'll be taken with the ranch life and want to do that for the rest of my life. Maybe I'll spark a connection with some cowgirl I'll meet as we're both buying our chickens some feed. Just thinking about that is tearing the scars of my heart open all over again. I don't think I will ever be over Talia. I can just figure out my life when I get there. I have a long 20-hour drive to think and spiral over that anyway. I can just do it on the way over. While I'm at it, I have to think of a way to explain my entire situation to my cousin and uncle. I stand up again, feeling dizzy at the sudden movement. I grab a box and stack it by the front door. These are all ready to be loaded into the car. I have to walk all the way to the elevator and across the parking garage to pack up. I'm exhausted just thinking about it. I go to my room that I did not spend much time in and pull out some boxes from the closet from my last move and drag them to the front door. I pull out a box labeled Garcia and peek inside. My chest is heavy and my mind is burdened. I can't believe I'll never see Garcia again, too. She was always my travel companion. She was my only constant as I bounced from city to city. I put the box to the side. I don't know what to do with it. I can't take it to Talia's, and I already said bye to Rosalind. It'll be awkward if I just swing by again. They'll think, this guy just can't let go. And they would be right. I really hope I forgot something at Talia's. I should have left something there purposely, so I have a reason to go back and see her again. See the home we once shared again. I just want to feel the warmth of a loving home. I miss Talia. Waking up next to her was the highlight of my life. That is something I want to do every day. But sometimes dreams are just that... dreams. Fascinations that just don't happen. I push another box out of my room and into the living room by the door. I take off my collared shirt and leave my undershirt on. I feel the heat radiating off my body, and I feel a bit icky. I use the back of my hand to wipe my forehead where beads of sweat start to swell. I deserve another break. I go and sit at the couch and let it swallow and envelop me into the plush cushions. At this, there's a knock at my door. I groan and stand up, taking a deep breath and plastering on a fake smile for whoever decided to drop by without warning. I open the door and Talia's honey-brown eyes immediately put me into a trance. My smile fades and I stare at her in disbelief. Great. Now I'm hallucinating. "You're still here?" she squeaks out. I let my eyes scan her face, and then her body. Maybe this isn't a hallucination. I nod. Suddenly she jumps into my arms, her lips crash against mine. Her warmth slowly starts to fill my chest. Her radiance brings light and life into this home. Because she is home. I kiss her back fervently with such passion that screams, "I love you." She melts into my touch and I pull her in closer, practically wishing she was under my skin. I soak her all in.
Chapter 49. Talia. I press my body against Liam's with my arms secured around his neck as I kiss him more passionately than I ever have. He grabs my waist, bringing me inside the room, then turns us around so his back closes the door. His hypnotic green eyes hold my gaze after we pull away from the kiss. "How did you find me?" I take a few moments to catch my breath. "You can blame the nurses for giving away your location." He sighs with an expression that reads as either relief or disappointment. I should have known. My heart beats out of my chest as I take a step closer to him. "I haven't exactly treated you with the affection that you deserve. I've been so hot and cold towards you, and for that, I'm truly sorry. I'm in love with you, Liam. I've been miserable during this time apart. You are an irreplaceable part of my and Raven's lives, and if you'll still have me, I want to be your wife." Liam breaks my gaze, walks past me, and goes to the couch. He sits down, placing some items from the coffee table into the open suitcase at his feet. "I accept your apology, Talia, but what's done is done." My heart sinks and my legs start to lose strength as I walk over to him. I slowly sink into the couch, carefully contemplating my next plan of action. "I know you're leaving because I've been such an idiot. Please don't go, Liam. Even if you don't take me back, I can't imagine no longer seeing you." He scoffs, his demeanor becoming more placid as he continues to toss his things into the suitcase. "Did the nurses tell you that too?" "No." I pause at the thought of coming off like a stalker, but getting him back requires full transparency. "I saw the post Eric tagged you in on Facebook." He avoids my gaze with a chuckle. Eric never could keep things private. My anxiety increases as more time passes without a definite answer. At this point, I just need to know where his head is at. even if it means he wants to reject me altogether. I stand from the couch, moving in between him and the coffee table, lowering myself to my knees in front of him. His eyes widen from my action, but he remains unswayed. What are you doing? I've already made up my mind. I'm moving to Colorado. I cross my arms over his knees, lowering my head against them between the small gap. My emotions can no longer be contained. I sob uncontrollably, my tears dampening his black trousers. Suddenly, my head is lifted out of this position by Liam's right hand clenching my chin. I hold my breath as I become face to face with him, anticipating what his next words will be. First, he silently reads my eyes as he uses his thumbs to wipe my face dry. Then he moves his face closer to me, revealing an unexpected smile. You would really cry to get me to stay? I attempt to respond but choke on my own emotions instead. My breathing becomes irregular as I hold back more tears. He keeps my head straight in his grasp as I attempt to break his gaze. I already chose you when you kissed me in the doorway. I just wanted you to suffer first. I push myself out of his grasp, punching his left arm forcefully. You bastard! He chuckles as he brings me into his arms tightly, rocking my body from left to right. When we pull out of the embrace, he cradles my face in his hands and kisses me. I love you too, Talia, and nothing would make me happier than to be your husband, your real husband. A few tears still trail down my face, but they become tears of joy. My lips form a smile. A sound of relief mixed with laughter is unleashed as I exhale. I'm overwhelmed with the most comforting sensation, as if all the wrongs in the world have been made right. Liam raises me off the ground with his hands at my waist, sitting me sideways across his lap. Raven is going to scream with excitement when she hears the news. I give him a peck on his lips before pulling my phone out of my pocket. Let's put her on a video call. His face lights up even more. Good idea. We position ourselves closer as we wait for Rosalind to answer the video call. She immediately smiles at the sight of us. This looks promising. Does this mean what I think it means? Rosalind's lips form a curious smirk. Yes, Mom. I giggle, leaning my head into Liam's. Can you put Raven on? I sure can. She turns the phone to her left. She's right here. Raven's jaw drops as she sees us together on video. Liam, did Mommy tell you what she needed to tell you? Liam responds in a loving tone. She did, Raven, and guess what else? She immediately starts jumping up and down from the excitement. What? He looks at me as a cue for me to reveal the news. I smile even wider, knowing that this is a moment she will remember forever. Mommy and Liam are getting married for real, Raven exclaims. It's about damn time, then runs in and out of the frame as she screams. We all laugh as I attempt to get her attention through the call. Rosalind finally gets Raven to calm down and sit down in front of the phone. I speak with a more authoritative tone. I know you're excited, sweetie, but you know not to say that word. She lowers her head. I'm sorry, Mommy. I got carried away. Her eyes pop up with an idea. Let's get pizza and ice cream to celebrate. Liam looks at me for confirmation, then replies after I give him a nod. Get ready, pretty girl. We're on our way to pick you up right now. Chapter 50. Talia. Anyone looking at the beautiful venue would be surprised to discover that this historical day was planned in only 3 months. The weather on this perfect evening in September makes everything I envisioned come to life. The Botanical Garden, about an hour outside of our town, is a place that Raven has always suggested as the most magical place for our wedding. Liam and I agreed on a small, intimate gathering of 50 people. There are 5 rows of 10 white chairs forming a half circle, with an opening in the center creating an aisle with 5 chairs to the left and 5 to the right. The impressive 8-foot arch at the end of the aisle is thoughtfully decorated with an assortment of pale blue flowers matching the theme, and the white grand piano is placed at an angle to the right. I peek through the window at the guests filling up the chairs outside from the banquet hall that oversees the garden. I feel overwhelmed with gratitude to see the familiar faces of my nurses, Mrs. Spellman, Dr. Osmond, and his wife. Rosalind was adamant about obtaining her marriage-efficient license to officiate our big day. The sound of her voice causes me to turn away from the window. Look who is all ready to toss flowers down the aisle. My face lights up as I look down at Raven running over to me in her elegant sky blue dress. I carefully bend down in my form-fitting, mermaid-style wedding gown. You are officially the most beautiful flower girl ever. My hands hold her small face with pride. Raven giggles. I'm wearing this dress for you, Mommy. You know I would rather wear pants. I playfully pinch her cheeks. I know, sweetie, and I'm so grateful for that. Rosalind walks over and helps me stand up. We don't want any wardrobe malfunctions, so let's keep you in an upright position. Good idea, Mom. I watch her as she places the lace veil over my head. Rosalind takes a step back to view the whole ensemble. Now you're a bride. She looks down at Raven. How does Mommy look? She exclaims, like a queen. The pianist plays a classical piece as the guests admire the beautiful atmosphere from their seats. Liam stands near the arch, looking handsome as ever in his white tuxedo with a sky blue bow tie. Rosalind stands to his right with a huge smile on her face and a Bible in her hands. Liam's cousin Eric flew into town to be his groomsman, while Stacy happily agreed to be my maid of honor. They walked down the aisle first, hand in hand, then split off into the crowd. Everyone expresses their awe as Raven struts down the aisle, thoughtfully scattering her blue flowers from her basket as she walks to Liam. He praises her by sweeping her off the ground, giving her a kiss on her cheek before placing her feet back on the grass. I breathe in, exhaling deeply when everyone rises to their feet, to the cue of the pianist playing. Here comes the bride. My heart feels full as I take small steps, savoring every second of the journey to the altar. It's when I lock eyes with Liam when I finally notice the look everyone has told me about. He is looking at me as if I'm the most gorgeous woman he has ever seen. The closer I get to him, the more I notice that his eyes have become teary. I match his endearing smile as I place my hands into his, falling in love with him all over again. After Rosalind gives her spiel, we both recite our own vows to each other. Anyone listening would think we'd placed a wager on who could touch the other person's heart more. During the kiss, Liam dips me just like he did at the fundraiser, making the crowd go wild. The very next day, we board our flight for our honeymoon in Costa Rica. We both express how much we missed the third person in our trio several times on our way there. Once we arrive at the resort on Brasilito Beach, we make a pact to enjoy this week together in paradise while Rosalind has Raven. We are taking a stroll along the secluded beach that evening when Liam stops me by blocking my path. I raise my eyebrow, suspecting he has planned something. What do you have up your sleeve? Well, Mrs. Anderson. He pulls out a beautiful locket on a chain of pure gold. I had this custom made for the occasion. I gasp as I read the inscription, TJ to L. a comma, followed by yesterday's date. This is beautiful, Liam. He eagerly looks down at my hands. Open it. The picture on the left is a picture of Raven, and a white photo with a black question mark is placed on the right side. I look up at him curiously. What is this question mark for? Liam jerks my body to him with his hand squeezing my butt. It's for the picture of our second child. I feel instantly aroused by his statement, pulling him down closer to me with my hand at the back of his neck. Should we make this second baby now?
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit YouTube's limit for spiciness.
YouTube's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full uncut version at TilaWalker.com.
Miss Talia has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Talia would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Talia.